Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Origin of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, A King Falls. The tower was in sight when Bruhan suddenly staggered. Fenharil Mogilina. Bruhan. Setida asked. Dark spawn. At the tower. He narrowed his eyes in concentration, then shook his head. A lot of them. Setida drew her sword. Maybe sending 7 of us wasn't that bad an idea. Let's go, Alistair said, drawing his own blade. Braska stayed by Lenore, preventing any dark spawn from closing with the mage as she slung her spells. She sent a ball of fire at a ballista being aimed by a dark spawn, sending pieces of wood and Hurlock flying. To her left, Alistair and Bruhan were moving forward as Cathiel fired arrows rapidly. She retrieved them as she moved. Setida was to her right, using her shield as a weapon as much as her sword. She'd lost sight of Jarath, and had to hope the kid was still up and fighting. She ducked as a bolt of lightning came at her. An emissary was aiming his staff for another blast. A foot of blade suddenly emerged from the emissary's mouth, then Jarath pulled his sword free. Lenore wondered how the hell he'd managed to get up there, then shrugged and downed a lyrium potion before moving back into the fray. Jarath was downing a rather well-armed Hurlock as they made it to the door. Setida looked at Bruhan. Numbers. Dozens inside, Bruhan replied. Different kinds. A few feel like those casters. He growled. Finethis. Shit, Braska said. Setida nodded agreement. We move as a team. Focus on getting to the beacon. She looked at Jarath. You and I will take point. Braska, stick with Lenore. Alistair, Bruhan, you bring up the rear, keep Cathiel free to shoot. I'm low on. Cathiel trailed off as Jarath offered her 2 quivers. Never mind. Hold up, Braska whispered. Setida held up a fist, and the group stopped. She raised an eyebrow at him. He pointed. Trap. Gimme a sec. He slid in and used his dagger to take care of the tripwire. It only took him a moment. He nodded to Setida, then moved back to guard Lenore. Setida gestured with the fist at the others, then held up a finger before signaling Jarath. The 2 of them circled around the barrels to the other side of the large group of dark spawn. Now! Setida yelled, and Lenore sent a fireball into the group. Bruhan and Alistair charged in as Setida and Jarath came from the other side. Braska brought his mace down on a genlock that tried to close with the mage and archer as the 2 kept up a stream of fire. A moment later, the spawn were down. Setida looked at Bruhan. More above, he said. He concentrated. 4 groups, a few stragglers. And something weird. Something weird? You can't be more specific. Alistair asked. I'll know what it is next time, Bruhan replied. Keep moving, Setida ordered. Setida held up a fist again, then looked from Cathiel's Maberry to the Maberry still in their cages. She looked at Jarath, then pointed at the cage lever. He nodded, and moved forward cautiously. The spawn started to sniff the air as they caught the sense of the warden. The elf abandoned stealth for speed, and leaped from floor to barrel to the top of the cages, running lightly on the bars before jumping down and moving the lever. The rest of the wardens closed as the Maberry surged out of their cages and started tearing into the spawn. Cathiel gave a joyful laugh as her own Maberry tore the throat out of a genlock. Setida saw Jarath get surrounded and was moving to his aid when the elf solved the problem by simply tumbling between the legs of the Hurlock and rolling back to his feet before taking the Hurlock's head from its shoulders. She shook her head and smiled before using her shield to parry a blow from another Hurlock. More dark spawn came out of the rooms ahead, and the dogs gleefully bounded alongside the wardens into the fray. Good boy, Setida told one as it pulled an emissary to the ground. Alistair looked to Bruhan, who indicated the number of dark spawn in the next room, before looking to Setida. She nodded, and he kicked the door open. Jarath moved in beside him, a sword in each hand, and put the blades to lethal effect. By the time Braska and Lenore had caught up, the room was clear. Cathiel turned to the dogs. Guard, she ordered. The dogs immediately headed back down the corridor. She looked to Setida. If anything else comes in from that hole, they'll buy us time. Good thinking. Bruhan, What's above us? More of the same. And the weird thing still. Let me know as soon as you know what the weird thing is. Jarotha's hand pulled her back just as the ballista bolt went through the area she was standing. She cursed. They've got the corridor covered. I can send a spell through. Lenore started to step forward. They'll skewer you while you take aim, Setida said. She frowned, then looked at Jaroth. She'd seen him move a few times now. Maybe. Can you? She asked. He nodded. Go. He stepped backwards and got a running start, kicking off the wall to enter the corridor from several feet off the ground. The two bolts both pierced the air a full foot too low to hit. He landed and rolled without stopping, coming back to his feet in a smooth motion. He used one ballista as a mounting horse, up and over to bring his blade down on the archer. The other Genlock didn't even get its sword out before the elf ran him through. Setida and the others caught up. Wow, Alistair said. So that's why Duncan recruited you. Brujn. Maybe a dozen left. And the weird thing. Yes. The ogre's teeth tore the spine out of one of the hapless soldiers. It turned as they entered. Blood dripped from its face. That's the weird thing? Setida asked. By the Dread Wolf. Brujn whispered. I'll take that as a yes, Setida replied. More darkspawn moved towards them. Lenore, get the emissary. The mage gave her a tired nod, and began to form the spell. The wardens moved forward. Brujn moved with her, attempting to flank the ogre. She started to dart in, and the ogre simply backhanded Brujn, sending the elf flying into a stack of barrels. Setida dodged a swing from the ogre's club, rolling away. She spared Brujn a glance and saw him moving. Alistair charged from the ogre's other side. It spun, knocking the man off his feet with a glancing blow before raising its club over its head. Then it let out a howl as Jaroth landed on its back, stabbing with both swords. It spun, but the elf managed to stay put as the ogre flailed at him. Setida took advantage of the opening to charge in and drive her blade into its gut. It knocked her aside, but its blow was too weak to do more than daze her. It started to step towards her, and Jaroth drove one of his swords through the back of its neck. Alistair narrowly managed to roll out of its way as it fell forward. Jaroth remained kneeling on its back for a moment before pulling his blades free. Setida touched her forehead. Her fingers came away red. Get the fire going. Lenore, see to Brujn. Setida, there are more coming from below, Brujn reported as Lenore worked the healing spell over him. A lot more. Braska got the fire lit. There. All right, form up, Setida ordered. We've got to carve through these things if we want to go back up the hammer. She heard Brujn let out a string of Elvish before he shook his head. We may need the hammer to back us up, he said. Jaroth saw Lenore take an arrow to the shoulder. Braska moved to defend the mage. Alistair and Cathiel were back to back. She'd run out of arrows, and had a darkspawn blade in her hands. A blast from an emissary took both off their feet, sending them flying into the wall. He heard Setida curse as another ogre simply caught Braska up and threw him at Brujn. Instinct guided Jarotha's sword as he moved through the field. Part of his mind counted. 10. 11. A Genlock got past Setida's guard. 12. She tried to counter, and its mace rang against her helmet. The dwarf fell. More streamed in from the door. He took a breath, and then let the rage take him. He heard a beat of wings. Black blood dripped from both his blades. His side burned, sticky with blood from where he'd taken a glancing blow from a Hurlock's blade. My, what have we here? He turned to see the old woman from the wilds. She stepped neatly into the tower from the balcony. A bit more to you than meets the eye, She knelt briefly next to Alistair and felt for the man's pulse. Alive. He blinked at her, then went to Setida. She lay in a spreading pool of red, but she was still breathing. He tightened the strap to her breastplate, using the armor to stem the flow of blood. Come, lad, the woman said. Bring him. She gestured at Alistair. There is little enough time. Jaroth shook his head, trying to make sense of what was happening. The rage whispered in his mind, words too soft and low for him to understand. He looked down at Setida. What about the others? They are unnecessary. Jarath shook his head. He looked at her again. Something was off, wrong. They are still alive. Not for much longer, I think. There is more red outside than in. You could heal them. We are pressed for time, boy. Bring the prince, and let's go. The Jarath glanced at Alistair, then shook his head again. You. He came forward, blocking her path to the balcony. We aren't leaving without them, he said, holding his blades ready. She cocked her head to one side appraisingly. You would stand against me? She smiled slowly. Do you know what I am, lad? He met her eyes. Something swirled behind them. Powerful, Jarath responded. He took a breath. And pressed for time. She smiled lazily, and looked down at the wounded wardens. This is quite the effort you wish me to put forth. 5 wardens. Are you certain you wish to be in my debt, boy? We wouldn't be having this conversation at all if you didn't need me for something, Jarath replied. Whatever it is you have in mind. He looked at the others before meeting her eyes. I can't do it alone. You are a clever one. She nodded to herself, pleased. 5 favors. And you will not tell them how they were rescued from the tower, nor of the bargain between us. She moved among the wardens quickly, touching each. They will live long enough for me to tend them back at my hut. She gave him a sharp look. You did not tell me your name, earlier. I am Jarath, ma'am. Ma'am. She laughed. He challenges me, then becomes polite once more. Do you know who I am, Jarath? Burhan called you Ashabelener. Something in the back of his mind whispered. The woman of many years. Some call me that. You may call me Flemeth. She rose from Lenor's side. Gather them. And I will need that as well, she said, gesturing lazily at a banner. Jarath was already moving, gathering the banner. He could feel Darkspawn approaching. At Flemeth's direction, he laid the wardens onto the banner. He set Griffin next to Cathiel, and Flemeth gave him an amused look. How do you? He started to ask. Flemeth leaned her head back and rolled it from side to side before she let the dragon form take her. She grabbed the ends of the banner in each of her claws, then leaned her head down to where Jarath stood. Without hesitation, he climbed onto her neck and settled himself securely. With a beat of her wings, she took flight. He looked down over the carnage of the battle. The anvil had been destroyed. The hammer was absent the field. Fire spread where the laborers' tents had been, and even this high in the air he could hear the screams of the dying. The smoke carried the scent of burned flesh and charred bone. Even the rage felt weary at the sight. A minute later, they were clear of the scene. The dragon backwinged as she approached the hut, and he leaped down from her neck, grunting as he landed. He moved to the banner, helping her set the wardens down gently. Morrigan emerged from the hut. She raised an eyebrow. You were successful, I see. Flemeth returned to her human form and laughed before calling out instructions. They are wounded, girl, and will need tending. See to those, she said, gesturing at the less damaged wardens. You, she said to Jarath, bring the dwarf and the other elf into the hut. Jarath nodded, and obeyed. Flemeth put both hands on Burhan's head, and Jarath saw her hands and eyes glow briefly as the elf's breathing steadied. Flemeth then came to stand next to Setida, and shook her head. The armor is all that is holding her together, she said. I will stabilize her while you remove it, she directed, handing him a knife. Her hands glowed briefly. He kept his hands where she directed as she finished closing Setida's wounds. She'll live? He asked. Flemeth reached out and caught his chin in a hand still wet with Setida's blood, turning him to look at her. He forced himself not to pull back as she examined him. You took wounds, she said, without releasing him. Scratches, he replied. Some bruises. She nodded, but did not release him. As I said, you will not tell them how they were retrieved from the tower, nor will you tell anyone of the bargain between us. What would you have me tell them? He asked. I'm sure a clever boy like you will think of something, she smiled. She turned her head to one side. I would have expected you to be one of the people, she said softly, then released him. He stepped back from her, wiping away the mark she'd left on his chin. What favors do you ask of me? She laughed. In due time, my boy. In due time. Setida opened her eyes. Above her she saw wooden beams, hanging with herbs. She blinked, and sat up. Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased, Morrigan said, coming over to the bed. What happened to the dark spawn? Setida asked. The last thing she remembered was a genlock charging at her. You were injured, and then Mother rescued you. Do you not remember? Wait. She furrowed her brow. This was no healer tent. What happened to the army? To the king. The man who is to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Some of your friends, Morrigan glanced at the door, are not taking it well. Her blood went cold. What happened to the Grey Wardens? And the king? And she couldn't bring herself to say his name. From the other side of the room she heard Jarotha's voice. They are gone, Setida. She turned to look at him, and he sighed. All of them. His face held no expression. All. Her voice was small. Your friends are outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke. Jaroth looked up at the witch. Thank you for your help, Morrigan. She gave him a small smile. You are welcome, though Mother did most of the work. I am no healer. Mother is outside when you are ready. I will stay and make something to eat. She walked off to another part of the hut. Jaroth stood, and came over to sit on the edge of the bed. Setida looked up at him. How did she manage to rescue us, exactly? He looked in the direction the swamp witch had gone. I am still working on grasping that one. Who else survived? All of us that were in the tower. Even managed to get Griffin out. He's heavy. Jaroth hung his head a moment, then sighed. I got hit in the head. It's all still a bit blurry. Some stragglers and a few of the ones on the outskirts of the battle may have gotten away. The valley is. He shook his head. Not a pretty sight. Then Duncan may have. She searched his face for any sign of hope. He's gone, Setida. He would not leave the king's side. Setida closed her eyes for several moments, then took a deep breath and forced the tears away. What shape are the others in? Burhan was hurt badly, but he woke up an hour ago and is moving around. Everyone else was moving at breakfast time. He twitched a shoulder. Burhan's armor is a loss, and his axe is still somewhere in the tower. We had to cut your armor off you. Broska lost all his knives, but somehow managed to hang onto his mace. Morrigan gave Lenore a new staff. Alistair lost his blade, but has the one we took out of Broska. I lost my short sword, but acquired a darkspawn axe at some point. She nodded. Resupplying may need to be our first priority now. Is there? He handed her a dress that had been cut down to her side, then stood and faced the wall so she could dress. It fit awkwardly, but made her decent. All right, let's go see what the Witch of the Wild wants with us. Alistair scrambled to his feet as soon as she exited the hut. Flemeth turned towards him. See? Here are your fellow Grey Wardens. You worry too much, young man. You. Alistair smiled. You're alive. His eyes met hers. I thought you were dead for sure. I'm fine. She saw her grief reflected in his eyes. I appreciate your concern. This doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower. He turned towards her. She scoffed at him. Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad. I didn't mean. He shook his head. But what do we call you? You never told us your name. Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do. The Flemeth from the legends? Davith was right, you're a witch of the wilds, aren't you? And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you all well, has it not? I suppose we should thank you, Lenore said, rising from where she'd been staring listlessly into the fire. If you know what is good for you, I suppose you should. Flemeth folded her arms. Cetadel looked around at her companions. They looked battered, and worn, but alive. We can't be safe here. Where are all the Darkspawn? Flemeth shrugged carelessly. The largest part of the horde has moved on. We are safe enough for now. She smiled. Old Flemeth knows a thing or two about hiding. The longer you are here, the less that is true, however. These things will notice you eventually. We need to stop this blight somehow. Jarotha's voice was quiet, but resolute. Alistair shook his head angrily. We need to bring Loghain to judgment. Why would he do this? Now that is a good question. Flemeth tapped her bottom lip thoughtfully. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat. The archdemon, Alistair said. Lenore picked up her staff. We should contact the rest of the Grey Wardens. Kaelin already summoned them, Alistair said. They'll come if they can. He ran a hand through his hair. But I expect Loghain has already taken steps to stop them. We must assume they won't arrive in time. What is this archdemon, exactly? Braska asked, folding his arms. Flemeth gave them a solemn look. It is said that, long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancient Tevinter Imperium to slumber in prisons deep beneath the surface. An archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by Darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing. And only fools ignore history. What would the Terran hope to gain by betraying the king? Burhan asked. The throne. He's the queen's father. Alistair ran his hand over the hilt of his sword. Still, I can't see how he'll get away with murder. You speak as if he would be the first king to gain his throne that way. Flemeth waved a hand at him. Grow up, boy. Alistair turned towards her, his voice angry. If Arleman knew what he did, he would never stand for it. The Landsmeet would never stand for it. There would be civil war. Arleman. Cathiel rose to stand next to Alistair. The Arl of Redcliffe. Alistair looked back at her thoughtfully. I suppose. He nodded. Arleman wasn't at Ostagar, he still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man. What about those treaties Flemeth gave us? Jarotha's voice held a note of irritation. Flemeth gave him a sidelong look, and smirked. See? There is a smart lad. Of course. Alistair smacked himself in the forehead. The treaties. Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight. I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arleman, and who knows what else, this sounds like an army to me. Why not? Cetadel injected bravado into her voice, and lifted her chin challengingly as she looked at her companions. Isn't that what Grey Wardens do? It was what he'd do, were he here. So you are set, then? Ready to be Grey Wardens? Yes. Thank you for everything, Flemeth. No, thank you. She waved her hands dismissively. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I now. An odd smile lit her face. Before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you. Morrigan emerged from the hut. The stew is bubbling, mother dear. Shall we have guests for the eve, or none? The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them. Such a shame, Morrigan started to drawl. She blinked. What? You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears. Flemeth threw back her head and laughed. Cetadel looked at the dumbstruck young witch. Thank you, but if Morrigan doesn't wish to join us. Flemeth overrode the objection with a careless gesture. Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the hordes. Have I no say in this? Morrigan glared. You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives. Cetadel gritted her teeth, then nodded. Very well, we'll take her with us. Not to. Alistair shook his head. Look, a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate. Flemeth arched an eyebrow at him. If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower. Alistair withered a bit under her gaze. Point taken. Mother. Morrigan shook her head. This is not how I wanted this. I am not even ready. You must be ready. Alone, these people must unite Ferelden against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the blight. Even I. Morrigan folded her arms and nodded. Understand. And you, Wardens. Flemeth looked at Setida. Do you understand? Her eyes went to where Jarath was standing next to her. I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed. I understand, Setida said. Allow me to get my things, if you please. Morrigan sighed and stalked back into the hut. Morrigan re-emerged from the hut carrying 2 small packs. She threw one at Jarath, and he caught it easily before moving the strap to his shoulder. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. 'Tis not far, and you will find much you need there. She twisted the staff in her hands and gave her mother an annoyed look. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours. I think we should just get underway, Setida said. Farewell, mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut. Bah. Flemeth waved a hand at her. 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight. Morrigan caught herself. All I meant was. Flemeth smiled. Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear. Setida gave the group a cursory once-over, then nodded. Let's head to this village of yours then, Morrigan. Lenore gave Setida a cursory once-over. Well, I suppose Flemeth does know her healing. Setida smiled. I take it I was in rough shape. Lenore nodded. If we'd been limited to my healing skills, you'd be dead now. They just kept coming. Setida thought back to the fight. I lost sight of Alistair and Cathiel when the emissary started casting. I caught an arrow in the chest when they first started coming. Braska tried to keep any from getting closer to me, but they overwhelmed him. I saw you take the hit from a genlock. It was about to finish you off, but Jarath cut it down. Lenore frowned briefly. In the haze, it had almost seemed. She shrugged. Then something hit me and I passed out. Woke up in Flemeth's hut, and she had me finish tending to Bruhan. She looked Setida over again. Jarath had to cut your armor off before she could tend to you. He mentioned that. Did he say how she rescued us? He said he got hit in the head and the last few seconds of the fight were a bit of a blur. He did say. Sympathy filled Lenore's face. He said she tried to get to Duncan first, but it was too late. Setida closed her eyes a moment, then nodded. Will you start making a list of supplies we are going to need? Of course, Lenore replied. Bruhan cast his senses around. Nothing within my range. Perhaps we could risk a fire. Could do with some warm, Braska said. He gave Lenore a worried look. The mage was almost dragging. And some rest. Keep the fire small, Setida said. Alistair slumped against a tree, then let himself slide to the ground. Cathiel sat next to him, her own face bleak. Bruhan knelt and began building the fire. Morrigan lit it with a gesture from her staff as soon as he'd finished gathering the wood. I will get water, she said as she disappeared into the forest. Jarath removed the pack from his shoulder and offered it to Bruhan. Bruhan took it, and removed a small pot from within. He went through the rest of the pack, and took out some dried herbs and jerky. Then he set about making a stew. I'll take first watch, Setida said. Jarath shook his head at her. You are still healing. I've got it. You sure? He nodded. I'll wake someone when I need sleep. He looked over at where Lenore had her head on Broska's shoulder. Not Lenore. Good. You'd make a terrible frog, Bruin said. When Morrigan returned, he added the water to the pot, and set the stew to heat. He stretched, looking around at the bleak faces of his companions. Silence reigned as they ate communally from the pot, sharing the 2 spoons that were in the pack. Cathiel had to elbow Alistair to get him to eat at all, and Bruin noted Girath did the same for Setida. He rinsed the empty pot, and put it back in the pack. His stomach still felt empty. He stood, staring into the fire. His mind drifted back to his last day with his clan. Setida looked up as the Dalish man began to sing. She didn't have to know the words to understand their meaning as the dirge flowed around her. Bruin's voice was rich as he sang the eulogy, his eyes half closed as he looked into the fire. She saw tears falling from the eyes of both Cathiel and Alistair as the 2 sat together, lost in grief. Broska put an arm around Lenore as the mage leaned against him. She closed her own eyes, and lost herself in Bruin's voice. Chapter 11, A King Falls. The tower was in sight when Bruin suddenly staggered. Fenharil Mogilina. Bruin. Setida asked. Dark spawn. At the tower. He narrowed his eyes in concentration, then shook his head. A lot of them. Setida drew her sword. Maybe sending 7 of us wasn't that bad an idea. Let's go, Alistair said, drawing his own blade. Broska stayed by Lenore, preventing any darkspawn from closing with the mage as she slung her spells. She sent a ball of fire at a ballista being aimed by a darkspawn, sending pieces of wood in her lock flying. To her left, Alistair and Bruin were moving forward as Cathiel fired arrows rapidly. She retrieved them as she moved. Setida was to her right, using her shield as a weapon as much as her sword. She'd lost sight of Girath, and had to hope the kid was still up and fighting. She ducked as a bolt of lightning came at her. An emissary was aiming his staff for another blast. A foot of blade suddenly emerged from the emissary's mouth, then Girath pulled his sword free. Lenore wondered how the hell he'd managed to get up there, then shrugged and downed a lyrium potion before moving back into the fray. Girath was downing a rather well-armed Hurlock as they made it to the door. Setida looked at Bruin. Numbers. Dozens inside, Bruin replied. Different kinds. A few feel like those casters. He growled. Finethis. Shit, Broska said. Setida nodded agreement. We move as a team. Focus on getting to the beacon. She looked at Girath. You and I will take point. Broska, stick with Lenore. Alistair, Bruin, you bring up the rear, keep Cathiel free to shoot. I'm low on. Cathiel trailed off as Girath offered her 2 quivers. Never mind. Hold up, Broska whispered. Setida held up a fist, and the group stopped. She raised an eyebrow at him. He pointed. Trap. Gimme a sec. He slid in and used his dagger to take care of the tripwire. It only took him a moment. He nodded to Setida, then moved back to guard Lenore. Setida gestured with the fist at the others, then held up a finger before signaling Girath. The 2 of them circled around the barrels to the other side of the large group of darkspawn. Now! Setida yelled, and Lenore sent a fireball into the group. Bruin and Alistair charged in as Setida and Girath came from the other side. Broska brought his mace down on a genlock that tried to close with the mage and archer as the 2 kept up a stream of fire. A moment later, the spawn were down. Setida looked at Bruin. More above, he said. He concentrated. 4 groups, a few stragglers. And something weird. Something weird? You can't be more specific. Alistair asked. I'll know what it is next time, Bruin replied. Keep moving, Setida ordered. Setida held up a fist again, then looked from Cathiel's Maberry to the Maberry still in their cages. She looked at Girath, then pointed at the cage lever. He nodded, and moved forward cautiously. The spawn started to sniff the air as they caught the sense of the warden. The elf abandoned stealth for speed, and leaped from floor to barrel to the top of the cages, running lightly on the bars before jumping down and moving the lever. The rest of the wardens closed as the Maberry surged out of their cages and started tearing into the spawn. Cathiel gave a joyful laugh as her own Maberry tore the throat out of a genlock. Setida saw Jaroth get surrounded and was moving to his aid when the elf solved the problem by simply tumbling between the legs of the Hurlock and rolling back to his feet before taking the Hurlock's head from its shoulders. She shook her head and smiled before using her shield to parry a blow from another Hurlock. More darkspawn came out of the rooms ahead, and the dogs gleefully bounded alongside the wardens into the fray. "Good boy," Setida told one as it pulled an emissary to the ground. Alistair looked to Bruhin, who indicated the number of darkspawn in the next room, before looking to Setida. She nodded, and he kicked the door open. Jaroth moved in beside him, a sword in each hand, and put the blades to lethal effect. By the time Braska and Lenore had caught up, the room was clear. Cathiel turned to the dogs. "Guard," she ordered. The dogs immediately headed back down the corridor. She looked to Setida. "If anything else comes in from that hole, they'll buy us time." "Good thinking. Bruhin, what's above us?" "More of the same. And the weird thing still." "Let me know as soon as you know what the weird thing is." Jarotha's hand pulled her back just as the ballista bolt went through the area she was standing. She cursed. "They've got the corridor covered. I can send a spell through." Lenore started to step forward. "They'll skewer you while you take aim," Setida said. She frowned, then looked at Jaroth. She'd seen him move a few times now. "Maybe. Can you?" she asked. He nodded. "Go." He stepped backwards and got a running start, kicking off the wall to enter the corridor from several feet off the ground. The two bolts both pierced the air a full foot too low to hit. He landed and rolled without stopping, coming back to his feet in a smooth motion. He used one ballista as a mounting horse, up and over to bring his blade down on the archer. The other genlock didn't even get its sword out before the elf ran him through. Setida and the others caught up. "Wow," Alistair said. "So that's why Duncan recruited you." "Bruhin. Maybe a dozen left. And the weird thing?" "Yes." The ogre's teeth tore the spine out of one of the hapless soldiers. It turned as they entered. Blood dripped from its face. "That's the weird thing?" Setida asked. "By the Dread Wolf?" Bruhin whispered. "I'll take that as a yes," Setida replied. More darkspawn moved towards them. "Lenore, get the emissary." The mage gave her a tired nod, and began to form the spell. The wardens moved forward. Bruhin moved with her, attempting to flank the ogre. She started to dart in, and the ogre simply backhanded Bruhin, sending the elf flying into a stack of barrels. Setida dodged a swing from the ogre's club, rolling away. She spared Bruhin a glance and saw him moving. Alistair charged from the ogre's other side. It spun, knocking the man off his feet with a glancing blow before raising its club over its head. Then it let out a howl as Jaroth landed on its back, stabbing with both swords. It spun, but the elf managed to stay put as the ogre flailed at him. Setida took advantage of the opening to charge in and drive her blade into its gut. It knocked her aside, but its blow was too weak to do more than daze her. It started to step towards her, and Jaroth drove one of his swords through the back of its neck. Alistair narrowly managed to roll out of its way as it fell forward. Jaroth remained kneeling on its back for a moment before pulling his blades free. Setida touched her forehead. Her fingers came away red. "Get the fire going. Lenore, see to Bruhin." "Setida, there are more coming from below," Bruhin reported as Lenore worked the healing spell over him. "A lot more." Braska got the fire lit. "There. All right, form up," Setida ordered. "We've got to carve through these things if we want to go back up the hammer." She heard Bruhin let out a string of Elvish before he shook his head. "We may need the hammer to back us up," he said. Jaroth saw Lenore take an arrow to the shoulder. Braska moved to defend the mage. Alistair and Cathiel were back to back. She'd run out of arrows, and had a darkspawn blade in her hands. A blast from an emissary took both off their feet, sending them flying into the wall. He heard Setida curse as another ogre simply caught Braska up and threw him at Bruhin. Instinct guided Jarotha's sword as he moved through the field. Part of his mind counted. 10. 11. A genlock got past Setida's guard. 12. She tried to counter, and its mace rang against her helmet. The dwarf fell. More streamed in from the door. He took a breath, and then let the rage take him. He heard a beat of wings. Black blood dripped from both his blades. His side burned, sticky with blood from where he'd taken a glancing blow from a hurlock's blade. My, what have we here? He turned to see the old woman from the wilds. She stepped neatly into the tower from the balcony. A bit more to you than meets the eye, She knelt briefly next to Alistair and felt for the man's pulse. Alive. He blinked at her, then went to Setida. She lay in a spreading pool of red, but she was still breathing. He tightened the strap to her breastplate, using the armor to stem the flow of blood. Come, lad, the woman said. Bring him. She gestured at Alistair. There is little enough time. Jarath shook his head, trying to make sense of what was happening. The rage whispered in his mind, words too soft and low for him to understand. He looked down at Setida. What about the others? They are unnecessary. Jarath shook his head. He looked at her again. Something was off, wrong. They are still alive. Not for much longer, I think. There is more red outside than in. You could heal them. We are pressed for time, boy. Bring the prince, and let's go. Jarath glanced at Alistair, then shook his head again. You. He came forward, blocking her path to the balcony. We aren't leaving without them. He said, holding his blades ready. She cocked her head to one side appraisingly. You would stand against me? She smiled slowly. Do you know what I am, lad? He met her eyes. Something swirled behind them. Powerful, Jarath responded. He took a breath. And pressed for time. She smiled lazily, and looked down at the wounded wardens. This is quite the effort you wish me to put forth. 5 wardens. Are you certain you wish to be in my debt, boy? We wouldn't be having this conversation at all if you didn't need me for something, Jarath replied. Whatever it is you have in mind. He looked at the others before meeting her eyes. I can't do it alone. You are a clever one. She nodded to herself, pleased. 5 favors. And you will not tell them how they were rescued from the tower, nor of the bargain between us. She moved among the wardens quickly, touching each. They will live long enough for me to tend them back at my hut. She gave him a sharp look. You did not tell me your name, earlier. I am Jarath, ma'am. Ma'am. She laughed. He challenges me, then becomes polite once more. Do you know who I am, Jarath? Burhan called you Ashabelener. Something in the back of his mind whispered. The woman of many years. Some call me that. You may call me Flemeth. She rose from Lenor's side. Gather them. And I will need that as well, she said, gesturing lazily at a banner. Jarath was already moving, gathering the banner. He could feel Darkspawn approaching. At Flemeth's direction, he laid the wardens onto the banner. He set Griffin next to Cathiel, and Flemeth gave him an amused look. How do you? He started to ask. Flemeth leaned her head back and rolled it from side to side before she let the dragon form take her. She grabbed the ends of the banner in each of her claws, then leaned her head down to where Jarath stood. Without hesitation, he climbed onto her neck and settled himself securely. With a beat of her wings, she took flight. He looked down over the carnage of the battle. The anvil had been destroyed. The hammer was absent the field. Fire spread where the laborers' tents had been, and even this high in the air he could hear the screams of the dying. The smoke carried the scent of burned flesh and charred bone. Even the rage felt weary at the sight. A minute later, they were clear of the scene. The dragon backwinged as she approached the hut, and he leaped down from her neck, grunting as he landed. He moved to the banner, helping her set the wardens down gently. Morrigan emerged from the hut. She raised an eyebrow. You were successful, I see. Flemeth returned to her human form and laughed before calling out instructions. They are wounded, girl, and will need tending. See to those, she said, gesturing at the less damaged wardens. You, she said to Jarath, bring the dwarf and the other elf into the hut. Jarath nodded, and obeyed. Flemeth put both hands on Bruhin's head, and Jarath saw her hands and eyes glow briefly as the elf's breathing steadied. Flemeth then came to stand next to Setida, and shook her head. "The armor is all that is holding her together," she said. "I will stabilize her while you remove it," she directed, handing him a knife. Her hands glowed briefly. He kept his hands where she directed as she finished closing Setida's wounds. "She'll live?" he asked. Flemeth reached out and caught his chin in a hand still wet with Setida's blood, turning him to look at her. He forced himself not to pull back as she examined him. "You took wounds," she said, without releasing him. "Scratches," he replied. "Some bruises." She nodded, but did not release him. "As I said, you will not tell them how they were retrieved from the tower, nor will you tell anyone of the bargain between us." "What would you have me tell them?" he asked. "I'm sure a clever boy like you will think of something," she smiled. She turned her head to one side. "I would have expected you to be one of the people," she said softly, then released him. He stepped back from her, wiping away the mark she'd left on his chin. "What favors do you ask of me?" She laughed. "In due time, my boy. In due time." Setida opened her eyes. Above her she saw wooden beams, hanging with herbs. She blinked, and sat up. "Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased," Morrigan said, coming over to the bed. "What happened to the dark spawn?" Setida asked. The last thing she remembered was a genlock charging at her. "You were injured, and then Mother rescued you. Do you not remember?" "Wait." She furrowed her brow. "This was no healer tent. What happened to the army?" "To the king. The man who is to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Some of your friends," Morrigan glanced at the door, "are not taking it well." Her blood went cold. "What happened to the Grey Wardens? And the king? And—" She couldn't bring herself to say his name. From the other side of the room she heard Jaratha's voice. "They are gone, Setida." She turned to look at him, and he sighed. "All of them." His face held no expression. "All." Her voice was small. "Your friends are outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke." Jarath looked up at the witch. "Thank you for your help, Morrigan." "I." She gave him a small smile. "You are welcome, though Mother did most of the work. I am no healer. Mother is outside when you are ready. I will stay and make something to eat." She walked off to another part of the hut. Jarath stood, and came over to sit on the edge of the bed. Setida looked up at him. "How did she manage to rescue us, exactly?" He looked in the direction the swamp witch had gone. "I am still working on grasping that one. Who else survived?" "All of us that were in the tower. Even managed to get Griffin out. He's heavy." Jarath hung his head a moment, then sighed. "I got hit in the head. It's all still a bit blurry. Some stragglers and a few of the ones on the outskirts of the battle may have gotten away. The valley is—" He shook his head. "Not a pretty sight. Then Duncan may have—" She searched his face for any sign of hope. "He's gone, Setida. He would not leave the king's side." Setida closed her eyes for several moments, then took a deep breath and forced the tears away. "What shape are the others in?" "Bruhin was hurt badly, but he woke up an hour ago and is moving around. Everyone else was moving at breakfast time." He twitched a shoulder. "Bruhin's armor is a loss, and his axe is still somewhere in the tower. We had to cut your armor off you. Braska lost all his knives, but somehow managed to hang onto his mace. Morrigan gave Lenore a new staff. Alistair lost his blade, but has the one we took out of Braska. I lost my short sword, but acquired a Darkspawn axe at some point." She nodded. "Resupplying may need to be our first priority now. Is there?" He handed her a dress that had been cut down to her side, then stood and faced the wall so she could dress. It fit awkwardly, but made her decent. "All right, let's go see what the Witch of the Wild wants with us." Alistair scrambled to his feet as soon as she exited the hut. Flemeth turned towards him. See? Here are your fellow Grey Wardens. You worry too much, young man. You. Alistair smiled. You're alive. His eyes met hers. I thought you were dead for sure. I'm fine. She saw her grief reflected in his eyes. I appreciate your concern. This doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower. He turned towards her. She scoffed at him. Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad. I didn't mean. He shook his head. But what do we call you? You never told us your name. Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do. The Flemeth from the legends? Davith was right, you're a witch of the wilds, aren't you? And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you all well, has it not? I suppose we should thank you, Lenore said, rising from where she'd been staring listlessly into the fire. If you know what is good for you, I suppose you should. Flemeth folded her arms. Cetadel looked around at her companions. They looked battered, and worn, but alive. We can't be safe here. Where are all the Darkspawn? Flemeth shrugged carelessly. The largest part of the horde has moved on. We are safe enough for now. She smiled. Old Flemeth knows a thing or two about hiding. The longer you are here, the less that is true, however. These things will notice you eventually. We need to stop this blight somehow. Jarotha's voice was quiet, but resolute. Alistair shook his head angrily. We need to bring Loghain to judgment. Why would he do this? Now that is a good question. Flemeth tapped her bottom lip thoughtfully. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat. The archdemon, Alistair said. Lenore picked up her staff. We should contact the rest of the Grey Wardens. Kaelin already summoned them, Alistair said. They'll come if they can. He ran a hand through his hair. But I expect Loghain has already taken steps to stop them. We must assume they won't arrive in time. What is this archdemon, exactly? Braska asked, folding his arms. Flemeth gave them a solemn look. It is said that, long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancient Tevinter Imperium to slumber in prisons deep beneath the surface. An archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by Darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing. And only fools ignore history. What would the Terran hope to gain by betraying the king? Burhan asked. The throne. He's the queen's father. Alistair ran his hand over the hilt of his sword. Still, I can't see how he'll get away with murder. You speak as if he would be the first king to gain his throne that way. Flemeth waved a hand at him. Grow up, boy. Alistair turned towards her, his voice angry. If Arleman knew what he did, he would never stand for it. The Landsmeet would never stand for it. There would be civil war. Arleman. Cathiel rose to stand next to Alistair. The Arl of Redcliffe. Alistair looked back at her thoughtfully. I suppose. He nodded. Arleman wasn't at Ostagar, he still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man. What about those treaties Flemeth gave us? Jarotha's voice held a note of irritation. Flemeth gave him a sidelong look, and smirked. See? There is a smart lad. Of course. Alistair smacked himself in the forehead. The treaties. Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight. I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arleman, and who knows what else, this sounds like an army to me. Why not? Cetadel injected bravado into her voice, and lifted her chin challengingly as she looked at her companions. Isn't that what Grey Wardens do? It was what he'd do, were he here. So you are set, then? Ready to be Grey Wardens? Yes. Thank you for everything, Flemeth. No, thank you. She waved her hands dismissively. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I now. An odd smile lit her face. Before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you. Morrigan emerged from the hut. The stew is bubbling, mother dear. Shall we have guests for the eve, or none? The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them. Such a shame, Morrigan started to drawl. She blinked. What? You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears. Flemeth threw back her head and laughed. Cetadel looked at the dumbstruck young witch. Thank you, but if Morrigan doesn't wish to join us. Flemeth overrode the objection with a careless gesture. Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the hordes. Have I no say in this? Morrigan glared. You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives. Cetadel gritted her teeth, then nodded. Very well, we'll take her with us. Not to. Alistair shook his head. Look, a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate. Flemeth arched an eyebrow at him. If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower. Alistair withered a bit under her gaze. Point taken. Mother. Morrigan shook her head. This is not how I wanted this. I am not even ready. You must be ready. Alone, these people must unite Ferelden against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the blight. Even I. Morrigan folded her arms and nodded. Understand. And you, Wardens. Flemeth looked at Cetadel. Do you understand? Her eyes went to where Jarath was standing next to her. I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed. I understand, Cetadel said. Allow me to get my things, if you please. Morrigan sighed and stalked back into the hut. Morrigan re-emerged from the hut carrying 2 small packs. She threw one at Jarath, and he caught it easily before moving the strap to his shoulder. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. 'Tis not far, and you will find much you need there. She twisted the staff in her hands and gave her mother an annoyed look. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours. I think we should just get underway, Cetadel said. Farewell, mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut. Bah. Flemeth waved a hand at her. 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight. Morrigan caught herself. All I meant was. Flemeth smiled. Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear. Cetadel gave the group a cursory once-over, then nodded. Let's head to this village of yours then, Morrigan. Lenore gave Cetadel a cursory once-over. Well, I suppose Flemeth does know her healing. Cetadel smiled. I take it I was in rough shape. Lenore nodded. If we'd been limited to my healing skills, you'd be dead now. They just kept coming. Cetadel thought back to the fight. I lost sight of Alistair and Cathiel when the emissary started casting. I caught an arrow in the chest when they first started coming. Braska tried to keep any from getting closer to me, but they overwhelmed him. I saw you take the hit from a genlock. It was about to finish you off, but Jarath cut it down. Lenore frowned briefly. In the haze, it had almost seemed. She shrugged. Then something hit me and I passed out. Woke up in Flemeth's hut, and she had me finish tending to Bruhan. She looked Cetadel over again. Jarath had to cut your armor off before she could tend to you. He mentioned that. Did he say how she rescued us? He said he got hit in the head and the last few seconds of the fight were a bit of a blur. He did say. Sympathy filled Lenore's face. He said she tried to get to Duncan first, but it was too late. Cetadel closed her eyes a moment, then nodded. Will you start making a list of supplies we are going to need? Of course, Lenore replied. Bruhin cast his senses around. Nothing within my range. Perhaps we could risk a fire. Could do with some warm, Braska said. He gave Lenore a worried look. The mage was almost dragging. And some rest. Keep the fire small, Setida said. Alistair slumped against a tree, then let himself slide to the ground. Cathiel sat next to him, her own face bleak. Bruhin knelt and began building the fire. Morrigan lit it with a gesture from her staff as soon as he'd finished gathering the wood. I will get water, she said as she disappeared into the forest. Jarath removed the pack from his shoulder and offered it to Bruhin. Bruhin took it, and removed a small pot from within. He went through the rest of the pack, and took out some dried herbs and jerky. Then he set about making a stew. I'll take first watch, Setida said. Jarath shook his head at her. You are still healing. I've got it. You sure? He nodded. I'll wake someone when I need sleep. He looked over at where Lenore had her head on Braska's shoulder. Not Lenore. Good. You'd make a terrible frog, Bruhin said. When Morrigan returned, he added the water to the pot, and set the stew to heat. He stretched, looking around at the bleak faces of his companions. Silence reigned as they ate communally from the pot, sharing the 2 spoons that were in the pack. Cathiel had to elbow Alistair to get him to eat at all, and Bruhin noted Jarath did the same for Setida. He rinsed the empty pot, and put it back in the pack. His stomach still felt empty. He stood, staring into the fire. His mind drifted back to his last day with his clan. Setida looked up as the Dalish man began to sing. She didn't have to know the words to understand their meaning as the dirge flowed around her. Bruhin's voice was rich as he sang the eulogy, his eyes half closed as he looked into the fire. She saw tears falling from the eyes of both Cathiel and Alistair as the 2 sat together, lost in grief. Braska put an arm around Lenore as the mage leaned against him. She closed her own eyes, and lost herself in Bruhin's voice. Chapter 13, Red Cliff Village. We should be at Red Cliff in time for lunch, Alistair said as they broke camp. Good, Braska said. Could do with a pint or 4. Save some for the rest of us, Lenore said as she slung her pack over her shoulder. Setida looked around. Our leman should be an ally, but we still don't know what kind of reception we are going to get in Red Cliff. She considered a moment. Bruhin and Leliana, you take point. What do you know of this place? Bruhin asked as they walked ahead of the others. Red Cliff. Leliana considered a moment. I know little of it, except that it is the domain of the Jarl of Red Cliff. She shrugged. Red Cliff. She lifted her head, then gave it a slight shake. I wonder how the name came to be. Is the clay here red? There are places in this world where the clay is a bright, strange red, and often, in the legends of such places, it is the red of blood. The blood of 1,000 men slaughtered in battle, or that of an innocent unjustly slain, it stains the land that it may never be forgotten. Perhaps Red Cliff has one such tale. She nodded. But I do not know it. At the base of the Frostbacks, where they meet the wilds, there is a place where the trees leaf in red. It is where the witch, Iserya, tricked the brothers Jiller and Aitlayan into fighting each other. Aitlayan feared his brother had fallen under her spell. Jiller saw only her beauty, and was too proud to believe that he had been deceived. Enraged, he attacked his brother, and dealt a mortal blow. It was only when he heard Iserya's laughter that he realized what he had done. Leliana raised an eyebrow. I would like to hear this story. There are several versions of the song. Most versions have Jiller giving in to his rage, and chasing the pride demon Iserya across the sky. She smiled at him. Have you ever seen this place? From a distance only. Our keeper did not allow us to venture near. The veil is thin there, she said. He glanced back over his shoulder. He could not see the others, but he could still sense their presence behind him. If he concentrated, he could tell which of them was which. It felt odd sometimes. He turned back to Leliana. This vision of yours. I knew this would come up sooner or later. She sighed. I don't know how to explain, but I had a dream, Leliana gestured as she spoke. In it there was an impenetrable darkness, she waved a hand. It was so dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. Her eyes grew distant with memory. I stood on a peak and watched as the darkness consumed everything. She spread her hands. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, She shivered slightly. I fell, and the darkness drew me in. You dreamed of the blight. There was a bit of sympathy in his voice. His dreams of late had been. I suppose I did. That was what the darkness was, no. She rubbed her arms as if warding off a chill. When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do. But that day, the rose bush in the corner had flowered. Her voice dropped almost to a whisper. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw, but there it was, a single, beautiful rose. She smiled. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith. He found himself drawn in by the sincere emotion in her voice, and smiled. And this made you want to help us. In my dream, I fell, or... She took a deep breath. Or maybe I jumped. She gave a small smile. I'd do anything to stop the blight. I know that we can do it. She spread her hands. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the blight devours? She waved a hand. Everything. I suppose I couldn't sit by either. She touched his shoulder lightly. That is why you are a Grey Warden. He blinked, then looked up at the sky. Then he smiled. Maybe she was right. Sedida nodded as Leliana returned to say that Brujin had sighted a settlement ahead. The Chantry sister gave her report, then lengthened her stride to rejoin Brujin. Sedida hitched her pack slightly on her shoulder. Behind her, Alistair spoke up. Look, can we talk for a moment? She turned to look at him. He shuffled his feet, and looked embarrassed. I need to tell you something I probably should have told you earlier. Sedida raised an eyebrow, then frowned. I'm not going to like this, am I? He sighed, and looked from her to Cathiel and then back again. I don't know. I doubt it. I've never liked it, that's for sure. He ran a hand through his hair. I told you before how Arleman raised me, right? That my mother was a serving girl at the castle and he took me in. Sedida felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Alistair continued. The reason he did that was because... He looked away, twisted his foot, and his expression became pained. Well, because my father was King Merrick. Which made Kaelin my... He grimaced. Half-brother, I suppose. Sedida put a hand to her face. Cathiel just stared at him. So. Her lips twitched. You're not just a bastard, Cathiel said, but a royal bastard. Alistair let out a small laugh. Yes, I guess it does at that. I should use that line more often. Why did you wait to tell me this? Sedida asked. I would have told you, but... Alistair shifted uncomfortably under her glare. It never really meant anything to me. I was inconvenient, a possible threat to Kaelin's rule, and so they kept me secret. I've never talked about it to anyone. He wasn't quite able to meet her eyes. Everyone who knew either resented me for it or they coddled me. He gestured in frustration. Even Duncan kept me out of the fighting because of it. I didn't want you to know, as long as possible. He swallowed. I'm sorry. Sedida considered a moment. Does Loghain know? Why wouldn't he? He was King Merrick's best friend. I don't know if that means anything, though. He shook his head. I certainly never considered the idea that it might ever be important. She stared at him. For a moment, she gave serious consideration to calling Jarath or Sten to hold Alistair so that she could attempt to beat sense into him. Then she sighed. I think I understand. He sighed. Good. I'm glad. It's not like I got special treatment for it, anyhow. Sedida nearly gave in to the idea of smacking him again. He'd been sent from the fight with 6 warden bodyguards, and still didn't think he got special treatment. At least Kaelin's actions made some sense to her now. He continued speaking. At any rate, that's it. That's what I had to tell you. I thought you should know about it. Are you sure? Cathiel asked. You're not hiding anything else. Besides my unholy love of fine cheeses and a minor obsession with my hair, no. That's it. Just the prince thing. You're a prince. Somehow I find that very. Cathiel smiled teasingly. Thrilling. Oh. Did I just find the one damn decent thing about my birthright? I think I did. Alistair smiled back. Setida decided she was going to just start hitting both of them. Then what Cathiel had said earlier came back to mind. You're heir to the throne, then? Setida asked. Actual panic showed on Alistair's face. Let's hope not. I'm the son of a commoner, and a Grey Warden to boot. It was made very clear to me early on that there was no room for me raising any rebellions or such nonsense. And that's fine by me. No, if there's an heir to be found, it's Arleman himself. He's not of royal blood, but he is Kaelin's uncle. He waved a hand. And more importantly, very popular with the people. He frowned. Though. His eyes showed his concern. If he's really as sick as we've heard. He shook his head. No, I don't want to think about that. I really don't. He shuffled his feet again. So there you have it. Now can we move on, and I'll just pretend you still think I'm some. He shrugged. Nobody who was too lucky to die with the rest of the Grey Wardens. And what does that make us? Setida asked dryly. Inwardly, she was a bit relieved. At least now she had the makings of a backup plan if Arleman was unable to help them. Alistair smiled. The reason I think we have a chance of setting things right. They caught up with Bruhan a couple minutes later. He pointed. City ahead. He glanced back at Setida. Something's off. Darkspawn. No. Just. He shrugged. Maybe it's just me not liking cities. She looked at him for a moment, then glanced back at the others. Everyone be on your guard. She considered. Jarath, Morrigan, you two stay back a bit. I'll signal if there is trouble. Braska, Bruhan, eyes open. Lenore, keep your eyes and whatever you mages use to sniff out magic open. Sten, look big and scary. Let's go. A man came across the bridge to meet them. Rather than be intimidated by the party approaching him, he actually looked relieved. I thought I saw travelers coming down the road, though I scarcely believed it. His voice was incredulous. Have you come to help us? Setida glanced over her shoulder at Alistair. Alistair only shrugged in response. What do you mean? She asked. Is there a problem? So you. He blinked. Don't know? Has nobody out there heard? I've heard Arleman is sick, if that's what you mean. He could be dead, for all we know. Nobody's heard from the castle in days. He wrung his hands. We're under attack. Monsters come out of the castle every night and attack us until dawn. Everyone's been fighting, and dying. He shook his head. We've no army to defend us, no Arl and no king to send us help. So many are dead, and those left are terrified they're next. Alistair spoke up. Hold on. What is this evil that's attacking you? I don't rightly know, I'm sorry. Nobody does. He looked back over his shoulder. I should take you to Bantegan. He's all that's holding us together. He'll want to see you. He's just over there in the chantry. Please, come. Setida glanced at the others, then signaled for Jarath and Morrigan to join them. We're coming. The man, Tamash, led them into the chantry. Wounded people were everywhere, and children huddled together under the watchful eyes of bedraggled parents. Their small party garnered stares, and Setida found herself a little intimidated by the hope she could see starting to dawn on some of the faces. It's a man in slightly finer clothes than the others looked up as they entered. Tamash, yes? And who are these people with you? He looked them over. They're obviously not simple travelers. No, my lord, Tamash said. They just arrived, and I thought you would want to see them. Well done, Tamash. He gave them an appraising look, then met Setida's eyes. Greetings, friends. My name is Tegan, Ban of Rainisfer, brother to the Jarl. I remember you, Ban Tegan, Alistair said. Though the last time we met I was a lot younger and... His voice became slightly embarrassed. Covered in mud. Covered in mud. Recognition dawned on Tegan's face, and he smiled widely. Alistair. Is you, isn't it? You're alive. This is wonderful news. Still alive, yes, though not for long if Tairn Loghain has anything to say about it. Indeed. Tegan's voice was grim. Loghain would have us believe all Grey Wardens died along with my nephew, amongst other things. Setida smiled. You don't believe Loghain's lies. Tegan actually snorted. What, that he pulled his men in order to save them? That Kaelin risked everything in the name of glory? Hardly. His voice was bitter. Loghain calls the Grey Wardens traitors, murderers of the king. I don't believe it. It is an act of a desperate man. So, you are a Grey Warden as well? A pleasure you meet you. I wish it were under better circumstances. Alistair quickly stepped in to make introductions. Setida smiled. She found herself rather liking this Tegan. He reminded her a bit of Gorim. Tegan gave them all a slight bow. You're here to see my brother? Unfortunately, that might be a problem. Eamon is gravely ill. He sighed. No one has heard from the castle in days. No guards patrol the walls, and no one has responded to my shouts. The attacks started a few nights ago. Evil things surged from the castle. We drove them back, but many perished during the assault. What evil things are you talking about? Setida asked. Some call them the Walking Dead, decomposing corpses returning to life with a hunger for human flesh. Ban Tegan gave a small shudder. They hit again the next night. Each night they come, with greater numbers. He shook his head grimly. With Kaelin dead and Loghain starting a war over the throne, no one responds to my urgent calls for help. I have a feeling tonight's assault will be the worst yet. His eyes went to Alistair. Alistair, I hate to ask, but I desperately need the help of you and your friends. It isn't just up to me. Alistair looked at Setida, his own face desperate. Though the Grey Wardens don't stand much chance against Loghain without Arleman. Setida gave him a reassuring nod. Of course we'll help. She heard Morrigan mutter something that sounded disapproving. Sten's voice she could actually make out. There are no Darkspawn here, and nothing to gain. It is a fool's errand. Setida channeled 25 years of growing up in the royal palace into her voice as she turned to look at him. If there's a chance to rescue the Jarl, we have to try. If there was a chance to salvage the reputation of the Grey Wardens and turn the surviving people into an army, they had to try. Perhaps, Sten said. He looked as if he wanted to say something else, but went silent instead. Thank you. Tegan said, hope finally entering his face. Thank you, this means more to me than you can guess. He looked around. Now, then. There is much to do before night falls. I've put 2 men in charge of the defense outside. Murdoch, the village mayor, is outside the chantry. Ser Perth, one of Eamon's knights, is just up the cliff at the windmill, watching the castle. You may discuss with them the preparations for the coming battle. Setida nodded, then turned to her companions. Lenore, see what you can do about tending to the wounded. Get as many people on their feet as you can. Morrigan, help her. The rest of you, with me. After talking with Murdoch, Setida began giving directions to the rest of the wardens. She sent Bruhan to check along the path the dead used, and to possibly set up some of Broska's traps. Leliana accompanied him. Jarath, Sten, and Broska she sent to round up any more potential defenders. Flanked by Alistair and Cathiel, she went to go speak with the blacksmith. Broska followed Jarath into the first house. The Qunari stayed at the back, watching the door. That dresser appears to be breathing, Broska observed dryly. From inside the dresser, a voice yelled, Go away. This isn't your home. Sten folded his arms. A small human. I say burn it out. Broska grinned back at him before reaching for the dresser door. The boy was already tumbling out. AHH. What are you doing? All right, I'll come out. Broska tried to keep a straight face. The poor child actually looked terrified. Please don't hurt me. I'll go back to the chantry if you want. I didn't mean any harm. Your sister is looking for you, you know, Jarath said. Broska shot him a questioning look. Jarath twitched a shoulder. The boy hung his head. Didn't want to be at the chantry anymore. Everyone's scared, and I want to be brave. Broska raised an eyebrow at the boy. How is hiding in a dresser being brave? I wasn't always in here. I hid when I heard you coming. I was. He cut himself off. Well, I shouldn't tell you. It's a secret. Are you sure? Maybe I could help you, Broska said. You. His eyes widened. Could? All right. He nodded. I guess. He shrugged. Father said I could have his sword when I grew up. It was grandfather's, and grandfather was a great dragon slayer. He sighed. I thought. He shuffled his feet. If I was brave like grandfather, I could use his sword and... Tears welled up in his eyes. Kill the bad people who killed mother. Broska felt a trace of panic as the kid started to cry. You had the right idea, Jarath said calmly. You are indeed very brave. Thank you, sir, the boy said, his voice hitching from crying. But the sword is too heavy for me. He wiped his nose on his shirt sleeve. Guess I'm not as strong as someone like you. Where is the sword now? Broska asked. In the chest in mother's room. Father gave me a key, but I'm not supposed to give it to anyone. Perhaps I could help you and your sister in return. Jarath offered. The boy's eyes widened hopefully. You could? Maybe you could. He wrung his hands a little. Give my sister money? She said if we had money we'd be all right, even if mother is dead. I'll talk to your sister about it. I promise, Jarath said. All right. Here is the key. I hope you use it to kill a lot of those bad people. He will, Broska told the boy. It's what he does. I should. The boy pointed at the door. Go back to the chantry. Good luck. The boy ran off. Let's see this dragon-slaying sword then, Broska said. He let out a low whistle when Jarath recovered the blade. Fair sight better than that dull thing you took off a bandit. Hang on to it. Heh. This door is locked. Broska fiddled with the lock. And now it's not. He gestured for Sten to keep an eye out, and Jarath followed him into the house. A dwarf, flanked by two tattooed humans, stood in the room. He glared at Broska. Wonderful. Intruders. I hope you've a good reason for breaking and entering into my home. Broska put a smile on his face and spread his hands. Is that how you greet a fellow dwarf? Up here on the surface you'll find we're all the same. And that means unwelcome, even a fellow lowborn like yourself. He gave an annoyed shrug. The name's DWYN. Pleased to meet you. Now, kindly tell me why you're here. Murdoch needs people for the militia. DWYN spat. So? Murdoch's sending a dwarf to do his begging for him? Hoping I'll get all misty-eyed with thoughts of home. He folded his arms. Look, I'll tell you the same thing I told him, I'm not risking my neck for this town. Can't I change your mind? Broska asked, smile still painted on his face. I'll put in a good word for you with Ban Tegan or the Jarl. And what good would that do me? The Jarl's probably dead and I couldn't care less what Tegan thinks of me. What else you got? Broska was trying to think of something when behind him, Jarath's voice came, low and soft. Either die out there, or here, and now. Broska blinked. DWYN looked over Broska's shoulder at the kid, and then, to Broska's surprise, DWYN actually paled a bit. So that's what it comes down to, huh? Fine. I'll go, if you want me out there so badly. Thank you, Broska said. Don't thank me. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this because of you. He spat again. Go tell Murdoch he won. And I better see you out in the square when those creatures come. He walked out the door, flanked by his thugs. Broska raised an eyebrow at Jarath. Jarath just shrugged, and walked out of the room. Huh, Broska said. He glanced at Sten. Junior is a little scary sometimes. He shrugged. Let's round up whoever is in the tavern, and head back. Broska took a bit of pleasure in gouging Lloyd out of free drinks for the militia before sending him off to fight. He looked over his shoulder to see Jarath talking to another elf, and headed in that direction. Look, just because you're an elf doesn't mean we should. The other elf shook his head. Be friends. I was just told to. He caught himself. I mean. He waved a hand. Just leave me alone. Broska narrowed his eyes, then looked at Jarath. Jarath flicked his eyes to Broska, then back at the elf. Broska nodded, and sidled up behind the other elf. What do you mean? Broska asked. What were you told to do? The elf jumped slightly. Nothing. Nobody told me to do anything. Just because you're a Grey Warden doesn't mean you can go around threatening people. And how do you know we are Grey Wardens? Jarath asked, his voice calm. I just. He swallowed. Overheard it. That's all. If you'll excuse me. He started turning away from them. Want to get to the chantry before the sun goes down. Mind explaining this letter I found? Jarath held up a piece of parchment. What? How did you? The elf's eyes widened. You stole that right out of my pocket. Broska grinned widely as the frightened elf babbled at Jarath. So, Junior was a pickpocket. This is more than I bargained for. Look, they just paid me to watch the castle and send word if anything should change. He shook his head desperately. But they never said anything about monsters. I haven't even been able to report anything since this started. I'm stuck, same as you, I swear. Who are they? Broska asked. Who hired you to do this? A tall fellow. I forget his name. The elf ran a hand through his hair as he looked back and forth between Jarath, Broska, and Sten. He, said he was working for How. Arl Rendon How. He's an important man, Tern Loghain's right hand. So I didn't do anything wrong. What are you supposed to watch the castle for? Broska asked. Just to report any changes, honest. All I could send word about was the Arl getting sick. After that, monsters started coming from the castle. So you know how this happened? Tell me now. Broska fingered his mace. I don't know anything about these creatures. When the Arl got sick, I got scared that people would think I was involved. But I swear I don't know anything about it. They sent me to watch. Maybe they knew the Arl would get sick. I don't know. How do I know you are telling the truth? I just thought I was serving the king and making a bit of coin on the side. You have to believe me. Broska nodded. I think you should help defend Redcliffe tonight. Fitting, Sten said. All. The elf nodded. All right. He sent Jarath a terrified look before turning to Broska. I'll do it. Thank you for your mercy, I won't forget it. He scrambled from his seat and practically flew out of the door. What tipped you off? Broska asked Jarath. An elf. Armed. You're an armed elf. Broska considered a moment. Which I guess proves your point. Let's get this to Setida. He grinned. Good fingers. I didn't even see you make the dip. Jarath offered him a purse. Broska took it, and raised an eyebrow. He did say he'd been paid, Jarath said. Broska laughed. She had to agree to rescue a maiden from the castle, but the smith started readying weapons. Ser Perth wanted magical amulets for his guards. A symbol was a symbol. The mother at the chantry was reluctant at first, but between Setida's urging and Lenor's healing everyone in sight, she eventually relented and agreed to provide the knights with charms. The letter Broska gave her just confirmed her earlier suspicions. Cathiel paced angrily. How? It comes back to How. Tern Loghain's right-hand man. She fingered her bowstring. Disturbing news indeed, Tegan said. He looked at Setida. Both Murdoch and Ser Perth are ready for nightfall. We'll take up a position near the path. Burhan, how'd you do with those traps? Found some oil, Burhan said. That should do some of them in. Good work. She nodded to Serapurth as they started taking positions. Lenore, Morrigan, stay back. Focus on healing. Cathiel, Leliana, keep with the mages and use your arrows. Alistair, keep them off the casters and archers. Sten, you, Burhan and I will form a wall. Serapurth, you and yours form the second line. Braska, Jarath, stay mobile and flank where you can. Let's go. Satisfaction lit the faces of both Braska and Burhan as the traps began to thin the numbers. The satisfaction dimmed somewhat as the things kept coming. Beside her, Sten and Burhan set to work with their long blades. She stepped forward, blocking a corpse that attempted to get past Sten's sword and brought her own blade down. Now and then she saw Braska or Jarath dart in and out of the fray. Braska went low, cutting hamstrings and smashing knees, leaving the corpses easy targets for Perth's men or the fire. With a sword in each hand, Jarath resembled nothing so much as a whirlwind of blades, dancing here and there, as he cut down the dead. The fire had burned out by the time the last wave had fallen. Lenore tended wounds quickly. Serapurth started to offer congratulations, and then jerked his head as the alarm sounded from the village below. More of them. Sedida nodded. Stay here, she told him. She looked to her companions. Move. The defenders stood in the rough palisade of spikes. Cathiel quickly grabbed more arrows, and tossed a full quiver to Leliana. She caught it and gave Cathiel a nod of thanks as they took their positions. Sedida called out instructions as the dead started to come, and the wardens took the front lines. Cathiel kept up a steady stream of arrows. Beside her, Alistair used his shield and sword to take care of anything that got close to her and the mages. She smiled to herself. It was good having someone to watch her back. Griffin darted through the field, finishing off the few that still twitched and tried to drag themselves towards the villagers. Her companions were doing the brunt of the work. Only a few of the villagers had even had to raise weapons. She knocked another arrow, then searched for a target. After a moment, she let it down. Is that all of? A corpse limped out from between two houses. Sten cut it in half with an almost casual swing of his great sword. There was silence for several heartbeats. And then slowly, a cheer started to go up. She listened as Sedida gave orders. In groups of two, the wardens searched out the few corpses still lingering in the village. Cathiel and Leliana remained at the palisade, bows in hand, as they scanned for any remaining targets. Did we lose anyone? Lenore asked. I don't think so, Cathiel replied. Thank the Maker, Leliana said. Her words were echoed by several of the villagers standing nearby. Burhan wasn't sure he'd seen anything as lovely as that sunrise. They'd manage a couple hours respite, waiting with bated breath for the dawn to come. Tegan stood before the chantry. Dawn arrives, my friends, and all of us remain. He held up his hands. We are victorious. A great cheer met his words. He gestured towards them. And it is these good folk you see beside me that we have to thank for our lives today. Without their heroism, surely we would all have perished. He turned towards them. I bow to you, noble sirs. The Maker smiled on us when he sent you here in our darkest hour. Thank you, Ban Tegan. We are honored, Sedida said, giving him a small bow. Burhan looked around at the faces of all the people. Several met his eye and smiled warmly or waved. It was a strange feeling. Next to him, Leliana smiled. This part of the story at least, has a happy ending. It does indeed, he said. A woman from the chantry stepped forward, and began to pray for those that had fallen on previous nights. Gods above ease their passing, Burhan said quietly as she finished. Tegan spoke again. With the Maker's favor, the blow we delivered today is enough for me to enter the castle and seek out your Arl. Be wary and watch for signs of renewed attack. We shall return with news as soon as we are able. He looked back to Sedida, and lowered his voice to just above a whisper. Now, we've no time to waste. Meet me at the mill. We can talk further there. Odd how quiet the castle looks from here. You would think there was nobody inside at all, Tegan said as they arrived. But I shouldn't delay things further. I had a plan. He turned to them. To enter the castle after the village was secure. He fumbled with a ring on his finger. There is a secret passage here, in the mill, accessible only to my family. That's convenient, Braska said. Perhaps I should have gone into the castle earlier. He sighed. But I could not leave the villagers. He looked up. Maker's breath. Sedida turned in the direction he was facing. A woman was heading in their direction, followed by several guards. She saw some of her companions reach for weapons, and gestured for them to stand down. Tegan. Thank the Maker you yet live. Relief filled the woman's face as she approached them. Isolde. You're alive. How did you? He blinked. What has happened? Isolde spoke in a rush. I do not have much time to explain. I slipped away from the castles as soon as I saw the battle was over, and I must return quickly. And I. She hesitated, and then her voice became firm. Need you to return with me, Tegan. Alone. Sedida shook her head. She had to be joking. We will need more of an explanation than that. Isolde gave her a confused look. What? She looked back at Tegan. Who is this woman, Tegan? Alistair sighed. You remember me, Lady Isolde, don't you? Alistair. Annoyance filled Isolde's face and voice. Of all the... She glared. Why are you here? Tegan stepped between them. They are Grey Wardens, Isolde. His voice was patient as he tried to reassure her. I owe them my life. She nodded slowly. Pardon me. I would exchange pleasantries, but... She looked back at the castle. Considering the circumstances. Please, Isolde. Tegan said. We had no idea anyone was even alive within the castle. We must have some answers. Isolde wrung her hands. I know you need more of an explanation, but I don't know what is safe to tell. Tegan, there is a terrible evil within the castle. The dead waken and hunt the living. The mage responsible was caught, but still it continues. She sighed. And I think Connor is going mad. We have survived, but he won't flee the castle. Tears began to fall from her eyes. He has seen so much death. You must help him, Tegan. You are his uncle. You could reason with him. I do not know what else to do. Do you think this evil could be some kind of demon? Lenore asked. Isolde went pale. I do not know. Oh, Maker's mercy. Could it truly be a demon? She wrapped her arms around herself. I can't let it hurt my Connor. You must come back with me, Tegan. Please. Sedida glanced at Lenore. The mage gave her a slight nod. Demon then. Tell me about this mage you mentioned, Sedida said. He isn't. Isolde hesitated just slightly. Infiltrator, I think one of the castle staff. We discovered he was poisoning my husband. That is why Eamon fell ill. Tegan blinked. Eamon was poisoned. Isolde's voice was bitter. He claims an agent of Tairn Loghain's hired him. He may be lying, however, I cannot say. So why must Tegan go alone? Sedida asked. The mage was likely not lying, but she was sure Isolde was. Or at least that she was concealing something. Isolde was clearly growing desperate. For Connor's sake, I promised I would return quickly and only with Tegan. Promised? Tegan asked. Whom did you promise? Something the mage unleashed. So far it allowed Eamon, Connor, and myself to live. The others. She shuddered. We're not so fortunate. It's killed so many, and turned their bodies into walking nightmares. Once it was done with the castle, it struck the village. It wants us to live, but I do not know why. It allowed me to come for you, Tegan, because I begged, because I said Connor needed help. Sedida looked back at Lenore. The mage's face was grim as she gripped her staff. She met Sedida's eyes, and gave her another nod. Sedida returned it. Enough questions. We need to decide what to do. Sedida turned back to Tegan. He met her eyes. The king is dead, and we need my brother now more than ever. I will return to the castle with you, Isolde. The woman nearly collapsed with relief. Oh, thank the Maker. Bless you, Tegan. Bless you. It seems you have little choice, Setida said. He nodded. I have no illusions of dealing with this evil alone. You, on the other hand, have proven quite formidable. He looked at Isolde. Isolde, can you excuse us for a moment? We must confer in private before I return to the castle with you. Please do not take too long. I will be by the bridge. She gave him one more desperate look. Tegan ushered them to the windmill. Here's what I propose, I go in with Isolde and you enter the castle using the secret passage. He yanked the ring off his finger and offered it to Setida. My signet ring unlocks the door. She took the ring from him. Perhaps I will. He nodded to her. Distract whatever evil is inside and increase your chances of getting in unnoticed. What do you say? I can't let you do this. It's insane. What choice do either of us have? If your business with Eamon is important, you're going to have to go inside to find him. He's right, Alistair said. Without our Eamon, we'll never get the support we need. Ser Perth and his men can watch for danger at the castle entrance. If you can open the gates from within, they can move in and help you. He sighed. I don't think there's anyone else who can help you. If you choose not to, then it's up to me to do what I can. He sighed. Whatever you do, Eamon is the priority here. If you have to, just get him out of there. Isolde, me, and anyone else, we're expendable. Stone, the bloody man, did remind her of Gorham. I understand. We'll do our best. You're a good woman. The Maker smiled on me indeed when he sent you to Redcliffe. Leliana shook her head. So we are just going to send him off with that woman? It seems so dangerous. One fool plan on top of another, Sten said. I can delay no longer. Allow me to bid you farewell. He gave a small bow. And good luck. Setida watched him follow Isolde. Let's go, people. The day still needs saving. As they went into the windmill, she held up a hand to slow Jarath. Protect Alistair, she whispered. If we lose Eamon, we're going to need him. He nodded. She was halfway down the corridor before it occurred to her he didn't ask why. Chapter 14, Into the Castle. Demons. This mage could have summoned one, Lenore said. Or thinned the veil enough that some could cross over and take the bodies of the dead. Oh. Wonderful. Setida sighed. How do we fix it? Kill it, Lenore said. That would be the simplest course of action, Morrigan said. And the most likely to succeed. All right, Setida said. You heard them, folks. Let's go kill a demon. They encountered the first corpses in what looked to be a storage room. After fighting so many above, these few were little challenge. The next door took them into what was clearly a dungeon. Lenore was looking around for signs of magic when she heard a familiar voice yell, "Get away from me!" Ahead, several of the corpses were clawing at a door. Before the warriors could close, Lenore summoned fire and threw it into the midst of the dead. From the cell came the familiar voice again. Hello? Is there someone out there? Who is it? Lenore shoved past the others. By all that's holy. There he was, staring at her. You. I can't believe it. Jowan. He leaned on the cell door. Maker's breath. How did you get here? I never thought I'd see you again, of all people. She looked at him. Jowan. He was bruised and battered, and pale beneath the dirt and blood on his face. What have they done to you? What they'd do to all traitors, and would-be assassins. He hung his head. I wouldn't be surprised if they sent you to finish me off. Her hand went to her mouth, and she shook her head in disbelief. You poisoned the Jarl? You didn't know? I thought they told you. Unless you haven't spoken to them. Lenore. Setida asked. This is Jowan, Lenore said, looking back at her. He's my friend. And he's the mage Isolde mentioned. Please, Jowan said. I know how it seems. Poisoning the Arl was. He hung his head. A terrible thing. But I'm not behind everything else happening here, I swear. He shook his head, and looked back at Lenore. Before I say anything else, I need to ask you a question. You can do whatever you feel you need to afterward, but I need to know. He sighed. What became of Lily? They didn't hurt her, did they? The thought that she might have paid for my crime. The Chantry sent her away. She didn't have the heart to tell him about Eonar. I don't know where. Oh, my poor Lily. His voice was devastated. She must hate me now, if she even lives. What have I done? He sighed. What happens now? How did you even end up here, involved in this? I know it looks suspicious, but I'm not responsible for the creatures and the killings in the castle. I was already imprisoned when all that began. He sighed. At first, Lady Isolde came here with her men demanding I reverse what I'd done. I thought she meant my poisoning of the Arl. That's the first I heard about the walking corpses. She thought I'd summoned a demon to torment her family and destroy Redcliffe. He leaned on the wall. She had me tortured. There was nothing I could do or say that would appease her. So they left me to rot. Why did you poison Arleman? Sedida asked. I was instructed to by Tairn Loghain. He looked at her. I was told that Arleman was a threat to Ferelden, that if I dealt with him Loghain would settle matters with the Circle. He gave Lenore a hopeless look. All I wanted was to be able to return. He shook his head. But he abandoned me here, didn't he? Everything's fallen apart. I never thought it would end like this. Maker, I've made so many mistakes. I disappointed so many people. I wish I could go back and fix it. I just want to make everything right again. Lenore reached through the bars to put a hand on his arm. That's good to hear you say. Well. He covered her hand with his. It's a start, maybe. I don't know if anything I do could ever make it right. Sedida frowned. So the Tairn hired you to poison Arleman. Connor had started to show. He moved his head from side to side and shrugged. Signs. Lady Isolde was terrified the Circle of Magi would take him away for training. Connor. Alistair's face revealed his shock. A mage? I can't believe it. Jowan nodded. She sought an apostate, a mage outside the Circle, to teach her son in secret so he could learn to hide his talent. Her husband had no idea. Perhaps her son is responsible for what happened, Lenore said, looking back at Sedida. I thought that, too, Jowan said. Connor has little knowledge of magic, but he may have done something to tear open the veil. He frowned uncertainly. With the veil to the Fade torn, spirits and demons could infiltrate the castle. Powerful ones could kill and create those walking corpses. I see, Sedida said. I think I understand. Jowan hung his head again. The Arl's a decent man. I wondered how he could possibly be the threat Loghain said he was, but I did it anyway. I'm such a fool. Yes, you are, Lenore said, touching her forehead to his. I'm just sick of running away and hiding from what I've done. I'm going to try to fix it, any way I can. He looked at her. We were friends once. I know I don't deserve to call you that, after what I did. He touched her arm. If it ever meant anything, please. He gave her a beseeching look. Help me fix this. She hugged the man she'd spent most of her life thinking of as a brother. So how will you make things right? I'd try to save anyone still up there. There must be something I can do. Lenore looked back at the rest of them. So if I were to just let you go, I'd stay and try to help, if I could. Perhaps I can help deal with whatever's been unleashed here. Lenore nodded. I'm letting you out of your cell. Lenore. He's my friend, Lenore said, turning to meet Sedida's eyes. He was tricked just like everyone else. She looked back at Jowan. He's family. She opened the door, then her hands glowed white as she cast a healing spell. Escape. She said, putting her hands on his shoulders. This is your last chance. He shook his head. No, I'm not leaving. I made a mistake and I'm going to find some way to fix it. Please, Jowan. Run. He looked at her, then back at the others. Lenore saw them frown, but none interfered. Then I'll go. He hugged her. I'm sorry things ended this way. He let her go almost reluctantly. Hope to see you again one day, under better circumstances. He went down the tunnel, looking back over his shoulder once before continuing on. I really hope we don't end up regretting that, Alistair said. Braska crept through the castle a bit ahead of the others. He heard something move behind a door, and signaled to the others. Setida nodded. Carefully, Braska opened the door. Ah! The young serving woman squealed. Please don't hurt me. Be silent. Braska hissed at her. You are safe. I'm sorry, I'm so frightened. These monsters are everywhere. She shook with terror. My name's Valina, the Arlasaw's maid. Is she? Valina wrung her hands. All right. What happened to everyone? Valina. Setida asked. The smith's daughter. She nodded desperately. You know my father? I want to go back to the village. Is there a way out of here? There is a tunnel leading out in the dungeon. But the monsters. We've killed most of them. It's safe, Braska assured her. She backed away, then nodded. I'll find my way. I can run fast and I know the castle. Thank you. She fled. Cathiel glanced at Hermaberry. Griffin, go protect her. The dog whoofed, then followed the woman out. Let's find a way to that gate, let the others in, Setida said. They made their way through the castle. The corpses of servant and soldier alike had risen, and were put back down by the blades of the wardens and their companions. The scene in the great hall was disturbing. Tegan danced and cavorted like a jester to the laughter and applause of a boy. He turned his gaze to them as they entered. So these are our visitors? The ones you told me about, mother. His voice was deep, with a curious echo to it. Setida saw Lenore stiffen. Yes, Connor, Isolde sounded as though she were trying to hold back terror. And these are the ones who defeated my soldiers? The ones I sent to reclaim my village. Yes. The boy's voice became a whine. And now it's staring at me. What is it, mother? I can't see it well enough. This is a dwarf, Connor. You. Isolde held out a hand as if she was going to put it on his shoulder, but withdrew halfway through the motion. You've seen dwarves before. We've had them here at the castle. Connor laughed. Had them? For dinner, maybe. Looks like a tough chew, maybe in a nice stew. Shall I send it to the kitchen, mother? Connor, I beg you, don't hurt anyone. The boy's voice became lost and frightened. Mother? What? He shook his head. What's happening? Where am I? Isolde straight. Oh, thank the Maker. Connor. Connor, can you hear me? Get away from me, fool woman. Connor waved her away. You are beginning to bore me. He's possessed, Lenore said. An abomination. Grey Warden, please don't hurt my son. He's not responsible for what he does. What did you do with Ban Tegan? Burhan asked. Here I am. Tegan's voice was mocking, almost clownish. Here am I. He laughed. Connor chuckled. I like him better this way. No more yelling, now he amuses me. Setida gestured for the others to spread out a bit, and take positions. Isolde saw them move and started shaking her head desperately. Connor didn't mean to do this. It was that mage, the one who poisoned Eamon, he started all this. He summoned this demon. Connor was just trying to help his father. And made a deal with the demon to do so. Morrigan shook her head. Foolish child. Connor actually looked indignant. It was a fair deal. Father is alive, just as I wanted. Now it's my turn to sit on the throne and send out armies to conquer the world. Nobody tells me what to do anymore. Nobody tells him what to do. Tegan laughed. Nobody. Ha ha. Quiet, uncle. I warned you what would happen if you kept shouting, didn't I? Yes, I did. Connor folded his arms, his expression surly and belligerent. But let's keep things civil. He focused his gaze on Sedida as she walked towards him slowly. This woman will have the audience she seeks. Tell us, woman. He glared. What have you come here for? I came here to help, if I could. Sedida watched the others move in carefully. Connor raised an amused eyebrow. To help me? To help father? To help yourself? Which? To help the people you've terrorized. I was just having fun. Everyone else had fun too. Are you having fun, uncle? Marmalade. Tegan said. You see. Connor laughed. We're having fun. I think you're just trying to spoil things. What do you think, mother? He looked around, as if noting the others for the first time. I think it's threatening me. Isolde looked at Sedida desperately. I don't think. Connor rounded on her and snarled. Of course you don't. Ever since you sent the knights away, you do nothing but deprive me of my fun. Frankly, it's getting dull. His voice rose to a shout. I crave excitement. And action. This woman spoiled my sport by saving that stupid village, and now she'll repay me. The guards charged, and the wardens met them. Tegan came at Sedida, and Sten solved the matter by simply punching the man in the face before he could draw a sword, sending him flying to the ground in an unconscious heap. She struck a guard across the belly with the flat of her blade, then slammed her shield into his face. Across the room, Jarath tumbled into the legs of the two men coming at him, tripping them both. Braska slammed the hilts of his weapons into their heads as they fell. Lenore? Sedida asked. If it's blood magic controlling them, I think I can help, she replied. Sedida nodded. Start with Tegan. Leliana, Braska, bind the others. Brujn, Alistair, Sten, guard the doors. Cathiel, please see to Isolde. Jarath, Morgan, see if you can figure out where Connor went. Don't hurt him. Isolde said as Cathiel guided her to a chair. They won't, Cathiel assured her. Lenore knelt next to Tegan, and closed her eyes in concentration. After a few moments, he stirred and sat up. Tegan. Tegan, are you all right? Isolde tried to stand up, and Cathiel blocked her from doing so. I am. Tegan looked around as if slowly becoming aware of his surroundings. Better now, I think. My mind is my own again. Blessed Andraste. I would never have forgiven myself had you died, not after I brought you here. What a fool I am. Isolde looked at Sedida, then outright shoved Cathiel out of the way to throw herself at the ground near where Sedida was kneeling. Please. Connor's not responsible for this. There must be some way we can save him. I'm not about to kill a child. Tegan sighed, his face bleak. I do not know if we can save him. Demons do not listen to reason. He is not always the demon you saw. Connor is still inside him, and sometimes he breaks through. Please, I just want to protect him. Isn't that what started all this? Tegan shook his head reproachfully. You hired the mage to teach Connor in secret, to protect him. If they discovered Connor had magic, then they'd take him away. I thought if he learned just enough to hide it, then. Sedida looked at Lenore. What are our options? The boy did break through a bit, Lenore said. Her eyes went distant as she considered. Maybe. She nodded. If we can capture him, keep him contained for long enough, there may be a way. We could confront the demon in the Fade. Explain. There is a connection between the demon and Connor. If we can get into the Fade, we could kill the demon, and thus free Connor. You can do this. Isolde turned her eyes beseechingly towards the mage. Not easily. To enter the Fade we need lyrium and many mages. I don't think I could do it with just Morgan. We'd have to go to the Circle. Sedida nodded. Well, we were headed there next anyway. They regrouped in the chantry. Leliana helped Braska negotiate for supplies, trading away most of Lenore's elfroot potions for things like arrows. Brujn briefly admired a battle axe, only to find the blacksmith practically pressing it into his hands. It was a well-balanced piece. He left the blacksmith with the one he'd used earlier. He noted Jarath talking with a boy and a young woman. Jarath handed the boy the green-hilted sword he'd been using earlier, then closed the woman's hand over something. The boy held the sword to him proudly as he looked up at Jarath, eyes wide and almost worshipful. An older woman looked at him and made a clucking sound. A moment later he found a heavy, well-made green cloak being draped over his shoulders. There. That will do to keep the weather off you a bit better than the rag you were wearing earlier. Mas Serenas. She looked at him blankly. Thank you, he said. Don't you be thanking me, she admonished him. She pointed over to where a soldier was sitting with a toddler in his lap. My grandson still has his daddy because of you and yours. She cocked her head at him. Your accent, and those marks. You're Dalish? Yes. A little girl looked up at him. Really? He knelt down to her level. Really? But you're nice. You saved us. Most Dalish are nice. We just don't usually like cities much. Are you allergic? She looked up at him. Daddy says he doesn't like cats much cause he's allergic. Burhan laughed. I suppose you could say that. A few minutes later, he found himself surrounded by half the children in the chantry as he wove the tale of Hezeria and her silver-horned Hala. Tegan walked with them towards the edge of the village. Maker forgive us. Connor is but a young boy, and this is happening to him only because he wished to help his father. Lenore smiled at him reassuringly. I've defeated demons in the Fade before. We'll help him. He nodded, then looked at Setida. The castle is under control for the moment, though I hear pockets of those creatures remain. For now, my main concern is ensuring that Eamon lives and Connor remains. He sighed. Where he is? He glanced towards Morrigan and Jarath. I am not certain what keeps him there, but he will not stay there for long. Just do what you intend to do quickly. Setida nodded. It's 3 days to the circle, and 3 days back. Hopefully, Morrigan's spell will last the week. He turned to Alistair, and put a hand on the man's shoulder. Make her go with you. He looked them over. All of you. He turned, and walked back to the village. The sun was high on the second day when a woman ran out of the bushes towards them. Oh, thank the Maker. We need help. They attacked the wagon, please, help us. She gestured. Follow me. I'll take you to them. She ran off before Setida could respond. Burhan, Braska, Leliana, stick to the woods and circle left. Jarath, Morrigan, Cathiel, circle right. The rest of you, with me. She headed in the direction the woman had gone. They had almost reached the caravan when the bodies began to rise from the ground, pulling out weapons. An elf with a strange accent held up a blade. The Grey Wardens die here. From the left and right came arrows, and a few spells from Morrigan. Lenore tossed a fireball into a group of enemy archers with an almost bored expression on her face. Setida heard a scream, and noted Jarath had handled the other group of archers. Careful now, Braska called out. They were competent enough to set some traps. Gimme a moment. He came around the wagon, and began pulling up the metal traps. Leliana and Cathiel started to assist. Griffin let out a woof. He appeared to be sitting on the elven assassin. Setida walked over. An arrow had taken the man in the shoulder, but he appeared to still be breathing. Bind him. Might as well see who hired these buffoons. What? He said as Lenore healed him back to consciousness. He looked up at her. Oh. He sighed. I rather thought I would wake up dead. Or not wake up at all, as the case may be. But I see you haven't killed me yet. His accent was somewhat hard for Setida to follow. She stepped back to let Braska handle the matter. Burhan and Cathiel were already salvaging what supplies they could from the wagon. Jarath and Morrigan remained at their vantage point, keeping an eye out. Leliana was watching the interrogation, and Sten just looked annoyed by the delay. She couldn't blame him. We have some questions, Lenore said. Ah. He shrugged. So I'm to be interrogated. Let me save you some time. He smiled at her. My name is Zevran. Zev to my friends. I am a member of the Antivan Crows, brought here for the sole purpose of slaying any surviving Grey Wardens. Which I have failed at, sadly. He shrugged again. Who hired you to kill us? Braska asked as he examined one of the traps. He fiddled with it a bit, then shook his head and just looked annoyed. A rather taciturn fellow in the capital. Loghain, I think his name was? Yes, that's it. Does that mean you're loyal to Loghain? Sedida asked. I have no idea what his issues are with you. Zevran sounded completely indifferent. The usual, I imagine. You threaten his power, yes. He shrugged again. Beyond that, no, I'm not loyal to him. I was contracted to perform a service. And now that you've failed that service? Braska asked. He tinkered with the trap a bit more, and it finally snapped shut. He put it in his pack. Well, that's between Loghain and the Crows. His voice became amused. And between the Crows and myself. And between you and us? Braska asked. Isn't that what we're establishing now? I think that's all we needed to know. Lenore glanced at Sedida, who just shrugged tiredly. Then unless you're quite stuck on cutting my throat or something equally gruesome, perhaps you'd care to hear a proposal. I'm listening, Braska said. Make it quick. He began using his dagger to clean out from under his nails. Well, here's the thing. I failed to kill you, so my life is forfeit. That's how it works. If you don't kill me, the Crows will. Thing is, I like living. And you are obviously the sort to give the Crows pause. So let me serve you, instead. What do you want in return? Lenore asked, her tone frankly amused by the entire situation. She looked over at Braska. Well. He shrugged, holding up his bound hands. Let's see. Being allowed to live would be nice, and would make me marginally more useful to you. And somewhere down the line if you should decide that you no longer have need of me, then I go my way. Until then, I am yours. Is that fair? Very well. I accept your offer, Braska said. Sedida turned back around and just stared at him. He shrugged. Zevran smiled at Braska, cut the ropes that bound him. Thank you, my lord. You won't regret this. He stood up. I hereby pledge my oath of loyalty to you, until such a time as you choose to release me from it. I am your man, without reservation. His voice sounded vaguely bored. This I swear. Great, Sedida muttered. Are you insane? You're worried about our new elf? Braska asked Sedida. Cause the other elves are working out okay. He waved a hand at Brihin, who glared in response. I'm worried about our new assassin. He becomes a problem, I'll put him down, Braska said. We need all the help we can get. Sedida sighed. He's your problem. That's what you told Brihin about Leliana, and she seems to be working out all right. She didn't try to kill us. You call that little fiasco an attempt to kill us? Braska laughed. Boss, you've got low standards. Alistair's attempt to cook dinner came closer to killing us than that. Sedida laughed. You may have a point. So will you tell me now why you were caged? Sten looked down at her. I caged myself. A weak mind is a deadly foe, as you are no doubt aware. Are you saying you put yourself in that cage? Sedida asked. I know that my failures were my own. I told you before that I was sent here. I was not sent alone. I came to your lands with 7 of the Bearsod my brothers to seek answers about the Blight. We made our way across the Fereldan countryside without incident, seeing nothing of the threat we were sent to observe. Until the night we camped by Lake Callanhood. He looked into the fire. They came from everywhere, the earth beneath our feet, the air above us, our own shadows harbored the dark spawn. I saw the last of the creatures cut down, too late. I fell. That sounds like what happened to me at Ostagar. He gave her a sympathetic look. I heard the stories of Ostagar. Your kith stood their ground when others fled. No one can do more than that. He looked back to the fire. I don't know how long I lay on the battlefield among the dead, nor do I know how the farmers found me. I only know that when I woke, I was no longer among my brothers. And my sword was gone from my hand. What did you do? I searched for it. And when that failed, I asked my rescuers what had become of it. And then? She knew the answer already, but wanted to get a better measure of the strange man. A slight trace of regret entered his voice. I killed them. With my bare hands. He looked at her. I did. I knew they didn't have the blade. They had no reason to lie to me. I panicked. Unthinking, I struck them down. That's terrible. I know. I cannot justify what I have done. My honor is forfeit. That sword was made for my hand alone. I have carried it from the day I was set into the bare sod. I was to die wielding it for my people. Even if I could cross Ferelden and Tevinter unarmed and alone to bring my report to the Orishik, I would be slain on sight by the Antam. They would know me as soulless, a deserter. No soldier would cast aside his blade while he drew breath. She sighed. After a few minutes, she asked, couldn't you search for it? If I knew where to look, it would be in my hand now. You said you fought the Darkspawn near Lake Callanhood. I believe that is where we are heading. Don't worry. We'll find it. He looked towards her. Perhaps those words are empty, but something that almost qualified as a smile came to his face. Thank you all the same. Jarath kept pace with Morrigan as they brought up the rear of the party. Have you ever been hunted by the Chantry? She gave a low laugh. You are very cute to ask such questions. He shook his head. And you are cute when you're evasive. Really? She raised an eyebrow. Perhaps we should be wrapped in ribbons and adorned with flowers, so cute are we too. She laughed again. My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes. By Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful they generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again and she would look at me and smile and say the fun was about to begin once more. Fun? You found it fun? He arched an eyebrow. I found the game fun. I was too young to understand the truth behind what was happening. Flemeth would warn them once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began. Often Flemeth would use me as bait. A little girl to scream and run and lure the Templars deeper into the wilds and to their doom. Flemeth used you as bait. She smiled. 'Twas a game and I a young girl. If I didn't get to play, I would have been very upset. Thankfully, the wilds is a vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere and we would be lost within the forest once again. I did not understand the danger we faced until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum. Jarath twitched a shoulder. They got what they deserved. She looked over at him. Perhaps they did. Still, I do not begrudge them doing what they believe is necessary. The Chantry sees any mages not leashed to the circle of magi as apostates. And apostates could become maleficarum, even mages that resort to blood magic and become demon-enslaved abominations. It may even be true. Still, those of us who prefer freedom see no reason to submit. I agree completely. Oh. She gave him an odd look. I hope you are not simply being agreeable. It would be a refreshing change. When I was young, there was a little girl. I still remember when the Templars came, her mother begging them not to take her child, pleading. One of the Templars struck the mother hard enough to break her skull. They dragged that little girl away while her mother was still convulsing on the ground, dying. Did no one in the alienage do anything? They moaned. Wept. Wrung their hands. The usual. He touched his blade. I was only 5, then. He looked back at her. Do you still think it was fun? I think my mother made it fun so that a child did not learn to fear. And I think that it was necessary. There are no trials for apostates, no prisons, no mercy. There are only absolutes, so only survival matters. If the wilds have taught me anything, 'tis this: first you must survive. Do you disagree? You're probably right. He looked ahead towards the others. They were all out of earshot of the conversation. Probably for the best. She gave a surprised chuckle. An enlightened view. Or at least an agreeable one. What was life like in a chantry? He frowned. What's the word, cloister? Burhan asked. Leliana smiled. Quiet. It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose. How so? When I talked about my beliefs that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they, she sighed, treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he is gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special chosen. He cannot possibly have love for all the sick and weary, the beggars and the fools. I prefer your ideas to the ideas of the chantry, he said. He still recalled the stares of the chantry folk when they'd noted his valislan. The revered mother, at least, had accepted his offering with respect. Donating it, after the trouble it had nearly caused, had felt right. Her eyes widened, and she smiled. Thank you. She spread her hands. Maybe I'm wrong, but it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men. Not the chantry. Her voice held a quiet conviction. They walked in silence for a while. Burhan used his senses to scan from time to time, both to check for darkspawn and to keep track of the others. They'd walked for nearly a half hour in companionable silence when Leliana gave him a contemplative look. I must say that traveling with you has opened my eyes to how wrong some are about the Dalish. You are not at all savage. And I've not seen you snatch away women and children without provocation. He blinked at her. Are you trying to be funny? He asked uncertainly. Funny? No, people actually do believe such things of you. If my people were more open to interacting with yours, we could do away with such misperceptions. The last time that happened, it didn't end well. He shrugged. I know humans and elves do not share a happy history, but peace must be possible. Her voice was earnest. I hear many city folk talk about how wonderful it must be to live simpler lives, close to the earth. They could learn from the Dalish. He frowned. Do you think us a quaint curiosity meant for study? I'm sorry. I did not mean it like that. She gave an embarrassed shake of her head. I wasn't trying to belittle your culture. I have met very few elves and those I have met were. She gestured. Pledged to the service of Orlshian nobles. Slaves. He almost spat the word. They are serfs. There is no slavery in Orlais. It's the same thing. Elven servants are well compensated for their services. Some of them live richer lives than humans. A well-trained elven servant is highly valued in Orlais. They are nimble and dexterous and many people find them pleasing to look at. He stared at her. Like a prize-winning animal? No, I did not mean it that way. She sighed. My words were clumsily chosen. I did not mean to offend. She made a vexed sound. I am sorry. You may not be cruel, he said. But you still see us differently. He started, slightly, then looked back at the others. Jarath was too far away for him to see, but he could sense the man. No wonder he'd been so hostile. I did not realize that. It is so strange, how long-held beliefs just seem natural and... Leliana sighed. Right. Like there is no other way to feel. Thank you. You have given me a lot to think about. The feeling was mutual. Burhan sighed. He owed Jarath an apology. Chapter 15, Broken Circle. Sedida watched the scavenger for a moment. Then she shrugged and approached him. Back off. He said when he saw her. I was here first. You haven't seen a sword lying around here, have you? Why, you looking to buy one? No, but my very large, angry friend here is. She gestured casually towards Sten. Ah. The scavenger looked up at Sten and took a step backwards. Is he? Heh. Well. He swallowed. That's. He gestured haphazardly. See, I'd like to sell you one, but I don't. He shifted his weight from foot to foot. Have any myself. He frowned. I got part of a glove that the wolves didn't chew too badly, though. I think it was a glove, anyway. He shook his head. I know. Don't say it. I got cheated. He sighed. I knew the guy who was here before me. He sold me this spot. Said he'd found giants and all kinds of crazy valuables. He didn't mention he'd taken everything but the bones and dirt already. His name's Farron. Squirrel, a little bastard, if you ask me. Which you didn't. But I said it anyway. Sedita made a mental note of the name. He found valuables here. So he says. He didn't leave none of it here, I'll tell you. He was going to Orzammar, he said. I imagine he's gotten there by now. He grinned. If you find him, tell him I sent you. It'll scare the piss out of him. Heh. She nodded, and walked back to where Lenore seemed to be trying to negotiate them a boat. You're not looking to get across to the tower, are you? Because I have strict orders not to let anyone pass. Carol folded his arms and glared. Lenore rubbed her head. Some things never changed. I am a Grey Warden and I seek the assistance of the mages. Oh, you're a Grey Warden, are you? Prove it. Prove it. Kill some darkspawn. Come on. Let's see some righteous Grey Wardening. There aren't any darkspawn here. She found herself wondering if the whatever it took to end a blight part of being a Grey Warden would include lighting particular Templars on fire. If Cullen and Carol weren't friends. That's good, I suppose. Wouldn't want darkspawn smeared across the landscape. I hear their blood is black. Is that true? You'd know if you were a Grey Warden. It's not black, but it burns when it touches you. Oh, pleasant, eh? Good thing I don't have to kill them then. Anyway, it was nice chatting with you. Now on your way. Right now. Go. She smiled. She knew his particular weak point well. Your superior won't like that you've given me trouble. Oh, really? You think Grigor would be upset with me for not letting you in? Wait. She could almost hear the gears trying to turn in his head. Actually, he would. Good point. Well, we should try our best to avoid that, shouldn't we? She tapped her foot and raised an eyebrow. He's the big guy around here. Lenore began to wonder if Carol even actually recognized her as he prattled on. But then, it had never really been her face he'd looked at. I bet he could deal with a few Grey Wardens. Alleged Grey Wardens. Well, you want that I should take you there now? Yes, please do. Come along, I suppose. Lenore glanced back at Sedita as they approached the tower. Sedita gave her a nod and gestured for her to go ahead and take the lead. She took a deep breath, and opened the door. Inside, Templars were moving around, setting up barricades. Grigor stood in the center of the room, calling out orders. And I want 2 men stationed within sight of the doors at all times. Do not open the doors without my express consent. Is that clear? Yes, sir, they saluted. Behind her, Alistair whispered. The doors are barred. Are they keeping people out? Or in? Now we wait, and pray. Grigor shook his head. A Templar touched his shoulder, and pointed to the wardens. Lenore squared her shoulders and walked towards the Knight Commander. Grigor. Good to see you again. Well, look who's back. A proper Grey Warden now, are we? He actually gave her something vaguely resembling a smile. Glad you're not dead. What's happening? She looked around at the Templars. She'd seen them drill before, but this was definitely not a drill. Why are the great doors barred? He sighed. I shall speak plainly, the tower is no longer under our control. Abominations and demons stalk the tower's halls. We were too complacent. First Jowan, now this. He shook a finger at her. Don't think I've forgotten your role in Jowan's escape. Jowan's escape seems small compared to the situation here. True enough. He leaned on the table. He looked tired, and for the first time since Lenore had met him, He actually looked old. She looked around the room. A few mages huddled in a corner, trying to stay out of the way of the Templars. Her eyes narrowed. What has become of the first enchanter? We don't know. Frustration, and a hint of fear, filled Gregoire's voice. We saw only demons, hunting Templars, and mages alike. I realized we could not defeat them and told my men to flee. She looked over her shoulder at her companions. After what they'd done at Red Cliff, surely they could do something here. What can I do to help? He blinked at her. I have sent word to Denerim, calling for reinforcements and the rite of annulment. Her blood ran cold. How can you think of annulling the entire circle? This situation is dire. He gave her a remorseful look. There is no alternative, everything in the tower must be destroyed so it can be made safe again. She shook her head. The mages are not defenseless. Some must still live. If any are still alive, the Maker himself has shielded them. No one could have survived those monstrous creatures. It is too painful to hope for survivors and find. His eyes went to where wounded Templars were laying on makeshift pallets. Nothing. Once again she looked around the room. It wasn't just mages in danger, she realized. Familiar faces were missing among the Templars. She scanned for one face in particular. He wasn't there. She looked back at Gregoire. A look for survivors. I assure you, an abomination is a force to be reckoned with, and you will face more than one. I have confidence in our abilities. She looked back at her companions, drawing his attention to them. Ah, that arrogance hangs about you like some fell cloud, doesn't it? She was surprised to hear pride in his voice. He sighed, then looked back at the others. He nodded. If you succeed, I would owe you much, enough that I would pledge my Templars to your cause. Without word from Denerim, I must determine our course. Surely destroying Darkspawn is a worthy goal. We have an agreement, then. She started back towards her companions. A word of caution. He caught her arm, though his grip was gentle. He sighed, and met her eyes. Once you cross that threshold, there is no turning back. The great doors must remain barred. I will open them for no one until I have proof that it is safe. I will only believe it is over if the first enchanter stands before me and tells me it is so. If Irving has fallen. Gregoire sighed, and released her. Then the circle is lost, and must be destroyed. May Andraste lend you her courage, whatever you decide. Sedita raised an eyebrow as Lenore walked back over to them. Lenore. Lenore's voice was flat. Annulling the circle means killing everyone inside. All the mages. She shook her head. Sedita, there are children in there. Well then, let's get started. Sedita gestured at the others. Under the watchful eyes of the Templars, they followed Lenore into the tower. Burhan looked back as the door closed behind them. Locked in a mage cage, about to face demons and abominations. He was almost starting to miss the Darkspawn. He was mollified a bit to note that Morrigan and Sten also looked a bit nervous. He put a hand on the hilt of the axe he'd picked up in Red Cliff, as much to reassure himself it was still there as anything else. Lenore walked ahead, Sedita a pace behind her. Braska was watching the mage, his face betraying concern for his friend. Burhan glanced at one of the bodies laying on the ground, and realized that they were walking through Lenore's home. This was not going to be pretty. Ahead, there was a burst of magic. A small group of mages set their spells against a demon, while a group of children cowered behind them. The eldest of the mages sent forth a burst of energy that seemed to dissolve the demon. She touched her head, then turned towards the children and saw them approaching. Her staff came up. Stop right there. Take another step, and I swear I will strike you down where you stand. She blinked. You? You've returned to the tower? Why did the Templars let you through? Are you here to warn us? Lenore held up her hands. This was my home. I want to see what's happened to us. Wynne nodded. I see you still care about the circle and our tower. Unfortunately, the circle is in grave danger. Lenore nodded. From the Templars. They intend to annul the circle. Wynne's shoulders sagged. They have the right of annulment. No, but Grigor expects it to arrive soon. Lenore walked towards her. Wynne sighed in resignation. So Grigor thinks the circle is beyond hope. He probably assumes we are all dead. She looked back at the children. They abandoned us to our fate, but even trapped as we are, we have survived. If they invoke the right, however, we will not be able to stand against them. Lenore's hands tightened on her staff. We waste time here when there are abominations to kill. If you are here to kill abominations, let me help you. She gestured wearily at the door behind her. I erected a barrier over the door leading to the rest of the tower, so nothing from inside could attack the children. You will not be able to enter the tower as long as the barrier holds, but I will dispel it if you join with me to save this circle. Lenore nodded. We must try to avoid needless slaughter. Yes. Even if we cannot eliminate all the demons and abominations, together, we could lead the survivors out. Hope began to show in her eyes. Once Grigor sees we have made the tower safe, I trust he will tell his men to back down. He is not unreasonable. Will the children be safe here? Setida asked. Wynne blinked as if noticing Lenore's companions for the first time. A hint of a smile began to show on her face as she looked them over. Petra and Kinnan will watch them. If we slay all the fiends we encounter on our way, none will get by to threaten the children. Very well. Lenore glanced at Setida. If you think that is best. Morrigan shook her head. You want us to assist this preachy schoolmistress? To rescue these pathetic excuses for mages? They allow themselves to be corralled like cattle, mindless. Now their masters have chosen death for them and I say let them have it. Her voice was spiteful. Lenore rounded on her. Hold your tongue, you harpy. You will do as I say, Setida said. Morrigan scoffed. Have it your way, she said, waving a hand dismissively. Wynne turned to the other mages. Petra, Kinnan, look after the others. I will be back soon. Petra gave her a worried look. Wynne, are you sure you're all right? You were so badly hurt earlier. Maybe I should come along. The others need your protection more. I will be all right, Wynne said, gesturing at the wardens. She pointed to the children. Stay here with them, keep them safe and calm. A couple children were clinging to Griffin, and Cathiel instructed the hound to stay with the kids. He woofed, and began happily licking faces. Have faith. Lenore smiled at Petra. We will not fail. Wynne nodded at her. Your confidence is refreshing, though you should make sure it does not blind you to your weakness. Morrigan rolled her eyes and made a rude sound. Wynne shot her an annoyed look. If you are ready, let us go end this. Let's go, Setida said. Lenore looked over the barrier. It was surprisingly strong. She didn't recall Wynne being that powerful, but desperate times. Wynne nodded at it. Here we are. I am somewhat amazed at myself for having kept it in place this long. You did what you had to do, Wynne, Lenore said, giving her a respectful nod. It made me very weary at times, but I had to stay strong, to keep us safe. Be prepared for anything. I do not know what manner of beasts lurk beyond this barrier. Do not fear, my good lady, Zevran said, his voice almost cheerful. Our Grey Wardens are very good at fending off attackers. Speaking from experience here. I wish to hurt him, Bruhan said. Later, Setida said, shooting them both a glare. We're ready. Destroy the barrier, Lenore said. All right. Be on your guard. Wynne gestured, and the barrier fell in a burst of bright light. Bruhan rolled out of the way of the attacking corpse. Jaroth came to his aid, parrying the blow with his small axe before running it through with his sword. Leliana put 2 arrows in the next corpse, dropping it before it closed. Bruhan got back to his feet, and put a hand to his side. His fingers came away wet with blood. Wynne caught the motion. Her hands glowed white as she put them on either side of the wound. A moment later, the pain vanished. Thanks. You know, you could learn how to dodge. Leliana gave him a teasing smile. You mean, I'm not supposed to block swords with my torso? Bruhan blinked at her, eyes wide in mock surprise. Broska snorted. Stop giving him ideas. He starts dodging, some of these things might decide to target the rest of us. Burhan was about to reply when a door burst open and 4 creatures that appeared to be made out of living fire surged through, followed by still more of the corpses. Finethus. Jarath put himself between one rage demon and Morrigan. The mage gestured, and suddenly the blade of the sword was coated in ice. He drove it into the demon, and it shrieked, swiping at him with sickle-like claws. He ducked, withdrew the blade, then stabbed again. This time, it seemed to melt into the floor. He moved on to the next. Morrigan waved her staff again, and the oncoming corpses seemed to slow. Burhan and Sten surged forward, their greater reach of their weapons allowing them to finish off the corpses without disrupting the magic. The stories never mention the smell, Burhan said as he brought his axe down to finish off one of the creatures. I'm not sure if it makes a good story for the hero to lose his lunch from the scent, Leliana said, wrinkling her own nose. Burhan looked around. Setida and Alistair were locked into battle with one rage demon, while Cathiel peppered it with arrows. Jarath's icy blade had made short work of his second target. He looked around. He was sure he'd seen 4 enter the room. The ground beneath Lenore erupted in flame, and the mage was sent tumbling as the demon shot out of the floor with an unearthly howl. Braska leaped forward to prevent it from closing on the downed caster, and both Burhan and Sten closed. Each time the demon lunged at one, the other 2 attacked. A moment later, it was over. Everyone all right? Setida asked. Nothing damaged but my dignity, Lenore said. She and Wynne quickly moved to treat the minor scrapes and burns the others had suffered. I have a thought. Jarath glanced up at Morrigan's quiet words. He noted she'd waited until the others were occupied and out of earshot. Oh? What's on your mind? We have an opportunity that I believe we should take advantage of. She looked around, then continued. To the point, my mother was once divested of a particular grimoire by a most annoying Templar hunter. It occurred long before I was born, but even today Flemeth speaks of the loss with great rage. She touched her foot to a broken statue. With the circle of magi in such disarray, it occurs to me that this might be the perfect time to recover the tome from their possession, for surely it eventually ended up in their hands. The rage hummed an unnecessary warning. He raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Very well. I'll keep an eye out for it. She smiled. Good. I am most interested to see its contents, should it be located. The grimoire is leather-bound and adorned with the symbol of a leafless tree, should you come across it. If not, however, then I shall simply put it out of my mind. He was rather interested to see what the book had to say himself. Braska shuddered slightly as Wynne and Lenore tried to convince the stockkeeper to go back to safety. Lenore had told him a bit about these mages. Tranquil, she'd called them. Creepy, they were. Duncan had saved her from ending up like one of them. He touched the hilt of his mace. Any of those Templars came near her, he was going to introduce them to a world of pain. They at least managed to convince Owen to hide, and moved on. Lenore's reaction to the Maleficarum was, well, it was a little scary. And he'd be lying if he said it wasn't just a little bit sexy to see her throwing fire out of each hand. Maybe that said something about him. Please, please don't kill me. The survivor of the blood mages was crawling backwards from them. The people you killed didn't want to die either, Lenore said, gesturing at the bodies strewn about the place. I know I have no right to ask for mercy, but I didn't mean for this death and destruction. We were just trying to free ourselves. She held her hands up weakly. Uldred told us the Circle would support Loghain and Loghain would help us be free of the Chantry. She shook her head. Don't you remember what it was like living here? The Templars watching. She swallowed. Always watching. Braska blinked as Lenore went slightly pale. The woman's words had obviously hit home. He touched the hilt of his mace again. Lenore shook her head. What you've done will make things worse for future mages. We thought. The mage shook her head. Someone always had to take the first step. Her voice held a trace of defiance. Force a change, no matter the cost. Wynne's voice was cold. Nothing is worth what you've done to this place. And now Uldred's gone mad, and we are scattered, doomed to die at the hands of those who seek to right our wrongs. And all you can do is wallow in self-pity. Pathetic, Braska muttered. What else can I do? I'm trapped here. Lenore's hand twisted around her staff, and the gem set into it glowed. Then she turned, and walked away. After a moment, Wynne followed. Braska shrugged, and started to walk away with the rest. Something made him glance over his shoulder. Jarath wiped blood off his blade as he stepped over the corpse and walked after them. Huh, another breathing cupboard, Braska said. Cetadel looked at him, then rubbed her forehead. Is someone in there? And no. A voice replied. Cetadel raised an eyebrow. It's safe. You can come out. Are the demons gone? The voice was shaky. Is it safe? I don't want to die. They're gone. If you're sure it's safe, I could take a peek outside. A mage in sweaty robes climbed out of the cupboard. Oh, ow. Ah. He tried to straighten up. Yes. Are you hurt? Lenore asked. I have a crick in my back and my bum's gone numb. Oh, holy maker. He turned in a slow circle, surveying the remains of the abominations, demons, and corpses they'd left strewn about the room. Those demons didn't know what hit them, did they? He gave a polite bow. Godwyn, mage of the Circle of Ferelden, at your service. How did you end up in that closet? Cetadel asked. There were demons everywhere, blocking my exit. I decided the best thing to do in that situation was to hide and be very, very quiet. He sagged a little. I just really want to be somewhere safe. I think I might stay here for now. Maybe go back into my closet for a little while. We've killed most of the demons. You could escape. Brujn stepped back and pointed at the door. He gave Brujn a snide look. And go where? The Templars have locked the door. I'm just going to stay here and see what happens. Very well. Lenore rolled her eyes. Take care. He gave her a grateful look. Thank you again, for saving me. May we meet again, in happier, less life-threatening times. He climbed back into the cupboard and shut the door behind him. Lenore gave the cupboard a bemused look before turning to the others. Shall we move on? Please, Cetadel said. Cetadel was starting to lose count of the number of demons they'd killed. The Desire Demon had been a little bit disturbing. Killing a man who thought he was defending his wife and children had not been an easy task. The few Templars they'd encountered had been driven mad. They'd incapacitated where they could, but had been forced to kill. What about the abominations here? She asked Lenore. These, the changed ones, they are lost to the demons inside them. Even if we could capture them, there is little left of who they used to be. Lenore glanced back at her from where she was healing Brujn again. You knew some of them? Braska asked her. Lenore glanced back. Nemia. She had the bunk above mine. Her brother is a Templar, at a circle in the Free Marches. Starkhaven, I think. She sighed. Why come, Wynne said. Yes. That's right. Lenore closed her eyes for a moment. Nemia liked to draw. People, mostly. Sorry, Fireball. Braska put an arm around her waist. Me too. She rubbed his shoulder, and then shifted her grip on her staff. I wish to do Uldred grievous bodily harm. I'll hold him for ya. Oh, look. Visitors. The demon shifted in place. It sounded as though every word had to be dragged out. I'd entertain you but... Its form undulated slowly. Too much effort involved. Killing demons is enough entertainment for me, thanks, Cetadel said. She drew her sword. But why? The demon blinked at them almost sleepily. Aren't you tired of all the violence in this world? I know I am. In the back of his mind, Jarath felt the rage start to beat. The demon continued to drone on. Wouldn't you like to just lay down and... It gestured. Forget about all this? Leave it all behind. The rage beat louder as Jarath felt something start to cloud his mind. Around him, his companions began to fall. He dimly heard Wynne say something about resisting before she joined the others on the ground. The demon looked at him, eyes boring into his own. Why do you fight? You deserve more. Its eyes seemed to swirl. You deserve a rest. The world will go on without you. Silence. A city hung, suspended in the distance, hanging out over nothing. He stood on what appeared to be part of a ruined city, drifting above the emptiness. Something rustled behind him, and he turned. The features were his, but appeared carved out of stone so dark a red to be nearly black. Eyes of molten stone glowed as they stared at him. I won't let it have you. The voice was his, but somehow more resonant. Sloth. Despair. A scavenger, sniffing around the leavings of pride. The surface of the creature flowed, showing a hint of red fire beneath, like lava breaching a crust. It will not keep what is mine. Jiroth closed his eyes for a moment. You are the rage. Your rage. I had not thought we would ever meet this way, in the Fade. Are the others here as well? It shrugged. They fell to despair. I brought you here. It clenched fists, and fire danced around them. We will wake, and we will cut our way through the tower. Uldred will beg for death. He laid a hand on the hilt of his sword. The metal was warm to the touch. The rage smiled. And Jiroth closed his eyes. He inhaled, then opened them to meet the pools of fire in that face shaped like his own. No. The rage flowed backwards. No. It drew them into the Fade. That means they are here. I am going to find them. I am going to set them free. I am not giving you to the scavenger. Jiroth took a step towards it. I will not let the... He narrowed his eyes. Scavenger. He drummed his fingers against the sword hilt. Have them. His smile was savage. They are mine. That was not our bargain. Your bargain was never with me. Wasn't it? The skills I have given you, the warrior I have made you. It smiled. The killer. Tell me, did you not enjoy tearing Vaughn's head from his shoulders? It laughed. You play. Handing out kindness here and there so you can pretend you don't love the feel of your blade slicing flesh? And would you have us be one of those things haunting the tower? Mindless? Kill or be killed. Jiroth shook his head. We still have one left. He was in the royal guard. The Darkspawn did that for us. Jiroth narrowed his eyes. The way that child looked. He waved a hand. You felt it. The faith in her eyes. Like we could do anything. He shook his head. I am going for them. And if necessary, I will go through you. You would fight me? You would fight yourself. I fight you every day. You run from me every day. In the barn, you let the Dalish hit you. I could have killed him. And then what? Killed the woman? Then Duncan, and the others. Better than bargaining with her for their lives. And would you have that be for nothing? All of it, for nothing. He touched his sword. The duty that cannot be forsworn. Yes, I have killed. I will kill again. But not without purpose. He stared. And I need them. Purpose. I am a Grey Warden. The fire faded slowly from around its hands. It looked down at them, its expression odd. We are a Grey Warden. He met Jiroth's eyes. I will take you to them. He started to turn, then looked back. It will not be easy. If it was easy, someone else would do it. Setida found herself standing in a fortress of white stone. It felt comfortable. Like home. And yet. She looked up to see Duncan approaching, and smiled. Ah, there you are. I'm not disturbing you, am I? He sat next to her on the marble bench, and put his arm around her. She snuggled into him contentedly. I can't quite remember what I was doing. I'm sure you were simply deep in thought. You've been at Weishaupt for some time now. Do you like it here? He ran his fingers through her hair. Yes, of course. It's a beautiful fortress. It will stand as a testament to the time when the Grey Wardens were needed to fight the Darkspawn. Setida frowned, and pulled away from him. She shook her head. Something seemed off. You speak as though the Darkspawn are no longer a problem. Duncan ran his fingers through her hair. The Darkspawn are gone, remember? You were there in that last great battle. It was a triumph for all of us, bringing down the Archdemon and setting the underground lairs ablaze. If the Darkspawn are gone, then we are no longer needed. She stood, and shook her head slightly. The Grey Wardens shall be keepers of history. We shall tell tales and sing songs of a more tumultuous time, that others may rejoice in knowing that time is past. He held out his hand to her. She started to take it when she heard footsteps. She turned. The elf, he looked familiar. Like she should know his name. He looked ragged, with torn armor. In his hands were mismatched daggers instead of the axe and sword. How did she know what weapons he preferred? There were scorch marks on his left leg, and he was bleeding. Funny, he said. Did Duncan ever strike you as a man who would rest on his laurels? That's not. She looked at Duncan. Duncan stood and put a hand on her shoulder. He gave her a loving look. The Duncan you know was a man forged in the fires of war. I am different now, at peace. I have learned to be tranquil. Duncan is dead, said Ida. That's not Duncan. Dead? Me? Ha. I have been close many times, but I never quite made it all the way. He shrugged. Sedida turned to the elf. Who are you? He walked towards her slowly. The world is never utterly at peace, Sedida. But now it is, for the first time in history. And you played a part in the making of that history. Duncan caressed her cheek. Do you not remember? Vaguely. She tried to call up the memories, but they slipped from her grasp. As though it were a dream. This is the dream, Sedida. You are the commander. We looked to you, when Duncan died. We need you now. No. Stone wrapped around her heart. That's not. Memories pushed against her. You don't need. She stared at the elf, unwilling to look at the man next to her. It's not Duncan, is it? Foolish child. I have given you so much and you cast it back in my face. Can you not be content with the peace I offer? She didn't look at him. You offer complacency, not peace. It seems only war and death will satisfy you. So be it. Have your war and your Darkspawn. May they be your doom. Two other wardens turned and began firing arrows at them as Duncan drew his blade. She brought up her shield to block. Jarath flung one of the daggers into the throat of an archer before turning to attack the other. Sedida blocked two more of Duncan's blows before she could bring herself to use the sword. She cried out as the blade did its cruel work. She lowered her sword, and brushed a hand across her eyes, wiping tears away. Jarath turned away, pretending to look around as she regained her composure. This is the fade. She said, her voice coming out strangely harsh as she turned away from what refused to stop looking like Duncan's corpse. Jarath nodded. It stands to reason the others are trapped here as well. These things, here, they seem to function like some sort of portal. I touched one, after. He shook his head. Ended up fighting another demon. That seemed to open up another of these things, and that one brought me here. This one. She walked towards it. It appeared when I killed. It's not him, Sedida. We'd won. There were no more Darkspawn, anywhere. I know it wasn't real, but for a moment. Tears threatened again. I wanted to believe it so badly. She shook herself, then looked him over. You are injured. I'll be fine. He was interrupted as something shrieked in the distance. Maybe we should get moving. He moved to the portal. She started to follow, but the world got fuzzy around her. Jarath. Darkness. He stepped back into the library. The other version of him was waiting. Well. Where'd she go? She's free. She's on her way now, crossing the threshold. From her perspective, only a heartbeat will pass. Assuming, of course, you don't manage to get yourself killed. Where to now? Well, now we've got to get this door open. How do I? Jarath followed the other's eyes to a mouse hole. If you are the demon, how come I have to do the shape-shifting? Because it's your perception that bends. Jarath sighed, and changed. Burhan jumped the fallen log and scrambled up the short incline before ducking behind a tree. He held his breath and waited for the darkspawn to pass. Tamlin crouched behind a rock, his eyes wide as he carefully nocked an arrow. Meryl's hands glowed faintly where she clutched the staff. Between the trees, Burhan could make out the landships fleeing to safety. A twig snapped, and all three elves whirled, firing arrows at the sound. An elf in battered armor dodged Tamlin's arrow and Meryl's spell, but Burhan's arrow scraped his arm, eliciting a hiss of pain. Burhan lowered his bow. "Easy, Lethalin," he said to his friends. "That's not a darkspawn. It's a flatear." Tamlin responded. "Almost the same thing." Burhan frowned. "Doesn't sound like something Tamlin would say, does it?" The newcomer asked. "Who are you?" "Another flatear come to seek the Dalish?" Burhan called out. "If so, you are far too late." He looked back towards the escaping landships, and the other elf followed his gaze. Jarath frowned. "It's not real, Burhan." "How can you say that?" Burhan shook his head. "My clan." He smiled proudly. "They are safe." As was Tamlin. He blinked, wondering where the thought had come from. "They are not safe." "Not yet. The darkspawn are still coming. You left to keep them safe." "I." How could his leaving keep them safe? They were safer when they were all together. Him, Tamlin, and Meryl. "I wouldn't leave my clan." "Do you remember the mirror, Burhan? Duncan saving you." "Duncan?" A face tried to come to mind. "The Grey Warden." Burhan shook his head, trying to make sense of the conflicting memories. "You." Anger filled him, and he started advancing on the elf. "Where were you when this happened?" "The darkspawn came and you wardens were nowhere to be found." "How did you know I am a warden?" "I." He blinked. "We took our joining together, Burhan. It saved your life." "Lethalin." Tamlin's hand was on his shoulder. "Kill this flatear." From the other side of him came Meryl's voice. "We must protect our clan." Burhan knocked an arrow to his bow, and glared at the city elf in front of him. "Run. You know better." The smaller man shook his head. "Kill him." Meryl's hand trailed down his arm. "Then we'll go to the waterfall." "The three of us." Tamlin nodded. "Just like old times." A smile came to his face. He remembered the three of them at the waterfall. He started to lift his bow, and the elf in front of him simply stared back at him levelly. It felt wrong to shoot. Jarath was just a kid. And they weren't three. Not anymore. Slowly, Burhan turned. He looked at his friends, and then took a step back. "Go." "What?" Meryl raised an eyebrow. "Lethalin." Tamlin held out a hand. "Please. Please just go." "I don't want." He backed away. "I don't want to see you die. I just..." He shook his head. "Please." He closed his eyes for a moment. "Go. You aren't real." Tamlin's face contorted into a snarl. "You'll not leave me again." The thing that wore his blood brother's face lifted its bow. And the flung axe from Jarath caught him in the head. Meryl's spell was cut short by an arrow in her throat, and he stared at his bow in horror when he realized he'd fired it. Slowly, the forest began to fade. Burhan turned to Jarath, his eyes bleak. "I." He pointed at the smaller man's bleeding arm. "I shot you. Fortunately, your aim is terrible." Burhan gave a bitter laugh, then his vision began to blur. "What the?" "Darkness. He shot me." "Ass." Jarath bandaged his arm. "You could have left him," it said. "No." The faces of Setida and Burhan, forced to fight those they loved. Whatever had made this place needed to pay. "Oh, look. Darkspawn." They fought back to back as the waves of Darkspawn came. Their movements complemented each other as though they'd been doing it for years. But then, they had. "Here," it said, calling his attention to something. "Another of the fonts." Jarath touched it, and felt the energy rush into him. His skin glowed briefly. He felt stronger than he had just a few moments before. What are these, anyway? If we stood here a month, I might be able to get you to grasp the basics. It held out its arm, seemingly pleased by the results of the font. Some other time. Who is next? Let's find out. Lenore giggled as Cullen nibbled at her ear. Stop that, she said coyly. I can't help it. You ears are so tasty. It must be magic. I have work to do. She frowned. There was something. My love, let the apprentices handle whatever needs to be done. It's our wedding day, let us keep this time to ourselves. I thought mages weren't allowed to marry, a voice interrupted. Lenore turned, startled. An elf was standing on the roof. He looked familiar, and half dead. Oh dear. You must be looking for the healer rooms. And I'm fairly certain relationships between Templars and mages are frowned upon, he continued. That's not. Lenore frowned. Things have changed, elf, since my lovely wife became the first enchanter. Cullen caressed her cheek, his smile proud. Jarath ignored Cullen, keeping his attention on Lenore. Do you remember why you left the tower, Lenore? We. Slowly she nodded. To fight the Darkspawn. And fight them you did. After you killed the archdemon, Irving stepped down so you could take his place, love. Don't you remember? Yes. The memories were. I remember. Did she? He is obviously confused. Cullen added. Perhaps his mind is addled. She turned back to the elf. Come, let me heal you, and perhaps we can see about getting you a meal. Be careful, love. He could be dangerous. Cullen stepped in front of her. You there, put down your weapons, and we will see to it you get healing. The elf frowned. Lenore, we really don't have time for this. I have no way of knowing how much time has actually passed. Please, you have to remember. Do you remember finding Jowan, in Redcliffe? Jowan. Your old friend. Cullen mentioned. Didn't he get married, recently? Yes, to Lily. Jowan in a dungeon. Remember? He was a blood mage, Lenore. How dare you? Lenore drew herself up. Jowan would never. She bit her lip. Cullen put a hand on his blade. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now, Nyfir. He took a menacing step forward. Jarath drew a pair of long daggers. Lenore, listen to me. He met her eyes. This is the Fade. This is a dream. This Templar here, he is a demon, a shade. Lenore shook her head wildly. Cullen drew his blade and stepped towards Jarath. That is enough from you, elf. She is mine. Jarath caught the swing with crossed daggers and redirected it to the side. As Cullen's momentum took him past, the elf kicked the Templar in the side of the knee, sending the larger man to the ground in a groan of pain. Jarath stepped in for a follow-up blow, and Lenore caught him in a spell. Bars of magic held the elf in place as he shuddered in agony. Leave him alone. Lenore shouted. Lenore. Jarath gasped. Remember. He cried out in pain. We need. Lenore began another spell as Cullen stood up, a triumphant smile on his face. Connor. Jarath managed to say. The child. In Redcliffe. Oh, sweet maker. Connor. Finish him, my love. Cullen's voice, but not Cullen. She redirected her spell, hitting the Templar with a blast of fire that drove him off the side of the tower. The spell holding Jarath collapsed, as did the elf. Jarath, oh, Jarath. Maker, I'm sorry. She started to weave a healing spell, but her vision began to blur. Maker, what's happening? Darkness. It took Jarath a minute to stand up. Lenore packs a hell of a punch. Mages cheat. If we live, I think I'll ask Alistair to teach me some of those Templar tricks. He panted. You noticed when, right? Yeah. Thoughts. He pushed on the side of his ribs. They hurt like hell, but nothing moved. Lenore just would have to vanish before the healing spell had taken effect. Faith. It's faith. Its voice was contemplative. It's not controlling her. Just keeping her alive. It's weak though. Couldn't protect her from sloth. It cocked its head to the side. What are you going to do about it? He looked up at the demon that wore his face. Sympathize. Jarath shrugged. And keep an eye on her. Braska was still staring at the mug in his hand when the elf sat down across from him at the table. He pushed the pitcher and an empty mug towards the elf, then glanced over to where his mother was laughing at a joke Rika told. Funny. What is? They can make my mother sober enough to string two words together, but the ale still tastes like mold. The memory was too happy to be true. Figured it out already, have you? Yeah. He saw a moment of relief cross Jarath's face. Ain't real. Still. He looked over at the two women. Ain't seen them laugh like that since I was a wee one. He took a drink, made a face, then looked over at the elf. Heh. Jarath was battered and bleeding in a few places. You look like something a nug wouldn't eat. What the hell happened to you? Burhan shot me? Your dream or his? His. Figures. He took another drink. So what now? We've still got a fight ahead. Jarath stood up. Yeah. Suppose it's time to go then. He looked over at the giggling women, then finished his drink. Ain't gonna bother paying the tab. Let's go. As he turned to walk to the door, his vision started to blur. He kept walking until the darkness took him. That settles it. Jarath began looking around the new chamber. Books floated everywhere. Braska is my favorite. If you die, I'm thinking of taking him over. I would have thought Burhan. He's got a temper. He punched us in the face. And shot you. True. He might be crazy. I will point out that he isn't the one walking through the fade talking to a manifestation of his inner self. I'm starting to understand why he shot me. They found themselves facing another of the massive doors. Jarath couldn't quite hide a smile as he shifted into the form of the large golem. It was kind of nice being the biggest thing in the room. The sensation of having his skin on fire and not actually burning was very odd. Warmth seemed to trickle pleasantly through his veins, providing a counter to the pain. He shifted his form back, then looked at his companion. He raised an eyebrow. The fire hurt you. A little, the other said. I thought rage demons couldn't burn. And I told you that your perception bends the fade. Did you think that limited to just our surroundings and yourself? Jarath blinked. What does that mean? It means. The demon's tone was odd. It nodded. That we have a purpose. One left. Once she's free, it will shatter. You will face the one that made this place. It looked at Jarath. I can't help you anymore. I can get through the rest. I'm not just talking about here. Jarath froze. He met its eyes. I thought. The bargain was with the demon. It looked down at its hands. Light still shone through cracks, but it was green, almost soothing. It slowly nodded. I am not a demon. He felt a lump in his throat, and nodded. You'll be all right. I think I will. It smiled. Go. He nodded, and turned to the last portal. And there was poor Ser Garland, with no weapon to behead but a dinner fork. Cathiel laughed as Fergus finished the tale. Her father pounded the table as her mother gave an exasperated sigh, one that didn't quite hide the smile playing on her own lips. Across the table, Oriana rolled her eyes and cooed at the infant in her arms. Oren sat next to her, feeding bits of vegetables to Griffin whenever his mother was distracted by the infant. Behind her father, she saw the door of the hall open, and an elf slipped inside. She would have thought him a servant, but he was armed and armored, and bleeding. Her mother followed her gaze, and her eyes widened as she too noticed the newcomer. The table fell silent as one by one they turned to face the elf. Young man. Her father started to speak. Young man, if you are looking for Mother Malol, you are in the wrong place. He gestured for one of the guards. The elf shook his head. I'm looking for your daughter, Cathiel Kausland. Cathiel frowned. And why are you looking for me, elf. This isn't real, Cathiel. What are you talking about? She frowned. Of course this is real. Do you remember the night you were conscripted? Her father stood up. Young man, I would never allow my daughter to be conscripted, no matter what so-called rights the Grey Wardens invoke. Remember, Cathiel? Cathiel shook her head. Her father gestured for the guards. Get rid of him. Wounded or no, the elf was fast. He took the 2 guards nearest him before they'd finished drawing their weapons. The 3rd and 4th fared no better. Ser Gilmore caught the elf with the edge of a shield, but he recovered quickly, parrying Ser Gilmore's blow and stepping in to bury his dagger into Ser Gilmore's chest. Cathiel screamed. Rory! An arrow buried itself in the elf's chest. He collapsed to his knees, and she was shocked to see the bow in her hands. It's not. The elf put a hand to try to stem the blood coming from him. Cathiel, it's not real. Cathiel leaped over the table, bow in her hands, and stalked towards the elf. He struggled to his feet as she slammed him against the wall. You killed Rory. The elf winced. No. He met her eyes. Arl, how did? Cathiel's hands began to tremble. No. He's still out there, Cathiel. Your family is in their graves, with none to avenge them but you. Blood trickled from the side of the elf's mouth. Cathiel let out a sob. Maker. She stared at him. Jarath. Her eyes went to the arrow buried in his ribs. There has to be some poultices around here, somewhere. She released him, and started to move towards the cabinet as her vision began to blur. Darkness. The demon flowed around the center of the small valley. What do we have here? A rebellious minion? An escaped slave? It laughed. My. Its voice was mocking. But you do have some gall. But playtime is over. You all have to go back now. Setida glanced around and realized the others had also appeared around her. Cathiel immediately rushed to support Jarath, who appeared beside her. The elf sagged, and she realized he was badly injured. Wynn's voice rang out. You will not hold us, demon. We found each other in this place and you cannot stand against us. You made a dangerous enemy, demon, by toying with my mind. Morrigan practically sneered as she readied her staff. It is time to finish this. Sten drew his sword. I have had enough of cages. If you go back quietly, I'll do better this time. I'll make you much happier. The demon's voice was mocking. We don't want anything you offer, Brujhan said, his voice raw. I made you happy and safe. I gave you peace. I did my best for you and you say you want to leave? Can't you think about someone other than yourself? I'm hurt, so very, very hurt. It sounded annoyed. Sorry, but I'd rather just be rid of your evil right now. Setida readied her shield as she started towards it. You wish to battle me? So be it. Its voice rose. You will learn to bow to your betters, mortal. The demon shifted into the form of an ogre, batting Brujhan and Braska aside effortlessly. It lowered its head and charged. Cathiel managed to throw herself and Jarath out of the way. Wynn and Lenore weren't so lucky, and were sent flying. Zevran tried to come at it from behind, slashing at its legs. The ogre grabbed him and flung him into Sten, who just barely managed to lower his sword in time to not skewer the elf. The two went down in a heap. It roared at Setida, and started to lower its head again, when Jarath leapt on its back, burying both daggers into its shoulders. It threw back its head, and Setida took the opening, driving her blade into its now exposed throat. It reared back, yanking her sword out of her hand, and twisted. Jarath lost his grip and tumbled to the ground where he lay unmoving. The ogre roared again, and Cathiel put an arrow into its open mouth. The ogre staggered a moment, then collapsed. As it fell, the world around them began to break apart. You defeated the demon. I never thought. Setida turned to see a man in mage robes speaking. His face was overjoyed. I never expected you to get free, to free us all. He looked towards them. When you return. He smiled. Take the litany of Adralla from my. He hesitated a moment. Body. It will protect you from the worst of the blood magic. Setida nodded as the dream faded away. Chapter 16, Return to Red Cliff. Setida awoke, and reached for her blade. Around her, the others were stirring. She saw the body of the young man, the one that had spoken to them in the Fade. His fingers were still clutched around a scroll case. Lenore. Cathiel's voice was frantic. Wynne and Lenore rushed over to where Cathiel was kneeling beside Jarath. The young elf was pale and wide-eyed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Together, the mages wove the healing spell over him. Morrigan joined them, and after a moment, the elf's breathing became steady. Is he? Setida started to ask. Cathiel made a choking noise. I shot him. I believe he will be fine. Injuries received in the Fade do not transfer to reality, at least, not physically. Wynne laid the back of her hand against Jarath's forehead, then nodded. His condition looks similar to that of an apprentice shortly after a harrowing. It is exhaustion, mainly. We seem to have escaped the Fade in time for him. Morrigan cradled Jarath's head in her lap. Finish what you came to do. I will remain here with him. Are you certain? I will keep him safe. She brushed his hair from his face possessively, shooting Cathiel a look as she did so. Setida hesitated, and then nodded. The rest of you, come with me. Lenore let out a gasp as she saw the Templar inside the magical barrier. Bruises stood out starkly on Cullen's pale face. His eyes went wide when he saw her. This trick again. I know what you are. It won't work. I will stay strong. Cullen. The smile that had started to come upon seeing him alive died on her lips. Don't you recognize me? She went to the side of the barrier and began looking for a way to bring it down. Only too well. He glared at her. How far they must have delved into my thoughts. Wynne came up next to her. Sympathy filled her voice. The boy is exhausted. And this cage. She trailed a hand, not quite touching the barrier. I've never seen anything like it. Rest easy. She smiled soothingly. Help is here. Enough visions. If anything in you is human. Cullen tried to stand, and failed. Kill me now and stop this game. Leliana began rummaging in her bag. He's delirious. He's been tortured, and has probably been denied food and water. I can tell. Here, I have a skin of. Don't touch me. Stay away. Sifting through my thoughts. He shook his head. Tempting me with the one thing I always wanted but could never have. Using my shame against me. He fell back to the ground. My ill-advised infatuation with her. He shook his head. A mage, of all things. He looked at her, and Lenore took a step back. There was hatred in his eyes. Someone was quite the little heartbreaker when they were an apprentice. My. She nearly turned around and threw a fireball in Zevran's face as she heard his mocking words. I'm so tired of these cruel jokes. His breath was ragged. These tricks. He started to gather his feet under him. These. Cullen's voice trailed off. Lenore knelt to look him in the eyes. This is no trick. We're here to help. Silence. This time he made it to his feet. I'll not listen to anything you say. Now be gone. He looked back at her, and his eyes widened. Still here? But that's always worked before. I close my eyes, but you are still here when I open them. I'm real, and I'm here to help you. Don't blame me for being cautious. The voices. His voice was little more than a whisper. The images. He rubbed at his eyes. So real. She tried to smile. I bet you wish you hadn't said those things. He snarled. I am beyond caring what you think. The Maker knows my sin, and I pray he will forgive me. Lenore took an involuntary step back. I never wanted to cause you pain. You are a mage and I, a Templar. It is my duty to oppose you and all you are. He shook his head. Why have you returned to the tower? How did you survive? Is it so surprising that I've returned? This was my home. As it was mine. And look what they've done to it. They deserve to die. Uldred most of all. They caged us like animals. He gestured wildly at the barrier. Looked for ways to break us. I'm the only one left. Be proud. You mastered yourself, Sten said. Be proud? What is there to be proud of? That I lived and they died? They turned some into. He shook his head. Monsters. And a small sob escaped him. There was nothing I could do. You must stay strong, she said, as she used her magic to prod at the cage. The barrier held firm. And to think I once thought we were too hard on you. There was disgust in his eyes when he looked at her. Maker, he was looking at her the way Brayden used to. We're not all evil, Cullen. She felt tears pricking at her eyes. Only mages have that much power at their fingertips. Only mages are so susceptible to the infernal whisperings of the demons. He hurled the words at her. This is a discussion for another time. Wynne put a hand on her shoulder. Irving and the other mages who fought Uldred. Where are they? They are in the harrowing chamber. The sound's coming out from there. He turned towards the stairs. Oh, Maker. We must hurry. They are in grave danger, I am sure of it. Cullen turned back towards them. You can't save them. You don't know what they've become. I am a mage too, Cullen. Lenore used her staff to stand up. They've been surrounded by blood mages whose wicked fingers snake into your mind and corrupt your thoughts. Wynne's hand tightened on her shoulder. He's suffered pain and anguish like few have had to endure. That and his lust for revenge have confused the issue. Do not presume to judge me, mage. I am thinking clearly. Cullen clenched his fists. Gore, perhaps the first time in my life. Sedita began walking to the stairs. I want to save everyone who can possibly be saved. Are you really saving anyone by taking this risk? To ensure this horror is ended. Cullen took a step towards the edge of the barrier. To guarantee no abominations or blood mages live, you must kill everyone up there. Sedita looked at him, then looked to Lenore. She shook her head. I cannot decide on that before seeing what's going on. That is your choice to make, but I beg you to consider what I have to say. You cannot tell Maleficarum by sight. Just one could influence the mind of a king, of a grand cleric. I've made my decision, Sedita said as she started climbing the stairs. Maker turned his gaze on you. I hope your compassion hasn't doomed us all. Lenore felt sick as they entered the harrowing chamber. Leora's body was sprawled near the door, her glazed eyes staring out of her ruined face. Her teachers, her mentors, writhed in cages of cruel magic. And there, standing in the center, an almost fatherly smile on his face, stood Uldred. His smile widened when he saw her. Ah, look what we have here. I remember you. Irving's star pupil. His voice was strange, echoing inhumanly. Uldred didn't think much of you then, and I certainly don't see your appeal now. Her staff glowed. I think I'll just kill you, if that's all right with you. He threw back his head and laughed. Fight if you must. It will just make my victory all the sweeter. Don't forget the litany. It will thwart Uldred's attempts to control the mages and win this fight for us, Wynne's voice whispered urgently. Make her take the litany. Lenore called the spell to her and sent a blast of lightning right into Uldred's smug face. The mage flew backwards. She started to call up another spell. Across the room, he rose, and then kept rising, his form twisting and growing as it reshaped itself. Pride. Wynne shoved the litany at Leliana and began weaving her own spells. Mages that had already fallen to Uldred began moving towards them. Cathiel began firing arrows rapidly as the others moved quickly, striking at the mages before they could fully gather their powers. Lenore focused her power on Uldred. She could dimly make out Leliana's voice reading from the litany when Uldred tried to force the surviving mages into the fray. Braska moved at her side, smashing his mace into a shade that tried to reach her as she continued hurling spells. The pride demon screamed as it fell, twisting and decaying. A foul odor of rot filled the air as the thing dissolved into a pile of rags. A nothing that had once been one of the best of the circle. She closed her eyes for a moment. Mages were trying to stand, freed from the spells by the death throes of Uldred. Wynne moved to help one of them. Lenore shook her head, and went to help another. There was work still to be done. Irving managed to get to his feet after Braska practically forced one of the restorative potions down his throat. Maker. I'm too old for this. Irving. Are you all right? Wynne asked. I've. He groaned. Been better. But I am thankful to be alive. I suppose that is your doing, isn't it, Wynne? I wasn't alone. I had help. Wynne gestured to where Lenore was weaving a healing spell over the last of injured mages. Braska glanced in that direction. His friend was pale, almost a bit wobbly as she stood. He went to her side. Irving looked at her. I was surprised to see you standing there. But I am glad you have returned. He looked around, taking in the wardens and their companions. The circle owes all of you a debt we will never be able to repay. He leaned heavily on his staff. Come, the Templars await. We shall let them know the tower is once again ours. Very well, lead on, Setida said, nodding at him. I'll need you to guide me down the stairs. Irving said. Alistair immediately moved to the man's side and got an arm under his shoulder. Ah, curse whoever insisted the circle be housed in a tower. The cage binding the Templar had collapsed. Brujn saw Lenore take a step towards the young man sitting on the ground, then stop herself. He touched her shoulder, and she nodded to him. He walked towards the seated man. The man's face was numb when he looked up at Brujn. Gently, Brujn pulled him to his feet, and slung one of the Templar's arms over his shoulders. The man leaned on him heavily, but put one foot in front of the other. Almost a dozen more of the ambulant corpses were scattered around the next chamber. Morrigan's hand was on her staff, and her face was wary as she knelt next to the unconscious Jarath. Setida gestured to Sten, and Sten approached. He picked Jarath up as if the smaller man weighed nothing at all. Morrigan moved to walk next to him, her yellow eyes fixed on the injured warden. Colin balked slightly when the mages began to file out. Brujn dragged him a couple steps, and Colin tried to pull away. They could be demons. If they are foolish enough to try anything, we will deal with it. Brujn continued walking. Again Colin tried to pull away, and nearly fell doing so. He took a swing when Brujn pulled him back up, connecting with a glancing blow. It stung, and he felt a small trickle of wetness run down his temple. He clenched his fist, then forced it to relax. The demon had caused him to shoot Jarath. He tried to make his voice gentle. The other Templars are downstairs. Let's get you to them, all right. Colin stared at him, eyes more than a little bit wild. All right. Genuine relief showed on Grigoyer's face when he saw them. Irving? Maker's breath, I did not expect to see you alive. He took Irving from Alistair and helped the first enchanter to a chair. Lenore followed. It is over, Grigoyer. Uldred. He sighed. Is dead. Irving accepted one of the restorative potions gratefully. Colin looked up from where Brujn had seated him. Uldred tortured these mages, hoping to break their wills and turn them into abominations. We don't know how many of them have turned. What? Irving shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. Of course he'll say that. He might be a blood mage. Don't you know what they did? I won't let this happen again. He tried to stand up, and Brujn pushed him back into the chair. Grigoyer gave Colin a surprisingly sympathetic look, but his voice was firm. I am the Knight Commander here, not you. He turned towards Lenore, his eyes searching her face before he glanced at the other wardens. Setida stepped forward. I believe order has been restored to the circle. Grigoyer nodded to her. Irving stood, and looked at the surviving mages. We will rebuild. The circle will go on, and we will learn from this tragedy, and be strengthened by it. We have won back the tower. Grigoyer nodded to Irving. I will accept Irving's assurance that all is well. But they may have demons within them, lying dormant. Colin tried to stand up again, and nearly stumbled before Brujn caught him and put him back in the chair. Lying in wait. Colin's next attempt to rise went no better than his last one. Brujn set him back in the chair easily. Lenore blinked when she saw a small trail of blood down the side of Bruhin's face. Enough. I have already made my decision. Grigor gave them a small bow. Thank you. You have proven yourselves friends of both the Circle and the Templars. It had to be done. Lenore pulled her eyes away from Cullen to look at Grigor. I promised you aid, but with the Circle restored, my duty is to watch the mages. They are free to help you, however. Speak to them. And what will the Templars do? Setida asked. For now, I will have to oversee a sweep of the tower. There may be some survivors and we should do our best to tend to them. Please, excuse me. And Irving. He put a hand on Irving's shoulder. It is good to have you back. He nodded before walking towards Cullen. Irving smiled. Ah, I'm sure we will be at each other's throats again in no time. Lenore healed the small abrasion on Bruhin, and then went to sit next to Irving. Broska was almost hovering, and she sent him a smile. Here we are, the tower in disarray, the Circle nearly annihilated. Irving patted her hand. Though it could have been much, much worse. I am glad you arrived when you did. It is almost as though the Maker himself sent you. I'm glad I could help. She smiled at the man who had been nearly a father to her. From what Grigor said, it seems you came here seeking allies. The least we can do is help you against the Darkspawn. I would hate to survive this only to be overcome by the Blight. But there are so few mages left. Her throat was tight. The Templars had managed to find a few other survivors, but nearly a third of the mages and no few of the Templars lay among the dead. You of all people should know that we are not to be underestimated. The mages you see here will be of great help to you. You have my word, as first enchanter. The Circle will join the Grey Wardens in the fight. When join them. Irving, I have a request. I seek leave to follow the Grey Wardens. When? He looked up at the woman. We need you here. The Circle needs you. I appreciate the sentiment, Irving, but the Circle will do fine without me. The Circle has you. She turned to look at the Wardens. These people are brave and good, and capable of great things. If they will accept my help, I will help them accomplish their goals. Lenore smiled warmly. We'd be honored to have you join us, Win. Irving just shook his head in a fond manner. You were never one to stay in the tower when there was adventure to be had elsewhere. Why stay when I can be of service elsewhere? Win asked, shrugging her shoulders. Then I give you leave to follow the Grey Wardens, but know that you always have a place here. There is much to be done here, and I must go. You must forgive me for not being a proper host. Lenore blinked as she suddenly remembered the reason they'd come in the first place. Can the Circle go to Red Cliff to save a possessed child? The child is possessed? But... He frowned. Killing the demon would mean killing the Dash. He looked up at her. Unless you intend to enter the Fate? Yes. He nodded. Yes, it can be done with a group of mages. He smiled. I shall gather what mages I can and we shall leave promptly. A life is at stake. He stood, moving with a bit of his old vigor. He woke to see the older mage standing over him. She reached to put a hand on his forehead, and he caught her wrist. She blinked. You're awake. Did we win? He let go of her hand. The Circle of Magi is safe once more. She nodded to him. Jiroth swallowed, and tried to focus. They'd been trapped. They made it out. The Wardens came through none the worse for wear, Morrigan said from where she was sitting next to him. Something was off. He felt wrong, almost empty. He started to turn towards Morrigan, to ask her something, and darkness closed over him once more. Wynne stepped out of the tent, closing it behind her. He woke up a bit, asked if we'd won. I assured him we had, and that everyone survived, and he went back to sleep. He'll sleep a while longer, I think, but he will be all right. Setida nodded. We are out of the tower now, anyway. What happened in there? The demon trapped us all in the Fade. Lenore answered. In dreams. It's how it... She sighed. Feeds, I suppose. Oh, great. I just love the thought of being Demon Chow. Broska groused. It's similar, in some ways, to what we are going to do regarding Connor. Find our way through the Fade, find the demon, and kill it. Lenore finished. You'll be stuck in another dream. No. She gestured. I'd be in Connor's dream, not one made for me. She sighed. It won't be able to fool me as easily. Braska sat next to the mage. Cheer up, girl. It's not like you were the only one got hoodwinked. He put an arm around her waist, and she rested her head atop his. Jarath broke me out of it, said it amused. Me too. Burhan said. Lenore glanced at them. He broke me out as well. It appears the young man had quite the busy time in the Fade. No wonder he is exhausted. Wynne said, her tone matronly. Lenore's face abruptly turned red. I wonder how much of it he'll remember. He should remember everything, I suppose. Just as we do. Wynne responded. Lenore drew her robes up around her. Oh, Maker. At Sedida's raised eyebrow, Lenore winced. I was kind of. She shook her head. It was an embarrassing situation. And then I tried to kill him. Same here. Cathiel added. Well, not the embarrassing situation part. The tried to kill him part. Burhan sighed. I shot him. A little, anyway. Huh. Braska said. I just offered him a mug of Tapster's finest. Sedida gave Braska a look of mock horror. You. She shuddered. Fiend. Lenore shook her head. I wonder how he managed to break out. She tapped her lips. And then find all of us. He was wounded when my dream began. Same here. Sedida added. Though he didn't appear to have been shot by anyone. Just set on fire. That ER. Lenore frowned. Wasn't me. I didn't set him on fire. Lenore glanced at Wynne. I did not cast any spells at that young man. Wynne said, disapprovingly. Might be why Morrigan is acting so mother hen. She had her first feeling, and it was a guilty one. Braska glanced back at the tent. Burhan entered the tent, carrying a tray of food. Jarath sat up as he entered. Good, you are awake. Thought you might be hungry. A bit. Burhan sat the tray down before seating himself. You feeling okay? The younger man was still paler than usual. Jarath nodded. I would be up and walking, but Wynne gave me a look. Yeah, she's good enough at those to be a keeper. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry about shooting you. In the Fade. Jarath nodded. I am sorry, about your friends. Tamlin and I had been friends since before we could walk. We were blood brothers. He folded his arms. He should be here with us now. Wardening. He sighed. Though you'd have probably killed both of us before we even got to Ostagar. He gave a half-hearted smile before turning to look at the ground. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you for breaking me out of it. I think some part of me knew it wasn't real all along, but... Jarath nodded. Burhan stood. Anyway, if you want to get some food in you and get out of the way, Braska and I will get your tent packed up and we'll be underway. Thank you. Oh, Sedida told Sten that if you don't get in the wagon on your own, he's to put you there and sit on you if needed. I appreciate the warning. Braska shook his head as he watched Burhan of all people try to fuss over Jarath. If Songbird didn't watch himself, he was going to find himself on the wrong end of Junior's sword. After 2 days on the road, the kid was looking like his old self again. Sedida was still insisting he ride in the wagon with Wynne. He couldn't blame her. On the field with a weapon in each hand, it was easy to forget how young the guy was. Unconscious like that, he'd looked younger than some of the apprentices. Seeing him down and out had shaken Braska more than he liked to admit. Cathiel had whispered something to that hound of hers, and Griffin was practically laying on the elf. Even Morrigan was shooting the kid worried looks. He didn't blame her, Junior was the only person who seemed able to tolerate her. With a shrug, he caught the side of the wagon and pulled himself in. Lazy, he said, as he plunked himself down next to Jarath. A look that Braska could only describe as full-on petulant crossed Jarath's normally composed face. I hate you. Nick anything good from the tower. Wen gave him a disapproving look. He grinned at her. What? I'm just being a bad influence. I can see that. She glared at him. I don't steal from allies, Jiroth said. Broska nodded. Fancy a game of diamond back. And now you are teaching him to gamble. Wen folded her arms. Gotta pass the time somehow, right? Jiroth twitched a shoulder. Sounds good. Right. Broska dug in his pocket, then frowned. He searched his other pocket. I coulda. Jiroth offered him the deck. Broska looked at it, then laughed. Sedita told the rest of her group to take a well-deserved break when they reached Red Cliff. She took herself to the castle library, and noted almost absently that Sten fell into step with her. You are not quite as callow as I thought, he said, glancing down at her. That is. He nodded. Unexpected. She shrugged. Thanks, I guess. You're welcome. What were you quoting earlier? The writings of the Ashkari : The Kun. It is the path to wisdom. She looked up at him. What is the Kun, exactly? He looked surprised, and then pleased by the question. Ask it to Masran, they know how to explain things to children. It is not for me to teach the Kun. She nodded, and walked into the library. You can read the king's tongue, yes. I can. I'll start here, you start there. Ferelden history, last decade. Ferelden law. I can't plan a battle unless I know the field. Isolde rushed to Lenore the moment she entered the room. I see you have returned. Connor is upstairs and remains quiet, for the moment. She wrung her hands. Have you made a decision? We brought the mages. We'll need a space to work. Of course. Anything. Lenore gave her a few instructions, then waited for the others. Irving entered a minute later, followed by the other mages. Matthias led the Templars with them. He gave her a friendly smile when he saw her, and touched Irving's arm. Ah. Irving said. There you are. He gestured. We have brought lyrium and begun preparations for the ritual. We can start anytime. Do you have any last-minute advice? Lenore asked him. He considered. It truly depends on the manner of demon. It sounds like a spirit of greed and desire, one of the more powerful in the hierarchy. It will likely engage you in dialogue and tempt you with an offer. Avoid it. Making deals with demons never turns out well. Let's do this now, Lenore said. She didn't have to add, before I lose my nerve. He saw that in her eyes. The confidence she'd felt when suggesting this plan had vanished when she'd been so trapped by the illusion she'd tortured a friend. Very well. I assume you are going into the Fade. He gave her a concerned look. Or did you have someone else in mind? Wen was no combat mage. Morrigan, the swamp witch would probably sell them all out. I will go. He smiled at her, his face proud. Good. Let us get the ritual underway, then. Why did you decide to come to Ferelden? Burhan asked. He tightened the string on the lute, then set about replacing the next one. He'd bought the thing from the dwarven merchant on a whim, figuring he could repair it later. After he'd brought in a deer and some herbs, one of the Chantry sisters had managed to scrounge the strings up somewhere in repayment. My mother was from Denerim and I consider myself a Ferelden. Mother served an Orlesian noblewoman who lived here when Orlais ruled. She shrugged. When Orlais was defeated and the common folk began to resent the presence of any Orlesian, the lady returned to Orlais. She took my mother with her. I was born in Orlais, and did not set foot in Ferelden until much later. Mother was always telling me stories of her homeland, I think she missed it. What happened to your mother? Mother died when I was very young. Lady Cecily let me stay with her. I had no one else. She was quite old then, and she had me study music and dance to entertain her. It is unfair, that I have more memories of Cecily than my mother. You were young, it's understandable. He couldn't even call up the face of his own mother. Strangely, the only thing I really remember of mother was her scent. She kept dried flowers in her closet, amongst her clothes. Small, white Ferelden wildflowers with a sweet fragrance. Mother called them Andrastes Grace. They were very rare in Orlais. Ushel, the woman who raised me, said my mother used to wear a crown of them in her hair. He smiled at the memory. Tell me of your mother. Leliana pulled her knees up, and rested her arms and chin atop them. I don't remember her. She was a hunter from another clan. My father was the keeper then, but her elders did not approve of the match. They used to meet in secret. He finished the rest ringing, and then began the process of tuning the lute. Bandits, shems, and flat-ears, caught them alone in the forest. My father was killed. My mother was wounded, but made it to his clan. She never recovered, from the wound or grief. He sighed. One night she walked into the woods and never returned. I was still an infant. Leliana laid a hand on his arm. She abandoned you. Ushel said she couldn't carry on without my father. I had received my Valislan before any would tell me the true story. They did not wish it to poison my heart. He set his hand on Leliana's. Ushel raised me as her own. Anharin Pavel was like a father to me. He wanted me to take over for him as the clan storyteller one day. He saw the sadness in her eyes, and decided to change the subject. You were a traveling minstrel. Do you have tales to share? Children, and then no few adults, began trickling over as he and Leliana began exchanging tales. Lenore made her way through the fade. It was dizzying, wandering past versions of the Arl and Connor as she sought the demon. How did Jarath manage this? She asked herself before shaking her head. Yet another fake version of Connor tried to send her back. When she refused, it turned into a demon and sent shades after her. She caught one with fire, but had to resort to pure energy for the second as it closed quickly. He probably just stabbed things until they got out of the way. Maybe I should let Braska give me another lesson on knives. She sighed. And now I'm talking to myself. I bet he didn't walk through the fade talking to himself. She found the demon. It manifested before her, a beautiful, purple-skinned woman. No more illusions. The demon's voice sounded slightly amused. Now we meet face to face. You see my true form and stand in my domain. She gave Lenore a sultry look. Perhaps we should converse instead. And I'll bet he didn't talk to demons either, Lenore said to himself. She tightened her grip on her staff. There will be no discussion, she said as she called her power to her. Alas, that is sad. The demoness split into multiple versions of herself, forcing Lenore to divide her attention as she attempted to pick out which was the real one. It felt good though, hitting it over and over again. Finally, it floated, motionless. Around her the fade shifted and bent, and finally dissolved away. Are you all right? Irving asked her. I'm fine. Connor. Asleep. I believe he will be all right. Given the circumstances, I will leave him here a while longer. Matthias has agreed to remain, and will escort the boy to the tower when things are less mad. Should such ever occur, Irving said with a small smile. Lenore stood, and wobbled slightly. Matthias caught her arm as she regained her balance. Perhaps you should rest. I think I should eat, Lenore said. I was too nervous for breakfast. He nodded. I'll walk with you to the kitchen. There was a dwarf who was quite adamant he be informed the moment you woke up. Lenore leaned on him as they made their way down the stairs. Thank you for looking after Connor. I owe you my life twice now, he said to her. I don't think the first one counts, she said. I was partly responsible for you being injured in the first place. Either way, looking after this boy you were willing to risk yourself for seems the least I can do. He gestured to one of the servants as he led her to a table. I will let your dwarf know. Take care of yourself. You too. She sighed. And? She looked up at him. Take care of Cullen. We will. Lenore hesitated a moment before entering the room. She walked to where Jarath sat in the windowsill, and settled herself down on the chair next to him. For a moment, they both sat there in silence. She swallowed. Thank you, Lenore said quietly, not looking at the elf. When he did not respond, she continued, you came for all of us, in the fade. We'd have been far too late to save the others, perhaps we'd even have been lost entirely, if you hadn't come. She looked down at her hands. I'm sorry I hurt you. Jarath made a sound that was somewhere between a grunt and a sigh. It's all right, Lenore. You weren't in your right mind. No. No, it's not all right. Nothing about that was all right. I tried to kill you, I nearly killed you, and then we made it all the way back to Redcliffe before I even remembered to thank you for saving me. Lenore brought her fists down on her legs in frustration. It's not all right. It's not. She buried her face in her hands as the sobs came. After a few moments, she felt his hand on her shoulder. The ritual for Connor? I take it that it worked. Lenore nodded. He'd made a bargain with a desire demon. She tried to make me an offer to let her keep him. Blasting her face in. She made a growling sound. It felt good. She smiled at him. I truly am sorry, for the spell. At least it wasn't a fireball. Jarath shrugged. I think I've had my fill of being set on fire. Thank you, Jarath. She looked up at him. In the fade. She shook her head. It was so confusing, trying to find another's dreams. She stopped herself from telling him that she'd pretended to be him the whole time. Frankly, she wasn't sure how he'd respond. I just kept thinking, you did it for all of us. Did you have to fight demons? I mean, other than the despair demon. A few. He twitched a shoulder. Maker. She shook her head. If you weren't a warden, you should be a Templar. He was silent for a while. When he spoke again, she jumped a little despite his voice being quiet. You grew up there, at the tower. Yes. I was sent when I was 7. She shrugged. That's when my magic manifested. Did you know an apprentice named Varla? Lenore smiled. Yes. We took some lessons together. She was really good with ice magic. She gestured as she spoke, unconsciously imitating the movements the older apprentice had used. She could take a glass of water, and form it into an ice sculpture. It was amazing, but it took a lot of concentration. I never managed to form more than a circle. She looked up at him, then realization slowly dawned. She said once she had a baby brother, back in Denerim. He nodded, then looked out the window for a moment before turning back to her. Do you know if they caught her? Part of her wondered if Varla's escape had inspired Jowan. Rumor had been that her phylactery had gone missing. Part of her was surprised the mage hadn't gone home. Most escapees did. That was often how they were caught. Lenore shook her head. Not that they ever told me. I can ask, if you want. She considered. Matthias or Irving might know. He shook his head. If she's gone, better she remain that way. Wynne found her buried under a stack of books. She'd let the woman fill her in on what happened with Connor before setting her to research as well. Tegan had helped her narrow her search once she'd told him what she hoped to find, but he'd pointed out that as a mere ban, his options were limited. He'd already antagonized Loghain, it seemed, and Zevran had mentioned that Howe had insinuated that Tegan was to be the Crow's next target. Lenore's Templar friend, Matthias, seemed a solid warrior, and Lenore swore he was trustworthy. She'd mentioned the potential of assassins to him, and he'd stated he could find some excuse or another to remain at the castle. The Crows seemed a bit leery of the Chantry's gaze turning on them. At another table, Sten was going over a map of Ferelden and the reports Tegan had given them regarding Loghain's troop movements. Ferelden was on the brink of civil war, at the worst possible time. He marked the map, and made occasional notes. Sedita closed a book, and shoved it aside irritably. There was really no way around them needing Arleman. Or possibly Cathiel's brother, if he'd survived. Wynne looked over at her, and set down her quill. I must ask, what does being a Grey Warden mean to you? Sedita leaned back in her chair. It means I've been chosen to do something important. There's that, of course, but there's more to being a Grey Warden than killing Darkspawn and saving the world from the Blight. Of course. We are the front line, the ones that lead the fight, who shed their blood so that no other blood need be shed. I remember Trian, telling me about what it meant to be a military commander in Orzammar. We must not forget that we too are warriors, and that the only way the enemies will ever reach Orzammar is over our corpses. Who is Trian? He is. She sighed. He was my brother. I am sorry. He sounds like a wise man. He could be that, sometimes. Perhaps he could even have become a good king, if he ever mellowed a bit. Pardon, did you say king? Tegan's head came up from where he'd been going over a report. Sedida gave a small laugh. Ah. We never really did do formal introductions, did we? Before I became a Grey Warden, I was Sedida Ejikin, second child of King Endrin Ejikin. I had just been given the rank of military commander when I was exiled. Exiled? Wynn's face showed her surprise. Let's just say Orzammar could teach Loghain a lesson or 10 in backstabbing politics. My younger brother wanted the throne. Trian and I were in the way. Trian was killed, and I was blamed for his death. I'm sorry, Wynn said, her voice sympathetic. I lost one family. She shook her head. But, becoming a warden has given me another. Then she laughed. A surprisingly more functional one, in spite of their differences. They seem like good people. And look, we've even added a grandmother to the mix. I am not sure I am quite old enough to be your grandmother, young lady. Wynn folded her arms as Tegan laughed. Broska noted the assassin walking down the hall. He shrugged, and caught up with him. Care to answer some questions? Oh. Zevran raised an eyebrow. This should be good. Go ahead. You're from Antiva. Oh? You wish to know about Antiva, do you? He laughed. The only way to truly appreciate it would be to go there. His voice became fond. It is a warm place, not cold and harsh like this Ferelden. In Antiva, it rains often, but the flowers are always in bloom. He shrugged. Or so the saying goes. And it has assassins. Every land has its assassins. Some are simply more open about their business than others. Zevran shrugged. I hail from the glorious Antiva city, home to the royal palace. It is a glittering gem amidst the sand, my Antiva city. Do you come from someplace comparable? I am from Orzammar, of course. Broska shrugged. Not the glittering part. Ah, yes, the city of lava and stone. It, too, is beautiful in its way. Said that it will never see sunlight or smell the salt of the ocean, however. Zevran's eyes grew wistful. You know what is most odd? We speak of my homeland, and for all its wine and its dark-haired beauties and the lillo flutes of the minstrels. He spread his hands. I miss the leather the most. Broska chuckled. He found himself rather liking the way the elf talked. Is that some kind of euphemism? Zevran laughed. It may as well be. But not this once, no. I mean the smell. For years I lived in a tiny apartment near Antiva city's leather-making district, in a building where the crows stored their youngest recruits. Packed in like crates. He shook his head fondly. I grew accustomed to the stench, even though the humans complained of it constantly. To this day the smell of fresh leather is what reminds me most of home more than anything else. You sound like you've been away from home forever. He wondered if the day would ever come that he actually missed Orzammar, rather than just missing Rika and Leske. Oh, not so long, I know. It is my first time away from Antiva, however, and the thought of never returning makes me think of it constantly. He gave a regretful shrug. Before I left, I was tempted to spend what little coin I possessed on leather boots I spotted in a store window. Finest Antivan leather, perfect craftsmanship. He shook his head. Ah, but I was a fool to leave them. He smiled ruefully. I thought, Zevran, you can buy them when you return as a reward for a job well done. More the fool I, no. Broska grinned. Your home is still there, Zevran. True, and it's a comforting thought. He winked at Broska. One simply never knows what is to come next. How could I have suspected I would end up defeated by a handsome Grey Warden, a man who then spares my life? I could not. Handsome. Broska raised an eyebrow. Zevran tilted his head. Perhaps that was a poor choice of words, true though it is. Do you object? Not at all. He chuckled. It was just unexpected. And a somewhat intriguing notion. And glad I am to hear it. Zevran stretched his neck from side to side. Now, if it is all the same to you, I would prefer not to speak of Antiva. It makes me wistful and hungry for a proper meal. Tavern has some decent ale. Was thinking of finding Lenore and dragging her out for a congratulatory drink. Join us. I would be delighted. They'd been in Redcliffe 2 days before Giroth finally got a chance to leave the room without someone fussing over him. There had been a few moments when he'd considered leaving by the window. He found Morrigan in a tower, one with a view of the lake. She glanced at him, and actually smiled. You have escaped your jailers. I was starting to consider gnawing my leg off. Their concern was not wholly unjustified. The fate is dangerous enough for a mage to traverse. She gave him a considering look. I am impressed. He offered her the tome he'd found in the first enchanter's office. Her eyes widened. What? You found Flemeth's grimoire? She took it from him almost reverently, her eyes revealing her amazement. When I spoke of it to you, I did not truly hope. She caressed the cover in a gesture that was almost tender. Ah, but this is a most fortuitous event. She smiled. You have my thanks. I will begin study of the tome immediately. What do you hope to find within it? He considered telling her about the rage, and what had happened in the Fade, then decided against it. It was still raw. Secrets. My mother has many of them, and this tome represents the one time that they were able to get away from her. She opened it, her eyes scanning the page eagerly. I do not intend to squander this opportunity to learn more than Flemeth wished me to know. This should be. A smile came to her face. Interesting. He nodded, then started to walk away. He turned back after a few steps. How did you become a shape changer? I was not born such. 'Tis a skill of Flemeth's, taught over many years in the wilds. The chastened have tales of we witches, saying we assume the forms of creatures to watch them from hiding. When a child is alone and separate from his tribe, that is when we strike, dragging the young boy kicking and screaming to our lair to be devoured. A most amusing legend. He shook his head. Seems a rather impractical way to hunt. I truly doubt children would be worth the effort. So many of them are filthy, smelly things full of tears and snot and trouble. She laughed. I cannot speak for the tastes of my mother. She has, after all, lived a very lengthy time in the wilds and done many things I know nothing of. Your mother has been doing this for a long time, then. Change her form, certainly. Devouring lost children, I cannot say. She has not done it in my experience, though in truth my lifespan is but a fraction of her own. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know? He thought back to the Fade, and how he'd managed to change his form. I've never heard of magic like that before. No? 'Tis not unheard of, in remote corners of the world. There are traditions of magic outside of the circle of magi, despite what those mages would have you believe. Some of these traditions are old, indeed, passed down as carefully guarded lore from one generation to the next. The zealots of the chantry would uproot all such practitioners if they could, but as luck have it some still exist. My mother is such a one. That's good. Such traditions need to be preserved. I am surprised you think so. Still, 'tis a pleasant thing to hear. Can anyone become a shape changer? Anyone with sufficient will. But the act of transformation is a magical one. 'Tis a spell, and thus requires a mage's talents. If you had a notion to learn such a skill for yourself, sadly you must remain disappointed. He leaned on the window frame. Do you spend a lot of time as an animal? There were nights when the wilds called to me, 'tis true. You look upon the world around you and you think you know it will. I have smelled it as a wolf, listened as a cat, prowled shadows that you never dreamed existed. But my life is as a human. I am under no illusions to the contrary. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. He started to walk away again. Her voice called him back. Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch? I find myself envious. That much was true. Even the time he'd spent as a mouse had been exhilarating in its own way. Your abilities sound quite useful. Oh? You're simply full of surprises, little man, aren't you? Her smile actually reached her eyes. He nodded, and left her to her tome. Cathiel clutched the item to her. She'd spent most of the morning prowling around the castle, seeing what she could find. It was too much like home for her to be able to relax. She kept expecting to see her father walk around the corner, or hear Oriana calling after Orin. If she kept moving, she could almost stay ahead of the memories. Alistair was engaged in battle against a practice dummy. She watched for a few moments. He spun, then caught her eye and smiled. He really did have a great smile, she thought to herself. She walked towards him. Got a minute? For you, I have days, he said, setting the sword aside. Here. She placed the item in his hand. He gave her a confused look, then looked down at it. This. His voice choked slightly. This is my mother's amulet. It has to be. But why isn't it broken? Where did you find it? I found it in the castle, in the study. Oh. He looked at it again, then back up at her. The Arl's study. He shook his head. Then he must have. His voice softened. Found the amulet after I threw it at the wall. And he repaired it and kept it? I don't understand, why would he do that? She set her hand on his arm. Perhaps you mean more to him than you think. His smile trembled slightly. Guess you could be right. We never really talked that much, and then the way I left. He looked into her eyes. Thank you. I mean it. He looked down at the amulet. Thought I'd lost this to my own stupidity. He looked back up at the castle. I'll need to talk to him about this. His face fell a little. If he recovers from his. He shook his head and closed his hand around the amulet. When he recovers, that is. I wish I'd had this a long time ago. He put it around his neck, then looked back at her. Did you remember me mentioning it? Wow. I'm more used to people not really listening when I go on about things. She blinked at him. Sorry. Did you say something? Ho. See this gesture I'm making? Can you hear that? She smiled at him fondly. Of course I remembered. You're special to me. He blushed. I don't know what to say. You're special to me, too. Thank you again. He shuffled his feet. Is this the part where the music starts and we begin dancing? Because I'm game. Where's the minstrels? I think they got dragged to the tavern by some of the locals who wanted to buy them drinks. We could head over, find out if Bruhan can hold his liquor. Oh, now, that does sound entertaining. The next morning, Setida sent a runner around to gather her companions. Bruhan and Leliana were quite clearly nursing headaches under the disapproving stare of Win. Braska sat on a bench, with Lenore next to him, plaiting his beard while Zevran offered up a few suggestions. Cathiel and Alistair were deep in conversation. Morrigan and Jaroth sat tucked away, apparently engrossed in some sort of board game. Sten waited for her by the door. We need a land's meat, she said as she looked around the room. Without one, we've no way to get Ferelden behind us. So our next destination is Denerim, to see what we can do to either get Eamon back on his feet, or find some other way of calling one. We could talk to Arlurian, in Denerim, Cathiel suggested. Setida shook her head. He died at Ostagar. Then Vaughn is Arl. He won't be much help. He's dead too, Jaroth said. Which leaves Denerim without an Arl. Cathiel tapped a finger to her lip. Setida rubbed her head. Actually, it seems Denerim does have an Arl. She looked at Cathiel. How? Cathiel's face darkened. Cathiel, I know you want him dead, and I agree. But we need allies before we can move against him directly. He gets in the way of one of your arrows, that's fine, but we can't go hunting him right now. Cathiel sighed, and nodded. Okay. There is this urn of sacred ashes business, and a brother Genitivi. Tegan is going to see what he can do for us on his end. For now, Red Cliff is our base of operations. She turned. Burhan, any way to send a runner to your people? Burhan considered, then shook his head. Things the way they are, I'd have to go myself. Let's table that thought for now. She sighed, then looked at Braska. Pack up, people. Dinarum awaits. The road was easier this time, with adequate supplies. Tegan had offered them a cart, but Setida had decided to just go with a donkey in a pack saddle. The cart limited them to roads, and with a civil war brewing, odds were they'd have to take advantage of Burhan's woodlore to avoid attention from unwanted parties. Burhan and Lelian arranged ahead. From time to time one or both would come back with a report, and they crossed paths with a few small bands of dark spawn. The sun was directly above on their 5th day out when they both headed in her direction. We need to get off the road, Leliana said. Soldiers coming this way. Loghain's men. Setida nodded. Which direction is best? North, Burhan said, pointing. There is a valley, a mile or so in. My clan would camp there when moving through this area. She nodded, and gave the signal. How many soldiers? A couple hundred. A few more than I care to tangle with, Burhan said, shrugging one shoulder. We can make camp and let them pass, then circle through the valley and eliminate any chance of them catching us on the road. Good plan. See if you can find us some dinner. Setida glanced around. Braska, Jarath, get some firewood. Here, look at this. Do you know what this is? Your new weapon of choice. Cathiel teased, looking at the dried rose. Yes, that's right. Watch as I thrash our enemies with the mighty power of floral arrangements. Feel my thorns, darkspawn. I will overpower you with my rosy scent. He gave her an amused look. Or, you know, it could just be a rose. I know that's pretty dull in comparison. Sentiment can be a pretty potent weapon. He looked at her, his face odd. Is it that easy to see right through me? He shook his head and smiled. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I picked it in Lothering. I remember thinking, how could something so beautiful exist in a place with so much despair and ugliness? I probably should have left it alone, but I couldn't. The darkspawn would come and their taint would just destroy it. So I've had it ever since. She smiled at the dried bloom. That's a nice sentiment. He looked at it a moment, then looked back at her. I thought that I might give it to you, actually. In a lot of ways, I think the same thing when I look at you. He stood before her, his face earnest and open. She couldn't help herself. Feeling a little thorny, are we? He broke into laughter. Wow. She'll never see through that, I told myself. Boy, was I wrong. She took the rose, and sniffed it before looking back to him. Thank you, Alistair. That's a lovely thought. I'm glad you like it. I was just thinking, here I am doing all this complaining, and you haven't exactly been having a good time of it yourself. You've had none of the good experience of being a Grey Warden since your joining, barely a word of thanks or congratulation. It's been a lot of death and fighting and tragedy. He shifted awkwardly. I thought maybe I could say something. Tell you what a rare and wonderful thing you are to find amidst all this. He smiled. Darkness. I feel the same way about you, she said, laying a hand on his arm. I'm glad you like it. Now. He waggled his eyebrows. If we could move right on past this awkward, embarrassing stage and get right to the steamy bits, I'd appreciate it. She laughed. And you were doing so well, too. Oh? Your loss, then. All the ladies go on and on about how suave I am. I don't know how you can resist me like you do. He laid a hand over his heart. He looked up. Oh, look, is that a cloud? I expect rain. Ho-hum. You're so cute when you're bashful. I'll be. He laughed. I'll be standing over here. Until the blushing stops. Just to be, safe. You know how it is. He moved away, stumbling a bit as he practically fled. She smiled, and tucked the rose away carefully into her pack. I heard that in Orlais, minstrels are often spies. Where did you hear this? Leliana asked, her tone slightly guarded. A book, in the Red Cliff Library. Burhan raised an eyebrow at her. And you did not think that this could be historical fact, and no longer true? She laughed, and then shrugged before giving him a cautious look. Not all minstrels are spies, most are just singers and storytellers. But some of them are what we call bards. And the bards are spies. Bards are minstrels, and more. Spies, as you say. Some say there is a bard order, but I don't think this is true. Many bards work alone, or in small groups, doing the bidding of a patron who pays for their services. If there is an organization behind it all, no one knows who they are. Patron? What sort of patron? Nobles, mostly. In Orlais there is much rivalry amongst the highborn. They fight over land, influence, and the favor of the empress. She rolled her eyes. But they cannot do this openly, because it is impolite, and in public they wear smiling faces and pretend to be civil. In secret they plot and scheme to destroy each other. It is a game completely meaningless to anyone but its players. You were a bard, weren't you? He asked quietly. She sighed. I have revealed too much, it seems. But it doesn't matter what I used to be. It is the past. But why were you living a cloistered sister in rural Ferelden? He saw a cloud come over her eyes, and realized she was about to lie to him. Found myself in Ferelden and sheltered from bad weather in the Chantry. And when the storm passed she shrugged. Did not want to leave. The cloud vanished as though it had never been. I like to say the Maker brought me here. Perhaps. Do you believe in the Maker? He touched the tattoos on his face. Do you know of the Valislan? I know it is called blood writing, but that is all. When we Dalish reach adulthood, we meditate, and choose which of the creators calls us the most strongly. Which are yours? Durdhaman. He folded his arms. Tamlin's Valislan was of Phaelindin. Durdhaman and Phaelindin were twins. Durdhaman is the keeper of lore, god of secrets and knowledge. And Phaelindin was. Leliana concentrated. The guide to the beyond. The friend of the dead, yes. You were listening. She smiled, then sighed. Was Tamlin your brother? In every way save being born of the same parents. I am sorry. He nodded, then gave her a considering look. Can you teach me to be a bard? Leliana tapped her chin. There's an idea. I've watched you, and I do think you'd find some of my skills quite easy to pick up. If I am to navigate the world of humans, it seems they would be useful skills. Alistair sensed someone approaching. He turned, expecting to see Cathiel. He blinked when Jarath nodded at him. Hello. You were a Templar? Well, yes. I didn't take the vows, but well, yes. Alistair gave him a wary look. Why? Can you teach me? I suppose I could. He frowned. When the Grand Cleric let Duncan recruit me, she made me swear never to reveal Templar secrets outside of the Chantry. I'd rather not go back on my word. He shuffled his feet when Jarath raised an eyebrow. You don't need Templar secrets to defeat the Darkspawn. I'll respect your word. He turned and started to walk away. Alistair blinked, then sighed. Wait. Jarath turned back around. Alistair ran a hand through his hair. This is not something small you're asking. Neither is defeating a blight. It won't be easy. If it were easy, someone else would do it. Alistair snorted. True enough. He looked at the other man for a moment, then nodded. Okay. That move you did, the feint where you switched your grip and... He imitated the motion. Okay, you help me be a better fighter, I'll teach you Templar tricks. He shrugged. We don't have any lyrium, so I'm not sure how effective this is going to be, but I can teach you the basics. Not that you'd want to take lyrium. It's addictive. Jarath nodded. Get your sword. What? Alistair's widened. You want to start now. Time grows short. Chapter 17, Visiting Denerim. Denerim. Cetadel looked over her shoulder. We should try to remain somewhat incognito. Broska glanced over at Sten, and then at Bruhan. Some of us do kind of stand out in the crowd. If they identify us, but let's not perform a song and dance routine in the commons about it, shall we? Not even a tasteful one? Bruhan asked. Leliana elbowed him. Set it aside. Cathiel, shoot him. All right, what other business do we need to take care of in Denerim? Cathiel frowned. We should resupply as much as we are able. Denerim is still more or less untouched by the blight. Do it. Sedita considered. Potions and whatever supplies Lenore needs especially. Anything else? Broska put a hand on Jarath's shoulder. Jarath glared at him and pulled away. Get Jarath a pint in a lay? Little Duster is almost all grown up now. Zevran laughed. Ah yes, the coming of age deflowering. Cathiel, shoot them. Cathiel touched her bow. I'll also need to pick up more arrows. Set it aside. At least morale was high. Broska stepped in front of Jarath, blocking him from the path into the market. Where do you think you are going? Jarath pointed at the market. Sards. Broska shook his head. Nope, you are coming with us. Lenore linked her arm through Jarath's with a mischievous smile. He tensed. Zevran was telling us about a local marvel we simply must explore. Jarath sighed, and shook his head. The Pearl. Broska grinned. You've heard of it? I am from Denerim. Lenore frowned. I heard they aren't letting anyone into the alienage. She glanced over at Broska and Zevran. Maybe we could sneak in. I can get in once it gets dark. He twitched a shoulder and tried to pull free of Lenore. She tightened her grip. Well, that's hours away yet, Broska grinned. To the Pearl. It's time to get you a woman. Jarath sighed and shook his head. Lenore giggled, and dragged him along with her after Broska and Zevran. You know. Alistair shuffled his feet. Baby, this isn't the best time to be thinking about this, but I've something to ask you. Seeing as we're in Denerim now, I'm wondering if we might be able to. He gestured awkwardly. Look someone up. You have a friend here, outside the Grey Wardens. Cathiel asked. I'm not talking about a friend, exactly. And? He caught her raised eyebrow, and shook his head. No, it's not that sort of friend, either. The thing is, I have a sister. A half-sister. I told you about my mother, right? She was a servant at Redcliffe Castle, and she had a daughter. He waved a hand. Only I never knew about her. He sighed. I don't think she knew about me, either. They kept my birth a secret, after all. But after I became a Grey Warden I did some checking and, well, I found out she's still alive. In Denerim. That's wonderful news, Cathiel told him. She's the only real family I have left, the only family not also mixed up in the whole royal thing. I've just been thinking that. He ran his fingers through his hair anxiously. Maybe it's time I went to see her. He shifted hesitantly. With the blight coming and everything, I don't know if I'll ever get another chance to see her. Maybe I can help her, warn her about the danger, I don't know. If you want to, we could try. She set her hand on his arm. Alistair smiled. Could we? I'd appreciate that. If something happened to her and I never went to at least see her, I don't know if I could forgive myself. Her name is Goldana and I think she remarried but still lives just outside the alienage. If we're in the area, then. He took a deep breath. Well, it's worth a look. Let's go. Now. His eyes widened. Might as well. It had taken him this long to work up the nerve to mention it. If they didn't go now, he'd probably chicken out. Broska gave a low whistle when they entered the Pearl. Nice place. So, what'll it be? He waggled his eyebrows at Jarath. Jarath gave him an annoyed look, and Lenore giggled. Zevran tapped his lip thoughtfully. Something sweet and innocent? Or experienced and skilled? Broska grinned. Bah, this little blighter saved all our necks. Let's get him both. Zevran's smile widened in approval. I like the way you think. Come, let us check out the merchandise. Only the best for our friend. Lenore dragged Jaroth to a table and sat him down. Stay here, she admonished. She glanced around, taking in the room, and observed the happenings. Look, violence. You watch, we'll be right back. Jaroth rolled his eyes, then nodded in resignation. She took a few steps and saw him start to stand up. She immediately pushed him back into the chair. Stay. She glanced at a tall man. You. I'll give you 2 silvers if you don't let him run off. The man grinned and nodded. Jaroth put his head on the table and sighed. Broska glanced up at Lenore joined them. This place seems to have it all. Elves, dwarves, humans. Jaroth does prefer girls, right? Lenore pondered a moment. I think so. He does seem to like Morrigan's outfit. Who doesn't? Zevran nodded. Baby steps, we can induct him into more interesting depravities later. The proprietress, Senga, smiled. Shopping for a friend. I can bring a few out, let you decide. Lenore grinned. Perfect. They put their heads together and discussed options. Broska smiled. So, we agree then? The blonde. Zevran nodded. Sweet and innocent in appearance, and highly recommended. Should we arrange a bottle of wine as well? Lenore asked. Zevran nodded. A tasteful red, I think. Something on the robust side, for contrast. Broska handed Senga a few coins. All right, hey, where'd he go? Lenore glanced around. Oh, there he is. He found a card game. Zevran looked in the direction she pointed, and started laughing as he walked over. The woman Jaroth was playing cards with looked up as they approached. And look who we have here. Come to apologize for leaving me bereft of my lord husband and then vanishing without a trace. Zevran gave her a small bow. You know it was just business, Isabella. Business that turned out well for you, I see, you inherited the ship, I take it. Humph. She shrugged. I suppose I never did like the greasy bastard. And the siren treats me far better than she ever did him. Lenore smiled, you two know each other. Zevran nodded. Indeed. This is Isabella, Queen of the Eastern Seas and the sharpest blade in Lamarin. And Isabella, my dear, you will no doubt be amused to discover that I am traveling with Grey Wardens. Isabella glanced over at Jaroth before turning her gaze to Broska and Lenore. Grey Wardens? Charmed. Lenore grinned. So you are the captain of a ship? Isabella's face was proud. Yes. The Siren's Call, my pride and joy. She's seen me from my own Riven and the Isle of Lamarin to the coast of Par Vollen. All I need is my ship, and the wind at my back. And once my men have had their fill of the pleasures of dry land, we will be off again. We are getting as far away from this blight as possible. She glanced over at Jaroth, and gave a sigh. I suppose I owe you a dueling lesson then. I think you were cheating. Jaroth gave a slight smile. So were you. Fast hands. Could I entice you to leave your order and sign up as one of my crewmen? I could use those hands at my... Isabella looked him over and licked her lips. Helm. He shook his head. I don't know anything about sailing. The ship is the best teacher. She will guide you with her sighs. Isabella swayed just slightly as she talked. Her shudders, her gentle swaying as she rides the crests of the waves. When you become one with her. Her gesture was just a hair shy of scandalous. Instinct takes over. Lenore grinned broadly. Oh, chivalry. Jaroth twitched a shoulder, then glanced at his companions. I think Broska could benefit more from your lesson than I could. I am accustomed to doing battle a particular way. Isabella gave Broska a once-over. It will take you years of practice to achieve true mastery of the style, but I can teach you the basics. I do, however, wish to get to know my potential student better. Broska grinned. Perhaps we could visit your ship. I'd love to see what's below deck. Isabella smiled slowly. Oh, and now you've piqued my interest. It would surely be rude of me to decline such a delicious offer. And what about you, Zev? Shall we, for old time's sake? Oh, Isabella, you and your ridiculous appetites. Zevran grinned. Perhaps we should leave it up to our friend here. Broska grinned and took Lenore's hand. The more the merrier. Ah, this brings back memories. Isabella held out her own hand. Come, my ship is down by the docks, and I am sure you will find my cabins quite. She led them away. Comfortable. Dinaram's market was bustling. To half the people here, the blight was still little more than a rumor. She sighed. If Dinaram didn't see to its fortifications soon, the city was going to be in dire trouble. Sedita stopped suddenly. Sten narrowly avoided tripping over her, redirecting his balance with something a bit less than grace. She listened again over the din of the marketplace. There. She walked quickly towards the other side of the market. A dwarf, dressed in surfacer clothing, was standing in front of a market stall. Dwarven crafts. Fine dwarven dish. He saw her. My lady. My lady Ejikin? Is that really you? She grinned as she walked towards him. He stared at her a moment, then hugged her. I knew you survived. I never stopped believing it. And neither did your father. She introduced Sten, and they talked, filling each other in on the last few months. Her father's death hurt, but it was not unexpected news. Gorham sighed. Before I left for the surface, King Endrin sent for me. It was almost more than I could endure, seeing him so. As if he were long dead and rotten, and now merely an empty husk collapsing in on itself. He could not even rise from his bed, and the room stank of decay. He shook his head and sighed again. He asked me. He turned and gathered some items from a chest in the storefront. To give you the shield of Ejikin. And this letter. The shield. She caressed it, and sighed. Memories seemed to reflect in its polished surface. I had almost forgotten about it. I have carried them with me since I left Orzammar. As angry as I once was with the king, when I saw him that final time. He sighed. I pitied him. His eyes have haunted me since. If it were possible for a man to die of regret, I think King Endrin did. For a moment, they stood there in silence. But he shook his head, then managed a smile. We shouldn't dwell on the past. I can hardly tell you how good it is to see you alive. I can't believe I've found you here of all places. He gestured to the shop. And far happier in my exile than I ever expected to be. I'm glad you're happy. She sighed. Not until the villain who killed Duncan is dead. Then I wish you all fortune. He laughed. My life has been far less dramatic. He shrugged. I have married into a surface family. My wife is the daughter of the best smith in Dinaram. He ran a hand through his hair. Expecting our firstborn before the spring, he said proudly. Gorham Sialik, a merchant. It's hard to believe it. She shook her head. Well, when can I meet the lucky girl? I would love to introduce you. But you must have more important business than hearing about me. Well, I've got to thump sense into some nobles, upset a regency, locate a long-lost relic, and stop a blight. Business as usual, I suppose. Gorham laughed. Have a look at my father-in-law's crafts. All fine work, and I'll cut you a discount. Sten nodded to Gorham. Cadden, we need to find the others. Sedita nodded. I'll be back. We can catch up more later. Gorham nodded. Isabella grinned at Lenore before raising an eyebrow at Broska. She's quite feisty, isn't she? Broska smiled. She bites too. Lenore laughed. I do not. Isabella ran a hand down Lenore's arm before addressing Zevran. Well, that brings back memories, doesn't it, Zev? Pleasant ones even. Zevran leaned against the wall and laughed. For you, maybe. I still remember the time your husband tried to kill me. I had to flee across the rooftops completely unclothed. Ah, yes. Isabella winked. Those pleasant memories. Now, wasn't there something you wanted from me? The lesson your friend won, perhaps. Lenore blinked, then shook her head and looked around the room. The woman they'd hired sat at the bar, an annoyed look on her face. Hey, where did Jarath go? Broska laughed. Why that little? He shook his head. Well, at least the outmaneuvering was enjoyable. All right, let's have this lesson. Come, we will need some space for this. Leliana smiled at Bruhan. Between the crowds and the stares he was getting, he was clearly uncomfortable in the city. She considered a moment, then led him to the chantry. It was quieter there, in the chantry garden, and he seemed to relax a little. He met her eyes, and shrugged. What do you know of this place? He asked. Denerim is Ferelden's most important city, yes? This is the seat of power, the jewel in the crown of a king. She looked around. She is Ferelden's heart. Her walls are strong, but within them lies so much beauty. Just like the country and the people. He smiled at her. It's. He waved a hand. Loud. She giggled. Look, see that woman there. Look at her dress. It's green. No, really look at it. The color is subdued, but look at the cut and fit. It's well made. She is no noble, but is a woman of wealth, who can afford good clothing, but also a woman who must still work, and so there are few frills. He narrowed his eyes, then nodded. That one. He glanced at her, then looked back over. Colorful. Wants to be seen, but the clothing isn't fine. Wants to draw attention to himself. The armor is scuffed, the sword used. Mercenary. And dangerous. He is. A crimson ore. I will make a bard of you yet. That one. Which one? He pointed at the ground again. The one that was here before us. She narrowed her eyes. How can I judge if I can't see them? He knelt, and sketched the track in the air. A heeled boot but not high, narrow at the toe. Weight forward, but not moving quickly. Well worn, shaped to the feet. A bit of loose stitching on the side of the right boot. A woman, down on her luck. But competent, a fighter. Perhaps come to the chantry to view the board for a job. He gestured at a group of women standing near the door. Which one? I can't see their boots from here. You don't need to see the shoes, you saw the tracks. She nodded. The blonde. He considered, then nodded. She'd be my guess as well. I'll make a tracker out of you yet. Sten glanced back once over his shoulder as he followed Setida towards the alienage. What does it mean, he was your second back in Orzammar? Well, I suppose you could say. Setida frowned thoughtfully. Huh. She shrugged. I guess you could say in some ways you or Jarath would be my seconds now, the people I count on to have my back and to tell me when I'm being an idiot. Sten's mouth gave the briefest twist of a smile. And he walked away from that duty. Setida shook her head. No. It wasn't that way. If anything, I released him from that duty. I'm glad he's made a home for himself here. You two were. Setida shrugged. We were friends. We were fond of each other. If his wife makes him happy, then I will love her as a sister. That is a most sensible way of viewing the situation. That's me. The sensible one. It occurs to me your life would not change much by embracing the Khun. Is this the recruitment speech, Sten? An observation. There is something to be said for certainty in borders. But we have those in Orzammar as well, and the result was the casteless. You have. She frowned as she tried to recall the unfamiliar word. What was it, Talvashoth? Yes. Why do the Talvashoth fight you? Isn't it the nature of a wound to bleed? I have no more answers than you. Why do we fight the Darkspawn? Why do the Darkspawn fight us? Don't the Talvashoth give reasons? Now and then. Do the reasons matter? It makes little difference to those they fight. Tell me, then, why do you fight? To defend my people. In the Antam, we are told of the enemy, assume he loves as you love, hates as you hate, and fights just as hard as you. It's a lie, of course. But does that matter, so long as you stand, and believe you know your enemy? The Talvashoth wish us dead. And we wish to go on living. The point of our war is war. Tell me then, what would happen if your people came to Orzammar? Sten appeared startled at Setida's question. It's not always a lie, Sten. Maybe the Talvashoth have a point. Undoubtedly. They've used it to kill countless people. Senator raised an eyebrow at him. You don't think they have any justification? No. But they don't care what I think. Do you think all your Deshers are justified in their actions? No, not all of them. But some of them, yes. She sighed. I didn't mean to offend you by speaking of this. I have no feelings you can hurt, Warden. Senator raised an eyebrow at Sten. Odd. What is odd? In all the time now that we've known each other, I believe that is the first time you haven't actually been honest with me. Sten frowned. There are times when words fail. Indeed. I've often found it better to judge by actions rather than words. There are times, Cadden, it seems you come very close to wisdom. And there are times, Salroka, it seems you come very close to humor. Sedida almost didn't notice when Jaroth quietly joined their group. She spared a glance for the small dog at Jarotha's heels. I thought Braska and Lenore dragged you off. They ran into an old friend of Zevran's. I decided to let them all get acquainted. Sedida nodded. Brother Genitivi's house is near the entrance to the alienage. That would be this way, then. Jaroth pointed. Sten and Sedida followed him through the market to a row of neatly appointed houses. Sedida nodded. This one, I think. She rapped lightly on the door. There was no answer. She knocked again. She frowned. What do you think? She asked Jaroth. He tried the knob. The door opened. She gave him an annoyed look, and walked inside. A man came out of a back room. He started when he saw them. Yes? What are you doing here? Brother Genitivi, I presume. No. No, I am Waylon, Brother Genitivi's assistant. When you first came in I was. He sighed. Was hoping that you had news of Brother Genitivi, wishful thinking, it seems. Has something happened to Brother Genitivi? Sedida narrowed her eyes. I haven't seen Brother Genitivi in weeks. He's sent no word, it's so unlike him. I am afraid something has happened. Genitivi's research into the urn may have led him into danger. Why would searching for the urn lead him into danger? Perhaps the urn has been lost for a reason. I pray for Genitivi's safety, but hope dwindles with each passing day. I tried to send help, but some knights came from Redcliffe looking for him not long ago. I sent them after Genitivi and they too have disappeared. Sedida sighed. I must go after them. I need the urn for Arleman. No, don't ask me where they went. He shook his head, and wrung his hands fretfully. You'll go after them, and what if ill luck should befall you, too? This search is a curse, on all of us. Some things are not meant to be found. I know that now. I am willing to risk it. Tell me where he went. So be it. All he said before he left was that he would be staying at an inn near Lake Callanhood, investigating something in that area. What exactly was he investigating? I don't know. All I discovered from going through his research was that he was staying at the inn. Behind her, Jaroth spoke. But you just said he spoke to you and told you that. Why yes, of course he told me, but I also went through his things to see if I could find other clues to his whereabouts. The man nodded. She watched as Jaroth set a hand on his blade. You sound nervous. Hiding something. Waylon looked from Jaroth to where Sten stood next to the door, his arms folded. He looked back at Sedida, then at Jaroth again. That's not true. I told you everything I know. Brother Genitivi told us, T told me about the inn and that's all. Us? Who's us? Sedida asked. Us? I mean me. T there is no us. He narrowed his eyes. Bah. He shook his head. Why do I keep up on this charade? I gave you a chance to turn aside and forget you ever heard of Genitivi and the urn. But you persisted. Now it has come to this. He waved a hand. Androstev, forgive me. I do this in your name. He drew his blade, and charged. Sedida set her sword. The man practically ran into it. He staggered backwards, then smiled fiercely and came at her again. She cut him down. She shook her head. Idiot. Or smart. She turned and raised an eyebrow at Jarath. He shrugged and gestured at the corpse. We can't question him now that he's splattered all over the floor. Look around. Got to be a clue somewhere. Sten, watch the door. Morrigan resumed her human form to help them search. They found the body of a young man Setida presumed was the real Waylon. Jarath handed the journal to Setida. She skimmed through it quickly. Haven, in the Frostback Mountains. Half a country away. Jarath observed. Setida sighed. We need Eamon. Without him, we have no chance of getting the human armies behind us. We need Ferelden. Jarath nodded. By your command. Something about his voice caused her to raise an eyebrow. Morrigan had gone back into the other room and was looking through the books. Setida sighed. It's just us here, Jarath. He shrugged. We could back Loghain. Grey Wardens should remain neutral. That rockslide has already tumbled, Jarath. Loghain declared war on the Grey Wardens. Setida sighed, and looked up at him. You think I am letting my feelings make the decision? I think it is possible you have a bias in the matter. Setida nodded. You might be right. However, either way, we could still use Eamon. Either to oppose Loghain, or to get those opposing Loghain to stand down. She glanced at the corpse on the floor. What do you suppose he meant? He does this in Andraste's name. Perhaps Leliana would have some insight there. Maybe. Let's get going. She stopped, and glanced at him. Did you need to visit anyone? The alienage is closed. I could break in, but... He sighed. If there is trouble... He shook his head. No. She nodded. He'd be endangering whoever he visited. Let's find the others. Where did you leave Braska and Lenore? At a brothel? At a... She laughed. By the stone. She glanced at Jarath out of the corner of her eye. You could have stayed. He twitched a shoulder. I've had better stew. That's not the only thing they serve at brothels, you know. I hear they also polish anvils. His face never changed expression. Yes. And pudding peaches. Right. And dampened vines. I'll stop if you will. Deal. That's... Alistair stared at the door of a small house, barely more than a hovel. My sister's house. I'm almost sure of it, this is. He took a step back and looked at the signs. Yes, this is the right address. She could be inside. Could we? He shuffled his feet, fidgeting anxiously. Go and see. Cathiel glanced at him. Wouldn't you rather meet her on your own? Do I seem a little nervous? He looked down at himself, then sighed. I am. I really don't know what to expect. I'd like you to be there with me, if you're willing. Or we could. He shook his head. Leave, I suppose. We really don't have time to pay a visit, do we? Maybe we should go. Cathiel started walking to the door. Fine, let's see if she's home. Will she even know who I am? Does she even know I exist? My sister. That sounds very strange. He tried the word out. Sister. Sister. He sighed. Now I'm babbling. Maybe we should go. Let's go. Let's just. He pointed in the opposite direction. Go. He stopped talking when she knocked on the door. A voice inside yelled for them to enter. She glanced once at Alistair, then opened the door. Inside, they looked around. The place was small and cramped, but clean. Alistair inhaled, then called out. Hello. A woman in worn clothing came in, her strawberry blonde hair graying around the temples. You have linens to wash? I charge 3 bits on the bundle, you won't find better. And don't trust what that Natalia woman tells you either, she's foreign and she'll rob you blind. I'm. Alistair looked at Cathiel, and she gave him an encouraging smile. Not here to have any wash done. My name's Alistair. I'm. He took a deep breath. Well, this may sound sort of strange, but are you Gold Anna? He spread his hands a little and shrugged. If so, I suppose I'm your brother. She stared. My what? I am Gold Anna, yes. Her eyes narrowed. How do you know my name? What kind of tomfoolery are you folk up to? Are you sure your information was correct, Alistair? Cathiel asked, noting the rather shocked look on his face. Yes, He frowned. I think so. I'm sure of it, in fact. He turned back to the woman. Look, our mother. He gestured. She worked as a servant in Redcliffe Castle a long time ago, before she died. Do you know about that? She dash. You. I knew it. They told me you was dead. They told me the babe was dead along with mother, but I knew they was lying. They told you I was dead? Who? Who told you that? Them's at the castle. I told them the babe was the king's, and they said he was dead. Gave me a coin to shut my mouth and sent me on my way. I knew it. I'm sorry, Alistair swallowed. Didn't know that. The babe didn't die. I'm your brother. Gold Anna scoffed angrily. For all the good it does me. Her face became accusatory. You killed mother, you did, and I've had to scrape by all this time? That coin didn't last long, and when I went back they ran me off. Cathiel saw Alistair's face become stricken, and she frowned at the woman. That's hardly Alistair's fault, is it? Gold Anna sneered at her. And who in the maker's name are you? Some tart, following after his riches, I expect. Hey. Alistair folded his arms and glared. Don't speak to her that way. She's my friend, and a Grey Warden. Just like me. I see. Gold Anna gave a mocking laugh. A prince and a Grey Warden, too. Well, who am I to think poorly of someone so high and mighty compared to me? She made a shooing gesture. I don't know you, boy. Your royal father forced himself on my mother and took her away from me, and what do I got to show for it? Nothing. They tricked me good. I should have told everyone. I got 5 mouths to feed, and unless you can help with that, I got less than no use for you. Alistair sighed. I'm sorry, He shook his head. I don't know what to say. Gold Anna, Alistair came here hoping to find his family. Well. Gold Anna waved dismissively. So he's found it. I'm his sister. But what are you to me, boy, except the one who took my mother away, You think I wished her dead? I never wanted that. I didn't have the life you think I did, Gold Anna. I suppose not. A bastard is still a bastard, isn't he? But. She waved a hand towards the back of the small house. Voices could be heard from the other room. Brother or no, I've got 5 mouths to feed and no time to spare until they are. Alistair ran a hand through his hair. Then let me promise you this, Gold Anna, I'll do whatever I can, speak to whomever I can, to ensure you and your children are taken care of. She just smirked at him and shook her head. That sounds all well and fine, but you'll have to forgive me if I don't exactly hold my breath. You have my promise. I can't give you more than that. He turned to Cathiel. Let's go. I want to go. Goodbye, sister. Cathiel followed him out of the house. Outside, they walked almost to the chantry gate before Alistair stopped. Cathiel laid a hand on his arm, and he turned towards her. Well, that was. He sighed. Not what I expected. To put it lightly. I'll live up to my promise, I suppose, but... He swallowed. Geese is the family I've been wondering about all my life. He shook his head. I can't believe it. He looked back at the house. I guess I was expecting her to accept me without question. Isn't that what family is supposed to do? He dropped his hands. I feel like a complete idiot. Cathiel gave him a hug. Everyone is out for themselves. You should learn that. Yes. He returned the hug, then smiled at her. I suppose you're right. I should. Besides, you don't need her. You have others who care for you. Such as? The only person who ever cared about me was Duncan. And he's gone. You have friends, Alistair. I'm one of them. I care about you. He smiled at her. I thank you. I'm glad you came with me. Let's just go. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Setida glanced around at the others. She assumed the raven sitting on Jarotha's shoulder was Morgan. We have a few leads. This should be good, Zevran said. First off, we have a chance to go learn a few things about Loghain's troop movements, and possibly acquire an ally. Braska, take Zevran and Lenore, and go see if you can lend Bantelman a hand. Bruhin, Leliana, there is a missing caravan near Red Cliff, belonging to one Arl Bryland. We could use his support, see what you can find. Jaroth, Morgan, some soldiers went missing south of Red Cliff. My guess is Darkspawn, and you two are the most mobile. Scout and report back. The rest of you, we are heading to Lake Callanhood to scout the trail of Brother Genitivi. Odds are, it's a trap, so expect trouble. All of you, meet me back in Red Cliff as soon as you are finished. If I'm not back yet, report to Tegan and do what you can to help him shore up Red Cliff. Yes, O fearless leader, Braska said. Chapter 18, Friends, Enemies, Lovers. Don't you ever talk. Alistair said to Sten as they left Denerim behind. You know, make polite conversation just to put people at ease. You mean that I should remark upon the weather before I cut off a man's head? Never mind. Setida snickered, and she saw the corner of Sten's mouth twitch just slightly. They'd gone about 5 minutes more before Alistair tried again. Were you really in that cage for 20 days? It might have been closer to 30. I stopped counting after a while. What did you do? I mean. Alistair shrugged. 20 days is a long time to sit in one place and do nothing. On good days, I posed riddles to the passerby, offering them treasures in exchange for answers. Really? Alistair actually looked hopeful at the notion. No. Ah. He sounded genuinely disappointed. Too bad. That's got serious potential. Cathiel laughed. They ate on the move. Setida thought she might have heard Cathiel say something about missing Bruhin. The Dalish man certainly did know how to find a comfortable camp. She noted a curious expression on Wynn's face as the woman glanced at Alistair. Alistair caught it too. Why are you smiling like that? You look suspiciously like the cat who swallowed the pigeon. Canary. What? I look like the cat that swallowed the canary. Alistair shook his head. I once had a very large cat, but that's not my point. My point is, why are you smirking? Wynn chuckled, and glanced sideways at Cathiel. You were watching her. With great interest, I might add. In fact, I believe you were. Wynn's smile became just a bit wicked. Enraptured. She's Alistair started to turn a shade of red. A noblewoman. I looked to her for guidance. Oh, I see. So what guidance did you find in those swaying hips? No, I wasn't looking at it. He turned even redder. You know her. He rubbed the back of his neck. Hindquarters. Certainly. I gazed. He shook his head. Glanced, in that direction, maybe, but I wasn't staring. He caught Cathiel's raised eyebrow, and winced. Or really seeing anything even. Of course. I hate you. You're a bad person. Setida exchanged a glance with Sten, and sighed. At least morale was high. They made camp quickly. Bruhin set fish onto a hot stone, and left them to cook. He saw Leliana make herself comfortable, and smiled. He set the flowers he'd found earlier next to her. She blinked. Flowers? For me? Oh. She touched one with the tip of a finger. They're beautiful. Smell them. She held them to her nose, and her eyes widened. She sniffed again, and tears came to her eyes. These were. She buried her face in them for a moment before looking back up at him. These were her favorite. Oh, I haven't seen these in such a long time. They smell just like Mother used to. Her smile trembled. Thank you. She sniffed them again. Thank you so much for remembering. He nodded, and went back to finish tending to dinner. He saw her shoot him a sidelong glance as they ate. She let out a breath. I lied to you, you know. She sighed. About why I left Orlais. He smiled. I knew you weren't telling me something. She drew her knees in, and touched the flowers before looking back at him. I didn't feel like talking about it then. What happened to me? She sighed. Maybe it will affect us, maybe not, but you should know. She drew a deep breath. I came to Ferelden and the Chantry because I was being hunted, in Orlais. That wasn't what he'd expected to hear. Hunted? What for? I was framed, betrayed by someone I thought I knew and could trust. Marjolaine, she was my mentor. Her face became pained. And friend. She took one of the flowers, and played with the stem, twining it around her fingers. She taught me the bardic arts, how to enchant with words and song, to carry myself like a high-born lady, to blend in as a servant. She formed the flower into a ring. The skills I learned I used to serve her, my bard master, because I loved her, and because I enjoyed what I did. He raised an eyebrow. You loved her. He felt a mild pang. It just figured, didn't it? He finally found a woman he really liked, and she. He just barely managed to keep himself from sighing. She was a remarkable woman. I cannot fully express the admiration I had for her, or the depth of my affection. Her gaze became distant. I thought I knew her. My devotion to her blinded me to her. She accepted the plate he handed her. Less than noble attributes. She shook her head. You can say it was my fault. There was a man I was sent to kill. I was to bring Marjolaine everything he carried. I don't know who this man was. She gave me a name and a description, and I hunted him down. I found documents on his body, sealed documents. You opened them, didn't you? He couldn't blame her. In her place, he would likely have done the same. My curiosity got the better of me. Something told me that I needed to know what was in those letters. Her voice grew sad. Marjolaine. She deboned the fish with a practiced motion. Had been selling all kinds of information about Orlais to other countries, Navarra and Antiva, among others. It was treason. Isn't that what bards do? Some. But I had always assumed that Marjolaine only operated within Orlais. This was an unhappy surprise for me. My life as a bard taught me that my loyalties should be kept fluid. My concern was not that she was a traitor, but that her life would be in danger if she was caught. He nodded. Most countries don't appreciate treason. Leliana poked the food around the plate. I should have left well alone, but I didn't. I had to tell Marjolaine I feared for her life. She brushed aside my concern. She admitted her guilt, but said it was in the past. That is why the documents had to be destroyed, she said. The old pain showed on her face, the hurt in her voice. I believed her. I kept believing, up till the moment they showed me the documents, altered by her hand to make me look the traitor. His voice was soft and sympathetic. She betrayed you. Yes. She sat for a moment in silence. He added another stick to the fire. The Orlesian guards. They captured me. She set the plate down, only half eaten. Did terrible things to make me confess and reveal my conspirators. It was a traitor's punishment I endured, and at the end of it, all that awaited me was eternity in an unmarked grave. Bruján was silent for a moment, giving her time to collect herself again. His fists clenched, and he forced them to relax. How did you get out? She gave a wry smile. The skills Marjolaine taught me were good for something, at least. I broke free when I saw the opportunity. Her gaze became distant again. I did not seek Marjolaine out. If she thought I was coming for her, she would have me caught again. And so you came to Ferelden, to Lothering. I was tempted to confront her, I was furious, betrayed, but what could I do against her? And so I fled, to Ferelden, to the Chantry and the Maker. Ferelden protected my person, and the Maker saved my soul. Her voice grew serious. And that is the reason I am here. The real reason. No more lies between us, at least in this. He added another stick to the fire. You will be safe in my company. It feels good to have this off my chest. Thank you for listening, and understanding. Jiroth watched as Morrigan built a small fire. Neither of them had bothered with tents. He gave her a contemplative look. Life in the wilds must have been very lonely. At times, perhaps. A world full of people and buildings and things was all very foreign to me. If I wished companionship, I ran with the wolves and flew with the birds. If I spoke, 'twas to the trees. Her smile was fond, her voice wistful. He leaned back, looking up at the stars. That sounds wonderful. For a time. But one can only remain a child for so long. I recall the first time I crept beyond the edge of the wilds. I did so in animal form, remaining in the shadows and watching these strange townsfolk from afar. She used her magic to light the fire, then sat down across from him. I happened upon a noblewoman by her carriage, adorned in sparkling garments the likes of which I had never before seen. I was dazzled. This, to me, seemed what true wealth and beauty must be. She shook her head. I snuck up behind her and stole a hand mirror from the carriage. 'Twas encrusted in gold and crystal and gemstones, and I hugged it to my chest with delight as I sped back to the wilds. He tilted his head to one side thoughtfully. I can't imagine Flemeth was pleased. She was not, Morrigan said flatly. Flemeth was furious with me. I was a child and had not yet come into my full power, and I had risked discovery for the sake of a pretty bauble. To teach me a lesson, Flemeth took the mirror and smashed it upon the ground. I was heartbroken. A memory sprang to his mind. A ruby necklace in a silk kerchief, and his mother's look of horror when he'd presented it to her. Still, his mother had been kind when she'd told him how dangerous his actions had been. But you were just a child. She shrugged. And a foolish one. Flemeth was right to break me of my fascination. Her voice became harsh. Beauty and love are fleeting and have no meaning. Survival has meaning. Power has meaning. She looked across the fire at him. Without those lessons I would not be here today, as difficult as they might have been. He sought the place in his mind where the rage used to dwell. It was still odd, finding silence there. But the lessons remained. They made you stronger, didn't they? They did, indeed. She gazed into the flames. To return to your original question, perhaps my time in the wilds was indeed lonely. But such was how it had to be. She waved a hand. I find myself at times wondering what might have become of the girl with the beautiful, golden mirror. She shook her head. But such fantasies have no place amidst reality. I've a question, if I may. Lenore smiled at Zevran. Go ahead. He looked over at her and Braska. Well, here is the thing, I swore an oath to serve you, yes? And I understand the quest you're on, and this is all very fine and well. My question pertains to what you intend to do with me once this business is over with. He shrugged. As a point of curiosity. You could go, if you wanted, Lenore said. Braska nodded. Could I? He cocked his head to one side. And if I didn't wish to leave? Lenore laughed. There's always a use or two for a handsome elf. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I'm sure that I could come up with a few more, if pressed. His voice became cheerful. It is good to know what my options might be. But that is for another time. For now, we have much to do, yes. She watched the others around the fire. Sten busied himself with tending to his armor. Griffin sat next to the Cunary, and she was surprised to see the big man appeared to be actually holding a conversation with the hound. Wynn sat down next to her. So tell me, how did you become a Grey Warden? Sedida shrugged. I was cast out to die in the deep roads, and found Duncan there. Wynn raised an eyebrow. You survived the deep roads and the dark spawn that dwell there? Truly, you were born to be a Grey Warden. I prefer this life. I can sleep more soundly, it seems. Being exiled has given me a freedom I never had before. Orzammar has forgotten me, but I will protect her. Wynn gave her a contemplative look. Sometimes it gives me comfort to think that everything will end up the way it's supposed to, that it will be all right. You were chosen, you survived the joining when others did not. Perhaps it was meant to be. Sedida nodded. I remember, on the path to Ostagar, telling Duncan that it seemed poetic, that those of us with little left to lose were all that stood between the world and darkness. Her gaze went to where Alistair and Cathiel sat together, giggling over some no doubt terrible joke. And then, I lost him. She sighed. I hope they enjoy these moments together. I fear there is a long road still before us. Leliana lay back languidly, listening to Brujahn playing the lute. She'd been somewhat surprised he'd known the instrument. He'd claimed it wasn't quite what he was used to, but close enough with some practice. And it appeared he was right. The tune he played was soft and relaxing. She smiled when he began to sing, his voice rich and warm. Elgar Avalis, Delenn. Melavas Omnir. Malatarin Aravas. Aramadisan Meller. Iras Mogulas, Delenn. Aramanedan Ashir. Durdhara Lithlanan Balma Maladir. Telenfinim, Delenn. Irisal Mogulas. Magaras Mir Rana. Aramaathlan Vihanas. Aramaathlan Vihanas. That tune makes me want to curl up and go to sleep. Then it serves its purpose. Brujahn smiled. A lullaby Ishal used to sing to Tamlin and I. She pillowed her head on her arms, and yawned. I think you. She yawned again. May have to take first watch. He laughed. Ma Nuvanin. She looked up to see Sten looking at her, a puzzled expression on his face. Something wrong. I don't understand. You look like a woman. She blinked, and looked down at herself. What's not to understand about that? On the other side of the camp, she saw a wide-eyed Alistair trying not to laugh. You are a Grey Warden. He tilted his head to one side. So it follows that you can't be a woman. That. She furrowed her brow. Doesn't make any sense, Sten. So you understand my confusion, then? She shook her head and laughed. Well, I'm confused now, anyway. Women are priests, artisans, shopkeepers, or farmers. They don't fight. That's not a very comprehensive list. The laborers, soldiers, and Ashkari are men. There is nothing else left. She shook her head. She'd figured out that the Qunari had some kind of caste system, but none of this makes any sense, Sten. Exactly. Her head was starting to hurt. Cathiel actually had her hand over Alistair's mouth. We're going around in circles here. I don't know what to make of you. Perhaps this is a quality of Grey Wardens I had not heard about. He held out a hand. A person is born, Qunari, or human, or elven, or dwarf. He doesn't choose that. The size of his hands, whether he is clever or foolish, the land he comes from, the color of his hair, these are beyond his control. We do not choose, we simply are. She nodded. But a person can choose what to do. Can they? He gave her a considering look. We'll see. Is Flemeth really what she seems to be? Well, that depends, does it not? What does she seem to be? Morrigan raised an eyebrow at him. Jaroth shrugged. A nutty old bat. Morrigan laughed. Sometimes I do wonder the very same thing. Tell me, how much do you know of the tale? The one that the Chasen still tell of my mother, to frighten them into obedience. I didn't even know there was such a thing. Ah. I see. That does explain much. I can relay what Flemeth once told me, herself. And you can decide whether or not 'tis the truth. If you desire. That sounds interesting. As the tale is sung by the bards, there was a time when Flemeth was young and beautiful. A fair lass in a land of barbarian men, the desire of any who saw her. Just how long ago is this? Many centuries, before this land was even named Ferelden. The tales say that Flemeth fell in love with Ossen, the bard, and fled the castle of her husband, the dread Lord Conobar, and that he swore vengeance for her infidelity. In truth, my mother claims that 'twas Ossen who was her husband, and Conobar the jealous lord who looked on from afar. Lord Conobar approached young Ossen and offered him wealth and power in exchange for his lovely wife. And Ossen agreed. Flemeth must have been angry. The life of a bard is a poor one, and love fades in the wake of hunger. 'Twas Flemeth who suggested the arrangement. All would have been well had Lord Conobar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Ossen was led off to a field and slain, left for dead. Flemeth spoke to the spirits and learned of the deed, and sought revenge. She spoke to spirits? Or demons? Spirits first, and 'twas they who slew Conobar. Flemeth did not turn to the demon until, much later. Lord Conobar's allies chased Flemeth, you see. Chased her to the wilds and there she hid. There she found the demon and he made her strong. The legends all speak of the great hero Cormac, he who defeated Flemeth and her great army when she invaded the lowlands centuries later. All lies. Which? She never invaded? Or he never defeated her? The truth of the matter is that there never is an invasion. As Flemeth tells it, the Chastened never raised an army under her banner and she never fought with any warrior named Cormac. Cormac led a brutal civil war against his own people, and later claimed it was to vanquish evil that had taken root amongst the lords. Thus he was hailed a hero. Flemeth was only attached to the legend much later. Perhaps 'twas due to the great war with the Chastened that eventually came, but Mother claims not to know how it began. Do you believe her version? I do not believe everything Flemeth claims. Oft it seems her bitterness has colored her memories. But on the whole? Yes. I believe this tale, if not all. How is it that Flemeth has survived for so long? The demon within her has transformed her into something else. An abomination, perhaps some would say. I know not. I only know my mother is clever. And she is part of the wilds as it is part of her. But she is no immortal. She bleeds. A blade in her heart would kill her like any other, were it luck enough to find her. An interesting story. Thank you. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of legend, 'tis true, but I find myself curious nevertheless. I loved her very much. She had a fire in her. Duncan told me he almost recruited her to the wardens once. She was a natural with the blade, and trained me in its use. I find myself a little envious, to tell the truth. He went silent for a moment. I was still a child when she was murdered. You have my sympathies, for what it is worth. Which is very little, I am certain. Morgan hesitated. May I? She sighed. How did it happen? She tried to save me. He closed off the memories. When a knife was laid against my throat, she dropped her weapons. And they killed her. You. Morgan nodded. Saw this? Yes. She sighed. Do not know what to say. I've never met anyone who did. Braska glanced at Lenore out of the corner of his eye. So. He glanced at where Zevran was walking a few paces ahead. He'd seen her watching the elf a few times. You've got a thing for Zevran. Lenore nodded. And unless I mistake, which I concede is possible, so do you. Don't that beat all? An elf boy. Braska shrugged. So what happens now? We draw straws. Duel? You turn me into a frog. Lenore chuckled. I think you'd probably rig the game, and I never did learn how to do the frog thing. She gave Braska a thoughtful look. Braska shifted uncomfortably. What? Why fight about it at all? Well, I wasn't serious about the duel. He looked up at her again. That's not what you meant, is it? Lenore nodded. You mean we? He raised an eyebrow. What, Cher? I do not find the idea distasteful. She grinned impishly. It certainly was fun playing with Isabella. Huh. Braska looked at Lenore as if seeing her for the first time. He chuckled. Well, I can't say I'm necessarily opposed either. Well, that settles that then. She tousled his hair. He laughed. We might want to discuss the matter with him first. Alistair saw Cathiel looking at him with mischief in her eyes. Something you need, my dear. If you were raised in the Chantry, have you never? Never. He raised an eyebrow. Never what? Had a good pair of shoes. You know what I mean. I'm not sure I do. He gave her a teasing smile. Have I never seen a basilisk? Ate jellied ham? Have I never licked a lamppost in winter? She laughed. Now you're making fun of me. Make fun of you, dear lady? Perish the thought. He elbowed her playfully. Well, tell me, have you ever licked a lamppost in winter? Why, yes, I've licked a lamppost in winter. She waggled her eyebrows at him. Just the once? And you didn't lose half of your tongue in the process? I'm impressed. He shrugged. I, myself, never had the pleasure. Not that I haven't thought about it, of course, but... He shrugged. You know. She blinked. Oh, that's so cute. You're a virgin. Cute. He raised an eyebrow. Well, hearing that from a beautiful woman does make me feel much luckier, I'll say that. You think I'm beautiful? She batted her eyes at him. Griffin bounded around them before running off ahead again. Of course you are, and you know it. You're ravishing, resourceful, and all those other things you'd probably hurt me for not saying. She leaned against him as they walked. I would never hurt you. He put his arm around her. Nor I you. You two are just adorable, Wynne said. Cathiel giggled as Alistair started to blush. Morrigan sat down next to him as they made camp. I have been studying Mother's grimoire. Do you wish to hear what I have found? What did you find? 'Tis. She shifted slightly, her face unsettled. Not what I expected. I had hoped for a collection of her spells, a map of the power she commands. But this is not it. He frowned. Yet you look disturbed. She sighed. Disturbed. Yes, perhaps that is the right word. One thing in particular within her writings disturbs me. She laid a hand on the book. Here, in great detail, Flemeth explains the means by which she has survived for centuries. A spell of immortality. There were stories of such things, though none had ever seemed to hold a ring of truth. If only 'twere so. She gazed into the fire. Flemeth has raised many daughters over her long lifetime. There are stories of many witches of the wild throughout Chasind legend, yet I have never seen one and always wondered why not. A horrified note crept into her voice. And now I know. They are all Flemeth. When her body becomes old and wizened, she raises a daughter. And when the time is right, she takes her daughter's body for her own. He closed his eyes, then nodded. His eyes met her yellow ones. So what do you intend to do about it? Her eyes were cold. There is only one possible response to this, Flemeth needs to die. She threw a branch into the fire. I will not sit about like an empty sack waiting to be filled. Flemeth must be slain. She sighed. And I need your help to do it. 5 lives. 5 favors. A blade. He nodded. Very well. I'll help you, if I can. Surprise filled her face, and then relief. Then what needs to be done is for you to go back to Flemeth's hut in the Corcari Wilds. She hesitated. Without me. She shook her head. If I am present when she is slain, I cannot be certain that she will not be able to possess my body right then. So I must remain at camp. Confront her and slay her quickly. I doubt she will truly be dead even then, but it will take her years to find a new host and recover her power. She shook her head. If that is even possible. She frowned. The thing I must have is her true grimoire. With it I can defend against her power in the future. Everything else in her hut is yours. He twitched a shoulder. I'll see what I can do. I am grateful. The sooner this can be done, the sooner it will set my mind at ease. We are already heading in the right direction. He looked at her. Can you scout for these lost soldiers by yourself? I can shift to a raven, and seek them from the air. Then I will head back to the wild in the morning. Meet me at that statue where we camped shortly after visiting Lothering. I will. I enjoy the nights at camp. The night always seems more peaceful, to me. Safer. Leliana lay with her head on her pack, gazing up at the stars. Burhan smiled. I know what you mean. I feel the night grants us a reprieve from the troubles of the day. Silly, isn't it? The darkspawn never sleep, and they lurk in the shadows. It is not silly to seek moments to lay down your burdens. He had to admit, it was nice just the two of them. With no spawn or other wardens within the range of his senses, the curious hum in the back of his mind faded enough for him to ignore it completely. She rolled over to look at him. I enjoy those nights when we stand guard together, talking to pass the time in those small hours. She laughed softly. Well, I talk and you listen, mostly. She smiled. Sometimes I succumb and fall asleep, and wake to find you still watchful, and I know you are watching out for me. That's what friends do. Look out for each other. What I'm trying to say is... She laid her hand on his arm. Is that I trust you. I'm comfortable with you. I know you'll be there when I need you. She looked back up at the stars. You are a wonderful storyteller, and my friend, and sometimes I think that maybe we could be more than that. She laughed again. Maker. She shook her head. Look at me, stumbling over my words like an ill-educated peasant girl. Some bard I am. He laughed. You're cute when you're embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. I'm just... She waved a hand. Flushed because of... She looked around. Of the... She pointed at the fire. Geet, she finished lamely. He laid back, arms folded behind his head. Someone like you being interested in me is flattering. The lessons she'd been giving him were fascinating. Humans were actually starting to make something approaching sense. She tossed a handful of grass at him. What, are you saying I have bad taste? Why can't I like you? You're a good person, a great listener, eh? She shrugged. A remarkable warrior. He snorted. She laughed. You often show signs of intelligence and you're fairly good looking. She leaned over and poked him in the cheek. Most of your facial features are in the right place. Mas Serenas. You're so complimentary. You're welcome. I try. She sighed. There. She shrugged. Isn't much more I can say. My feelings have been laid bare. You are. She smiled at him. Very special to me. I feel the same way, and I'm glad you do too. Even if they weren't, well, compatible, he did treasure his friendship with the woman. She sputtered. Really? And no one told me. You. She shook her head. You felt the same way and didn't do me the courtesy of informing me. He blinked as she sat up and glared at him. Why, you made me say all those things. Why couldn't you have said them first? Oh, you. She ran a hand through her hair. Oh, how very awkward. He blinked in confusion. I thought you were comfortable around me. Oh, chivalry is so dead. Making the lady spill her guts like that. Your spilled guts make me feel loved and accepted, he said, trying to make a joke. Yes. She nodded firmly. I am fond of you and I care about you. For a while they sat there, staring at each other. Then she glared at him again. I'll take first watch. He nodded, and went to the tent, more confused than ever. With Braska on one side and Zevran on the other, the soldiers stood little chance. Lenore decided to go with Lightning, just for a change of pace. And so as not to burn Bantelman's crops. The man was grateful enough for their help. He had few soldiers, but Braska was able to negotiate the provision of foodstuffs to help with the refugees trickling into Redcliffe. They sat at a real table that night, with hot food and halfway decent ale. Zevran shrugged. I did not thank you. It occurs to me now that you have freed me from the crows, and yet I did not think to thank you for it. No matter why you did it, still it was done, and I the benefactor. So. He smiled. Thank you. We are friends, Zevran, Lenore said. We were glad to do it. He actually looked moved. You say that so quickly, and yet it is an odd thing for me to hear. In the crows, we do not have friends, and yet here you are and I cannot help but consider you such. Braska looked across at Lenore, then back to Zevran. We might think of you as more than a friend. He nodded. Must admit that I have thought of. He blinked. We, Lenore said. I simply had no idea you might. He looked from one to the other, and his expression almost looked relieved. Feel the same. He laughed. How very novel. He felt Darkspawn at the edge of his senses, and shifted his path slightly to avoid them. Morrigan had tucked several potions into his belt pouch before he'd left. She'd looked for a moment as if she'd wanted to say something, but she'd only wished him good luck. He wished he understood why he was doing this. 5 lives. 5 favors. He knew killing her was no way out from under that debt. He wasn't sure killing himself would be a way out from under that debt. She was standing outside the hut, dressed in mage robes and carrying a staff. Waiting for him. And so you return. She smiled. Lovely Morrigan has at last found someone willing to dance to her tune. Such enchanting music she plays, wouldn't you say? I should dance to your tune, instead. Would she call in one of the favors? And what would it mean if she did? Why dance at all? Why not sing? She laughed, then looked him over. Something has changed about you, lad. Circles within circles, forming more circles, and the path begins again. What has Morrigan told you, What little plan has she hatched this time? Does it matter? I'm just investigating my options. He knew he was going to kill her. He also knew that it would serve little purpose. She was testing him. Again. Composing your own tune, then. She gave him a pleased smile. Now there's something even I can dance to. She laughed, then stroked a hand down her staff. That you have come at all means you desire something. Perhaps I may yet give it to you. Her eyes met his. Morrigan wishes my grimoire? Take it as a trophy. Tell her I am slain. And what happens to you? She waved a dismissive hand. I go. Perhaps I surprise Morrigan one day. Her eyes became contemplative as she looked him over once more. Or I may simply watch. She shrugged. It would be interesting to see what she does with her freedom. Enlightening even. Would you give an old woman that? You are not simply an old woman. The rage had sensed something in her, their first meeting. It hadn't known what she was either. Nor were you simply a young man, the first time you came to my door. Her smile was slow and predatory. Nor are you simply a young man now. Circles and choices, and little is as chance as it would seem. Walk with me. He fell into step beside her as they walked to a small hill. She gestured. It was here I met the boy who would become King Merrick. Led through the woods by a farmer's son, the man who now holds the crown. I warned Merrick that Loghain would betray him, and each time worse than the last. She turned to look at him again. You he will not betray. She nodded. You will do, I think. What would I get, if I simply took the book and left? She laughed. You get to keep her. For a time. He watched her a moment, then slowly shook his head. No. Shame, she said, her voice dry. What will it be, then? He gave her a respectful bow, then drew his blade. Flemeth nodded, and he thought she might have been pleased at his response. It is a dance poor Flemeth knows well. Let us see if she remembers the steps. You will earn what you take. I'd have it no other way. The spoiled princess was a waste of time. Even Zevran could have taught the assassins a few things. Then she heard the innkeeper call a merchant by the name of Farron. She walked towards him. He smiled at her. Can I interest you in something? He waved towards his wagon. I've got the finest selection of previously owned armor and weaponry this side of Valroio. You're Farron, right? You've. His eyes shifted nervously. Ah, heard of me? Sten loomed behind her. Where is my sword? He stared at Sten. Ah. He started backing away. Don't know what you mean, sir. Set it aside. How much do you want for it? He looked at her. I don't have it. I swear by Andraste's knickers. I sold it on the way here. Where is it now? I sold it to a dwarf in Red Cliff. Name of Dwyn. She smiled. If you're lying, you do know we'll be back. He looked from her to Sten, as if trying to figure out which of them he should grovel towards. I'm not, I promise you. We'll see, Sten said, folding his arms. Time to head back to Red Cliff, and see about finding the others. It has been some time since I left Lothering. When I stepped out of the cloister, I had no idea where my path would lead. I walked where the Maker led me and Leliana smiled. He has rewarded me for my faith. I found you. Brujin smiled at her, and really hoped this wasn't going to be a repeat of the last very confusing conversation. Are you saying I'm a gift from the Maker? She giggled. Something like that. The Maker wants his children to be happy. Would he have created in us the capacity for love if he did not intend for us to find it? Then I thank the Maker for bringing us together. You don't know how it makes me feel to hear you say that. But now it's getting late. I think I might. Her smile was slightly predatory. Turn in early. I can't help thinking about how soft and warm my bedroll is. He frowned. You don't want to talk to me anymore? Oh, of course I do. You know how I enjoy your company. But it's getting a little chilly and I'd prefer to be in my bedroll. He tried to conceal his disappointment. I'll take the watch then. He'd been looking forward to sharing some more stories. I'm going to stay up and write in my journal. She gave him a confused look. I didn't know you had a journal. Or wrote in it regularly. Well, I do. Well, maybe you could bring it to my tent and I could watch you write. I could give you suggestions. She mimicked holding a pen and writing. Dear Journal. Leliana has shown much affection for me. Even asked me to come to bed with her, but alas, subtlety is lost on me. Wait, what? He stared at her. She put her hands on her hips. Oh, now he gets it. Brujin returned her smile. I don't think I could turn down such a proposition. She caught him by the front of the cloak and pulled him to his feet. Good. Now come with me, before I lose my patience. Morrigan paced back and forth in front of the statue. Perhaps sending him by himself had not been a good plan. Maybe he could have persuaded one of the others. He'd been training with that fool Alistair to learn some of the tricks of the Templars. And in the Fade, she'd seen him face demons. Surely if anyone stood a chance. If she'd gotten him killed. She blinked. Could it really be that she was more afraid of him coming to harm than she was that he had failed? She shook her head. Sentiment was far too dangerous. But he. And then there he was, walking through the trees. His armor was scorched, and there was a wound on his side. He started to hand her something, and she shoved it away so she could weave a healing spell around him. It was only after the scratches on his face had vanished that she looked at his offering. Mother's real grimoire, is it? She felt a bit awkward. I'm glad you were able to find it after all. My thanks for retrieving it. I shall begin studying it immediately and unlock the power that it holds. He nodded. We should be getting back to Red Cliff. The soldiers were killed by a demon. I killed it, and recovered some things that may satisfy Setida. Good. Chapter 19, Haven. Setida coughed. Brujin and Leliana broke apart and turned to face her. They actually blushed. Era Serenama, Lethalin, Brujin said. Wow, Setida said, trying to keep a straight face. She kisses you and you forget how to speak the king's tongue. She wasn't sure what his next comment meant, but she was fairly sure it was rude. We arrived just a few minutes ago. Find anything other than Leliana's bedroll. You're terrible, Leliana said. We found the caravan. They'd tried to avoid Darkspawn, and ended up trapped in a little valley by them. We killed some Darkspawn to create a distraction and got them on the move again. Good work. Any of the others back? No. We only arrived last night, Leliana said. How did your quest go? More incompetent assassins. Hopefully the others will return soon. We are heading to Haven as soon as everyone arrives. Finding Dwyn was easy. Convincing him to give up the sword slightly more difficult. He demanded 6 sovereigns at first. She started to negotiate, and then one of his thugs mentioned something about her being that elf's boss. Dwyn immediately dropped the price to 2 sovereigns. It was a fine sword, well balanced, and sharp. Spartan in its design, with a subtle pattern on the hilt. She found Sten at the blacksmith's, overseeing the repair of his dented breastplate. His eyes widened when she offered him the sword. Strange. He held it, his eyes tracing the blade. I had almost forgotten it. Completion. He looked at her, and a trace of amusement entered his voice. Are you sure you are a Grey Warden? I think you must be an Ashkari to find a single lost blade in a country at war. You're welcome, Sten. He shook his head. I would thank you for this, if I knew how. He put the sword into its sheath, then nodded to himself. And I could deliver a much more satisfying answer to the Orishik's question if the blight were ended, don't you agree? She nodded. Absolutely. His face actually broke into a smile. Then lead the way. Broska, Lenore, and Zevran arrived shortly before dinner. Broska saw her, and tossed her a salute. One ban rescued. Supply wagons underway. He stumbled slightly. Let all flee before the wrath of the wardens, Lenore said, giggling. Are you? Sedida narrowed her eyes. Drunk. Broska considered a moment. Yes. He gestured back. One of the supply wagons has. He pulled a bottle from his pack and examined the label. Whiskey. It is very good whiskey, Zevran said. They suggested we test it, to make sure it was good enough to present to. Lenore blinked. Warden Commander Ejikin, which is you, Broska said. He handed her the bottle. She looked at it. There was maybe a half-inch left in the bottom. It was very good whiskey, Lenore said. She sighed. At least morale was high. Perhaps it was being back in a real bed. Or perhaps it had just taken this long to process what had happened in the wild. Or maybe, it was just the first chance he'd actually had to fall all the way into sleep. He found himself standing once more in the hazy reality he recognized as the Fade. It looked different, now. The area looked like the castle, save for floating candlesticks and books which turned pages by themselves. He walked, wandering aimlessly, until he found himself in the weapon yard. You can't be here. He heard the voice that sounded like his, and turned. The spirit stood next to a weapon stand. Don't you mean shouldn't? He asked. No. I mean can't. You are no mage. Only mages can touch the Fade through their dreams. I was an abomination for 11 years. I suppose you have a point there. It shook its head. Then it picked up a sword. Shall we? Jarath drew his own blade, and stepped into the sparring ring. The next morning, she saw Jarath and Morrigan sitting at a table, apparently having breakfast. She gestured to one of the servants, then joined them. When did you two get in? Shortly before midnight, Morrigan said. We did not feel it necessary to wake you. She nodded. And the soldiers? A demon. Took care of it. Let Tegan know. Will you two be good to head out again? They both nodded. She looked from one to the other, and then nodded in return. Jarath, at least, she trusted, and he seemed able enough to handle Morrigan. Alistair had mentioned he'd grasped the fine points of Templar training quite readily. Alistair had been rather shocked, actually. Normally it took years. But then, normally, a 15-year-old elf wouldn't be the best fighter in their group. Maybe she just needed to redefine normal. We'll leave as soon as everyone has eaten. What do we know about Haven? Lenore asked. Next to nothing, I'm afraid. It's a rather isolated village. We'll stop in Honleith, refresh our supplies, and see what they know. Sedida adjusted her weapon harness as they headed out. It was the second morning when Brujhan alerted them to Darkspawn. An isolated group, but a fairly large one. Sedida considered, then called out the tactics. Enough for a challenge, to see how those who hadn't yet fought Darkspawn managed. They were starting to fight well together. Even Brujhan managed to hold his ground, laying about him with the long-handled axe as Leliana fired off arrows. Next to her, Sten went to work with military precision, matching his movements to hers so that they moved across the field like a well-oiled machine. Braska and Zevran stayed with Wynne and Lenore, making short work of any that tried to threaten the mages. Alistair held the small hill Cathiel was using as a vantage point, her arrows flying with pinpoint precision. As for Jarath and Morrigan, they were more akin to a force of nature. The witch laughed gleefully as a darkspawn exploded, then the ones hit by its entrails also began to explode. Jarath was a whirlwind of blades as he moved through a group of shrieks, taking out the more dangerous of the darkspawn and leaving the Hurlocks and Genlocks for the others. When it was over, Setida cleaned her blade and cast her senses to make sure none of the non-wardens had been affected. She'd been having Lenore make the potion Bruhin had once used just to be safe, as well as making everyone drink a potion that was supposed to increase resistance. There had been no complaints. Wynne tended where Bruhin had been bitten by one of the Genlocks. It was no longer any wonder how the man had ended up tainted. If it had teeth, it tried to bite him. And if it didn't, it stabbed him. The merchant they rescued gave them a golem control rod in a command word. He claimed there was a golem in Honleith. Setida handed the rod off to Lenore, who seemed to find the thing fascinating. She hoped the mage didn't take it apart, just in case there actually was a golem in Honleith. Honleith had been overrun. Setida divided them into teams. She took Sten, Wynne, and Zevran. She put Cathiel in charge of the second team, consisting of Alistair, Braska, and Lenore. She considered a moment, then gave Jarath charge of the third team, Morrigan, Bruhin, and Leliana. She expected to hear a complaint from Bruhin, but he just looked at Jarath and shrugged. She sent Cathiel down the center and Jarath to the west before taking the east. Zevran managed to make himself useful by disarming a few traps as they moved through. She called out the darkspawn as they went, and they managed to save a few villagers. Not many. Cathiel sighed as Lenore began examining the golem. She was almost relieved that the control rod did nothing. The mage was visibly disappointed. She waved as she saw Setida's group coming, more refugees in tow. "I think we've cleared most of them." Bruhin said he sensed more spawn in a building over that way. Jarath's team went to clear it, see if they couldn't find more refugees. Setida nodded. "Lenore, Wynne, we've got people in need of healing." She gave Lenore a pointed look, and Lenore nodded. Cathiel frowned, then cast her senses. At least 2 of the villagers had the taint. She clenched her fists. It wasn't fair. Maybe if they knew how the joining worked, they could. Alistair put a hand on her shoulder, his face sympathetic. She leaned into him, drawing strength from his presence. She couldn't help but think of Fergus. Had he survived Ostagar, only to fall victim to the blight? In some ways, the not knowing was worse. She watched as Setida and Wynne took aside the 2 carrying the taint. She saw the hope die on their faces. The old man started to weep. The woman just looked beaten. Both looked to their families before refusing the potions. Setida gave them other bottles. The poison Braska and Lenore had brewed back in Redcliffe. Lenore had assured them the poison was painless. Imbibers would simply go to sleep, and never awaken. It was the best they could offer. Griffin was playing with a couple of the children, happily licking faces. He managed to get a bit of laughter out of some of the children when he rolled over and wiggled happily. More people came out of the building Jarath and the others had entered. A few families were reunited to joyous cries. "Still have the control rod?" Jarath asked. Lenore held it out. "Yes." The merchant had the command word wrong. He shrugged. "Oh. How did you find the real one?" "I rescued a little girl from a demonic cat." He never changed expression when making the statement. She laughed. "You know, if we weren't wardens, that would actually sound like a strange day." She walked back over to the golem, and activated the control rod before speaking the command phrase. A moment later, she jumped backwards as it actually started to move. She heard Setida let out a small curse, and gave the dwarf an apologetic look. "Oops, sorry, I didn't think it would actually work." And, it didn't. Oh, sure, the golem was awake and moving. It worked. The control rod, however. She glanced at Braska. "You know, you really think I'd learn? He chuckled, then managed to convince the golem to accompany them. Cetadel looked a bit dismayed, but sighed, and nodded. Resupplying wasn't an option. In fact, they ended up having to give some of their supplies to the refugees to ensure they were able to reach Red Cliff safely. For that, at least, Lenore was grateful. She didn't introduce herself to the Rutherfords, but was glad to see they all seemed safe and sound. She made sure they all had some of the resistance potion she'd brewed before they went on their way. It was the least she could do. Interesting strategy. Tell me, do you intend to keep going north until it becomes south, and attack the archdemon from the rear? Cetadel shrugged. It'll never see this coming. Sten's voice became dry. Truly. It would surprise me if my enemy counterattacked by running away and climbing a mountain. She shook her head. We're not running away from anything. The archdemon is our goal. And we are heading away from it. To find the charred remnants of a dead woman. He shook his head. You haven't thought this through. She almost wished that were true. She'd been thinking it through for days. She also wished she was sure this was the right move. Consider this training for what's to come. There is only so much one can prepare, Catelyn. Eventually, one must simply step forward and accept what comes. He looked down at her. I trust you with my life. But this is not my life at risk. It is our goal. I know. I don't intend to fail, Sten. Be careful, Catelyn. He shook his head. I have spoken my mind. Let us waste no more time here. Agreed. If this doesn't pan out. She sighed. Then it is on to Orzammar. We'll have to do this without the Ferelden army. She glanced up at Sten. Any chance of getting the Bearsod out to give us a hand? I fear they would not reach us in time. And we'd still have to deal with Loghain closing the borders. Pity, if I had about 20 of you and Jarath, I think we'd have this whole Darkspawn army issue solved. He actually smiled a bit at that. The guard met them at the top of the incline. He folded his arms, and glared. What are you doing in Haven? There is nothing for you here. Cetadel blinked, and looked back at the others. Leliana gave her a confused look and shrugged. This wasn't the reaction any of them were expecting. I have business here. He gave her a stern look. No, you do not. I would have been informed if someone was expecting. He waved a hand at them dismissively. A visitor. She narrowed her eyes. What kind of town didn't want trade? She glanced back at the others again, then gave them a small nod. She saw Jarath and Sten go immediately on alert. Is there a brother Genitivy here? Who? He shrugged. Perhaps revered Father Eirik will know of whom you speak. He gave her a dismissive look. Unfortunately, he is ministering to the villagers at the moment, and cannot be disturbed. Revered Father. Leliana shook her head. I have never heard of this. The guard's voice became curt. It has always been thus in Haven. We do not question tradition. Cetadel began making plans to look around the village more discreetly. Very well. Excuse me. You may trade for supplies at the shop if you wish. Then I suggest you and your companions leave. He moved away from them. Ah, quiet, insular communities, Zevran said dryly. There's always something nasty going on behind closed doors. Wynn rolled her eyes. You always think there's something nasty going on behind closed doors. He winked at her. That's because there often is. He smiled. I hope it involves chains. I hope they ask me to join in. Braska and Lenore both snickered. Alistair made a groaning noise. Cetadel just shook her head. Cathiel, take Alistair and the filthy trio to this shop, see what supplies you can get. Brynn, Leliana, see what you can find out about this revered father business. Sten, Wynn, Shale, you're with me, let's take a look around. She turned her gaze towards Jarath. I've got a feeling this town has something nasty. Go find it. He nodded, and started walking, Morrigan a step behind him. I don't suppose you know of this place. It's creepy. Brynn nodded. I'd almost feel better if I could sense Darkspawn. At least then we'd know what dangers we faced. He considered. If the chantry has brothers, why not fathers? Men are considered to be too passionate to lead in matters of spirit. Male keepers seem to do just fine. And perhaps it is merely tradition, originating in the betrayal of Andraste by Mofarath. Ah, tradition. She laughed. You say that as though the Dalish are not also steeped in tradition. He tweaked her nose playful. Our traditions are prettier. She gestured up at the chantry. You cannot deny that is a beautiful building. He ran his hand down the bark of a tree. Look at how this tree stretches its fingers to the sky. What building could compare? I think this is one of those arguments neither of us will ever win. Only because you are too stubborn to admit I'm right. He kissed her. Who are you? You're not from Haven. Braska smirked. Why does everyone tell me that like I don't already know it? We. The shopkeeper shuffled nervously. We don't get many visitors. Braska jerked his head at the others, and they began to spread out and look through the store. The shopkeeper tried to keep eyes on all of them. Braska walked up to the counter. This is the shop? I'd like to trade. I don't have much, but I suppose you can take a look, the shopkeeper said. He gave Braska a grudging look. Don't suppose you've seen man called Brother Genitivi? No. He shook his head curtly. I've never heard that name. He looked up at Lenore. What are you doing? That's private. Braska glanced at where Lenore was standing next to a door into another room. The shopkeeper started to walk towards her, and Braska moved to block his way. He saw Cathiel's head come up, and Alistair put a hand on his sword. What are you hiding? I don't see how that's any of your concern. He narrowed his eyes. I'm making it my concern. Fear began to show in the man's eyes as he snapped. No. You have no right. Braska blinked as the shopkeeper drew a long knife from his belt. Zevran's thrown blade caught him in the throat, and he dropped. Braska shook his head. What the sod? Lenore and Alistair walked into the other room. They came back out a moment later. Alistair shook his head. One of Eamon's knights. They cut him up, Lenore said. Like. She shuddered. Well, blood magic comes to mind. Well, shit. The altar had been used recently. Blood pooled in the center, and ran over the sides in dark rivulets. Morrigan frowned. That is human blood. He took a closer look, then raised an eyebrow at her. How do you know? I just do. She met his eyes. I also know that no one can lose that much blood, and live. Jarath put a hand on his blade. Let's go. Setida saw Cathiel walking towards her, hand on her bow. The others followed. Braska actually had his mace out. Suddenly Cathiel went for her bow and Setida started to turn. Leliana's arrow pegged the crossbowman before he could bring his weapon to aim. Armed villagers began to come out of nowhere. Against armed wardens though, they stood little chance. They moved the merely unconscious ones into a house, and blocked the door. Explanations would be good, Setida said. We found one of Redcliffe's knights, Lenore said. Well, most of him. Most of him. He'd been dismembered. Jarath and I found an altar, one likely used for blood magic, Morrigan said, gesturing back at the house. Burhan glanced at Leliana. We didn't find anything quite that spectacular, but it looks like the rest of the village is up in the chantry. Setida nodded. Let's go see if we can find some sodding sense anywhere in this place. We are blessed beyond measure, we are chosen by the holy and beloved to be her guardians. Humbly, we come before the holy and beloved. This sacred duty is given to us alone. Rejoice, my brethren, and prepare your hearts to receive her. Blessed fire cleanse and consecrate our souls. Lift up your voices, and despair not, for she will raise her faithful servants to glory when her dash. Well, this is nice and creepy, Braska muttered. The man in the robes lifted his hands, and smiled at them. Ah, welcome. I heard we had a visitor wandering about the village. I trust you've enjoyed your time in Haven so far. Your people aren't very welcoming, Setida said. She jerked her head and the others spread out, taking up positions. He gave her a scornful look. What sort of welcome do you expect when you break into our homes and kill one of us? He gestured to his flock. You see? This is why we do not like. He wrinkled his nose. Visitors. They are not like us. They will do us harm if we let them. Sedita struck her boot against the ground, sending a ringing sound through the stone building. What have you done to Brother Genitivi? We don't owe you any explanations for our actions. We have a sacred duty, failure to protect her would be a greater sin. He raised his hands towards the ceiling. All will be forgiven. He lowered his hands, and a smile crept over his face. Brothers, you know what must be done. Almost as one, the worshippers in the chantry drew their weapons and started to attack. Brujin hesitated as a young woman, barely into her teens, attacked, and took a dagger in the arm for it. Alistair had a similar difficulty. She understood their reluctance as a grey-haired woman in farmer's clothing came at her with what looked to be a sickle. She smacked the woman down with her shield and went after the revered father. He fell beneath her blade. She looked back to see Wynne doing some healing. Most of her comrades looked pale, and a bit sickened by what had happened. She sighed. At least with killing Darkspawn, you were sure who and what the monsters were. Who are you? They. The man on the ground groaned. They've sent you to finish it. Brother Genitivi? Lenore asked, kneeling next to the man. Her fingers glowed white as she moved her hands above his injuries. You're. Relief shone on his face. You're not one of them. Thank the Maker. Are you all right? He gave her a disbelieving look. What do you think? Weeks of scant food and water, the torture. He sighed. Oh, I've never felt better in my life. I get the point, she said, shaking her head ruefully. Can I do anything for you? The leg's not doing so well and... He shifted, and winced. I can't feel my foot. Wynne, can you help? She nodded, and came over to begin checking the injured man. I can set the leg and ease some of the pain, but he'll need a lot of rest in order to heal. He shook his head. I don't have time to rest now. I'm so close. The urn is just up that mountain. Lenore blinked at him. How do you know? My research led me to Haven. He looked up at them. And I have heard the villagers talking. I know the urn is here. He tried to sit up. Haven lies in the shadow of the mountain that holds the urn. There is an old temple there, built to protect it. He grabbed Lenore's arm and gave her a triumphant smile. The door is always locked, but I know what the key is. Eirik wears a medallion that opens the temple door. He smiled. I've seen what he does with it. Sedita raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? The medallion is like... He gestured. A puzzle box. He looked down at his hands, and then shrugged. I will show you, if you bring it to me. She glanced back at the others. Sedita tossed her the medallion. This medallion. This time he managed to sit up. Yes, that is your key. Take me to the mountainside, and I will show you. Are you sure you can make the journey? She asked, looking over his leg. It is not that far and... He gave her a hopeful look. Will you let me lean on you? For the urn, any pain is worth enduring. She considered, then nodded and looked over at Braska and Zevran. Maybe you two could rig a litter? Or Shale could. Shale could not, the golem said. Rig a litter. We'll get him up there, Sedita said. He's made it this far. They made it up the mountain without incident. Alistair and Brujin got Brother Genitivi on his feet, and practically carried him to the door. He touched it almost reverently. Here we are. Give me the medallion, and let's see if I can remember. He fiddled with it. Yes. Various pieces moved. You see, it can be manipulated, just like this. It sprang open, forming a star shape. And there. He held it up. A key to open the way. I wonder who created that, Lenore mused. Genitivi smiled at her. It may have been passed down through the generations from the first people who built the temple. He looked back at the door. Now. He ran a hand down the engravings. Where does this go? He fit the key into an indentation, and the door swung open. They entered, and looked around in wonder. Lelyana's face was almost as ecstatic as Genitivi's as she took in the carvings and frescoes. Genitivi's eyes were wet. What I would give to have seen this hall in all its splendor, as it was meant to be. He laughed. Still, sweep away the ice and the snow, and traces of beauty remain. Sedida shook her head. We can't afford to linger. I'm sorry. Genitivi blinked. What? I was a little distracted. I apologize. He pointed. These carvings were created just after Andraste's death, and they may reveal things about her life that we do not yet know. He looked around. I think I need more time to study these statues and carvings. You want to stay here? Is it safe? Lenore asked. I could not keep up with you with my injuries. I should be safe. I don't think there are any villagers here. Go. I will be all right. Perhaps my destiny was only to lead you to the urn. Sedida gave him a brief nod, and considered. Shale, stay with him. Any villagers give him trouble, well, just pretend they are pigeons. I can handle that, Shale said. Sedida sent Cathiel, Alistair, Lenore, and Zev ran down the right corridor, and Jarath, Morrigan, Brujin, and Lelyana down the left. These cultists, at least, were all armed soldiers. After the events of the town, she almost took a bit of pleasure from fighting these ones. What kind of madmen used children and farmers as the first line of defense? They regrouped behind a door. It took Lenore a couple minutes to puzzle out how to open it. What the hell are those? Braska called out. Ash wraiths, Lenore replied. It's a demon that made its physical body out of ashes instead of. Lenore, focus. Sedida said. Oh, right. She sent a wave of ice at the oncoming creature. Jarath's sword shattered the thing. It's really quite fascinating, Lenore said. Instead of inhabiting a corpse, it forms a quasi-material body out of what it finds. I once heard about one made entirely out of mold in. Lenore. Sedida sighed. Can we expect more? Yes. Probably. Can you tell us anything helpful? They don't burn. At least, not the ones made of ashes. I don't know about the ones made out of mold. And they flow apart and rematerialize. Get behind you. Watch your flanks, people. Wynne and Lenore healed them before they moved on to the second level. Alistair was complaining about the scent of burned hair, and Cathiel was assuring him that nobody would even notice. Sedida looked from Lenore to Lelyana. Any ideas what else we can expect? This is nothing like a true chantry, Lelyana said. I do not know. There is magic here. A strangeness to the veil. Lenore shook her head. It is likely what drew the wraiths. Sedida started to nod, then caught a strange expression on the face of the swamp witch. Morrigan, something you would like to add? These cultists. Morrigan nodded. I believe they are using a form of blood magic. It enhances warriors, makes them stronger, and nearly immune to pain. They will not be subdued. Yeah. Noticed that, Brujin said, wincing. Wynne immediately moved in to heal him. Sedida sighed, then nodded. Might need to send an army back up here one day. All right, let's keep moving. Ar2Nalin Mmami, Brujin called out as he flung the dragonling off himself. Mahalam. I think they like you, Braska said. Maybe Dalish are tasty, Lenore added. I hate you both, he said, accepting the hand up from Lelyana. Where did those things come from? Well, when a mommy dragon and a daddy dragon love each other very much. Jarath said, without so much as a hint of a smile. Brujin stared at him in disbelief. Jarath gave him a shrug and an innocent look. Brujin shook his head. Demi, Emishem Nan. I think he just threatened me, Jarath said. He looked at Morrigan. Did he just threaten me? I am not certain. Must one be a threat in order to threaten? Stop having fun, Sedida said, her lips twitching. And Brujin, stop playing with the... She glanced at him. What are you doing now? Skinning the drake. She sighed. Can you do that later? After we've dealt with the cultists trying to kill us. He nodded, and picked his sword back up. Stop. You will go no further. The man who led the group of cultists was large, and clearly thought of himself as intimidating. After her company of the past few months, Cathiel was less than impressed. Oh? Is that so? He sneered at her, and spoke in a voice he obviously intended to be commanding. You have defiled our temple. You have spilled the blood of the faithful, and slaughtered our young. He gestured at the body of one of the dragonlings. No more. You will tell me now, intruder, why you have done all this. Why have you come here? Cathiel glanced back over her shoulder. Setida gave an eye roll and a nod. Cathiel narrowed her eyes. We've come to make sure you never hurt anyone again. She knocked an arrow to her bow. He threw back his head as he shouted. To arms, my brethren. Andraste will grant us victory. Again with the Andraste. These people were barking. What the hell? Dragon eggs, Morrigan said as she examined the chamber. Heh. Omelets, Braska said, elbowing Lenore. Morrigan. Setida asked. 'Tis a hatchery. Lenore looked around, and swallowed. You realize that this means somewhere around here, there is a fully grown dragon, right? Setida blinked, then sighed. Let's. She ran a hand through her hair. Try to avoid coming to its attention, shall we? Setida growled. Lenore, when I say things like, let's not come to the attention of the dragon, and, maybe summoning the demon isn't a good idea, does your brain even register the statements? The mage shook her head. Her face was pale as she looked up at the dragon circling overhead. I'm going to have to say no. You just saw a gong on a mountainside and just had to ring it. I was curious. Stone, here it comes. Get down. The flaming breath of the dragon was mostly blocked by her shield. She had to get it off her arm as the metal heated and seared. Run for. She blinked. Jarath, what the hell? He ran atop some of the broken columns. As the dragon came around for another pass, he leaped from the tallest and came down on the dragon's back, driving his sword into its neck and hanging on. Instead of searing them with another blast of flame, the dragon roared and landed, throwing its head back as it snapped at the elf. Attack, Setida said, adjusting her plan. She drew her sword and charged in. The dragon hissed and clawed at them. Its tail swept across the field, sending Sten and Bruhen tumbling into a snowdrift. Alistair darted in, and the dragon knocked him over and pinned him with one foot. Cathiel fired an arrow into its mouth as it bent to deliver a killing bite, and it leaped backwards. Braska yanked Alistair out of the way. Jarath climbed its neck and held on as it swung its head from side to side. It raked across the field again with its claws, narrowly missing Setida. And then Jarath drove his sword into its head, just behind the eye. As the dragon began to thrash, he let go and tumbled lightly to the ground, then continued until he was out of range of its stomping feet. It took a few moments, but then it went still, collapsing into a heap. Wynne knelt next to Alistair as Lenore went to check on Sten and Bruhen. The rest of them just stared. You killed a dragon, Braska said. It was trying to kill us, Jarath replied. Salroka, you jumped on the back of a dragon, climbed its neck, and stabbed it in the brain. It seemed a good idea at the time. Setida just started to laugh. Jarath. Yes. Would you please stop jumping on things big enough to swallow you whole? He considered a moment. Probably not. They came to another set of giant doors. Unlike the others, these appeared to have not been opened in some time. Setida. Lenore called from where she was talking to Leliana. Yes. Inside, we will likely be tested. I don't know what we will face, but it won't be easy. If it were easy, Jarath said, someone else would do it. Exactly. So. Lenore and Leliana exchanged a look before Lenore continued. It's probably more dangerous than the dragon cultists. Setida nodded, then looked over the others. Sten, Zevran, Wynne, and I will go first. Cathiel, you take Alistair, Braska, and Lenore. Jarath, you head up the third team. Morrigan, Bruhan, and Leliana. She strapped her shield back to her arm. If these ashes exist, we only need a little. Cathiel, give us 10 minutes, then follow us in. Sten pushed open the doors with a small grunt of effort. Wynn's face was almost reverent as she used her magic to make the crystal on her staff glow with a soft white light. Zevran looked a bit reluctant to enter, but followed them in. A man, his armor styled differently than any she'd seen thus far, stood before another door. His head came up as they approached. I bid you welcome, pilgrim. His solemn voice had a curious undertone to it. Who are you? Setida asked. I am the guardian, the protector of the urn of sacred ashes. I have waited years for this. For someone to take the ashes. No one can take the ashes. They belong here. It has been my duty, my life, to protect the urn and prepare the way for the faithful who come to revere Andraste. For years beyond counting have I been here, and shall I remain until my task is done and the Imperium has crumbled into the sea. Will your task ever be done? It must be some kind of spirit, or perhaps a golem of strange nature. She wondered if they were going to have to fight him. A part of her did not want to. I do not know, and I do not question. She sighed. Let's not waste time. How do I get to the urn? You have come to honor Andraste, and you shall, if you prove yourself worthy. I need the ashes to cure a noble man. Still, you must prove yourself worthy. It is not my place to decide your worthiness. The gauntlet does that. If you are found worthy, you will see the urn and be allowed to take a small pinch of the ashes for yourself. If not. All right, let's get this over with then. Before you go, there is something I must ask. I see that the path that led you here was not easy. There is suffering in your past, your suffering, and the suffering of others. Belen's machinations led to Trian's death and your exile. Setida felt a chill go down her spine as the guardian spoke. You allowed this to happen. Do you think you failed Trian? She had, for a long time. That time had passed. No. I could not have known that was what Belen had planned. She thought she saw a gleam of understanding in the guardian's eyes as it replied. Then you do not dwell on past mistakes, neither yours, nor someone else's. Parsha Ara. Leave the past where it falls. Sten nodded to her. The guardian turned his gaze on the Qunari. And what of those that follow you? Demand whatever answers you want, spirit. You came to this land as an observer, but you killed a family in a blind rage. Have you failed your people, by allowing a Qunari to be seen in that light? I have never denied that I failed. Sten's voice was blunt and flat. The guardian turned to look at Wynn. Ask your question, guardian. She gave him a respectful nod. I am ready. You are ever the advisor, ready with a word of wisdom. Do you wonder if you spout only platitudes, burned into your mind in the distant past? His voice held a small note of accusation. Perhaps you are only a tool used to spread the word of the circle and the chantry. Does doubt ever chip away at your truths? Wynn's face remained calm. You frame your statement in the form of a question, yet you already know our answers. There is no sense in hiding, is there? Yes. I do doubt at times. Only the fool is completely certain of himself. And the ant of an elf. Is it my turn now? Zevran shook his head, his expression showing a trace of annoyance. Hurrah! I'm so excited. Many have died at your hand. But is there any you regret more than a woman by the name of? How do you know about that? Zevran's expression was startled, his eyes wide. Setida made a mental note to mention this to Braska. I know much, it is allowed to me. The question stands, however. Do you regret? Yes. The answer is yes, if that's what you wish to know. I do. He shook his head flippantly. Now move on. The way is open. Good luck, and may you find what you seek. You abandoned your father and mother, leaving them in the hands of Rendon Hao, knowing he would show no mercy. Do you think you failed your parents? Cathiel's voice shook. Yes. She swallowed. I should have defended them to the death. Thank you. That is all I wished to know. Alistair put a hand on her shoulder. You are too hard on yourself. No one's perfect. The Guardian turned his gaze. Alistair, Knight, and Warden. He nodded to Alistair. You wonder if things would have been different if you were with Duncan on the battlefield. You could have shielded him from the killing blow. You wonder, don't you, if you should have died, and not him. He sighed. Yes. If Duncan had been saved, and not me, everything would be better. If I'd just had the chance, maybe. Cathiel reached for his hand, and he closed his fingers around hers. You rose above your caste to become a Grey Warden, but you left behind your family who relied on you. Tell me, Pilgrim, did you fail them? Braska shook his head. No. Even if I'd stayed, they would still be miserable. Jowan was discovered by the Templars. You were helping him. Tell me, do you think you failed Jowan? Yes. Lenore's voice was blunt. There must have been something more I could have done. The way is open. Good luck, and may you find what you seek. Brujin caught a glimpse of Cathiel's group going through the door. He took a step towards the man standing there, then looked at Jarath. Jarath gave him a nod as he bent to briefly examine one of the bodies that lay on the floor. The Guardian spoke when Brujin approached, telling him of the gauntlet. Leliana's face held a combination of nervousness and exhilaration. Brujin felt apprehensive. There was power here, he could feel it. But if this was a place of the Maker, then... The Guardian's voice drew his attention back. Tamlin was one of your tribe, a blood brother. You left him in the ruins, left him to his fate. Tell me, Pilgrim, did you fail Tamlin? Of course he'd failed Tamlin. Yes. I could have pulled him away from that mirror. You could not have known what would happen, Leliana said to him. You did what you thought was best. The Guardian looked at her. And you? His voice remained calm and gentle. Why do you say the Maker speaks to you, when all know that the Maker has left? He spoke only to Andraste. Do you believe yourself her equal? I never said that. Her face was indignant. In Orlais, you were someone. In Lothering, you feared you would lose yourself, become a drab sister, and disappear. When your brothers and sisters of the cloister criticized you for what you professed, you were hurt, but you also reveled in it. It made you special. You enjoyed the attention, even if it was negative. Brujin narrowed his eyes at the Guardian, and briefly considered punching it in the face as it kept speaking. You're saying I made it up, for? Leliana shook her head. For the attention? I did not. I know what I believe. She glared. It turned to look at Jarath, and Brujin wondered if the young fighter would end up just killing the thing. By the time you reached Shiani, she was broken, brutalized. You were too late. Tell me, Pilgrim, did you fail Shiani? Jarath's face was calm, expressionless. My answer is my own, Guardian. His voice was quiet, and yet, respectful. Very well. You know your own heart. I'm glad you declined, Morrigan said. This question has nothing to do with our goal. And you, Morrigan, Flemeth's daughter. The Guardian nodded to her. What dash? Begone, spirit. I will not play your games. I will respect your wishes. Brujin sighed. If he'd have known it would do that. He took Leliana's hand as they went through the door. Greetings, my exiled sister. Sedida felt tears well in her eyes, and blinked them away. Trian stood before her. His lips curled in that stupidly comforting sneer of his as he continued to speak. I would lament your fate, but why should I? You have been cast out to walk the surface, whereas I... He gestured. Humph. His face relaxed into a smile. But I am too hard on you. Belen made fools of us both. Were I a spectator, I would applaud him for his clever manipulations. He gave a regretful sigh. However, I find it hard for me remain. He shook his head. Unbiased in this regard. Belen betrayed us both. But the betrayals of Orzammar do not weigh down your steps. You have not faltered, and I am proud of you. He held out his hand, and something gleamed within it. Take this, and use it well. I give you this. His voice softened. And my blessing. He smiled as she took the amulet from him. Remember me? She felt Sten's hand on her shoulder, and she took a breath as the image of her brother faded away. She slipped the amulet around her neck, and continued on. It was perhaps for the best that the next room contained something to hit. Cathiel gasped as she saw her father standing there. My dearest child. Father. Sadness filled his voice. You know that I am gone, and all your prayers and wishes will not bring me back. No more must you grieve, my girl. Take the pain and the guilt, acknowledge it, and let go. It is time. You have such a long road ahead of you, and you must be prepared. And so I leave this in your hands. He held out an amulet to her. I know you will do great things with it. She held the amulet as her father's form faded away. Alistair put his arm around her shoulders, and a moment later, she felt Braska and Lenore hugging her as well. The four of them stood there, mutually embracing for several moments before moving on to the next room. Leliana almost seemed to enjoy the riddles. She chatted about the various figures as they moved to the next room. After the Guardian, Brujin hung back a pace, letting Jarath take the lead. He told himself it was because Setida had put the other man in charge, but he knew he was lying. They came through the door and an elf woman stood there. She looked at Jarath. Hey. Jarath sighed. Here to ask me a riddle. She folded her arms and gave him a sardonic look. Her voice actually sounded hurt. That's how you greet an old friend, huh? Envy filled her face. Life out there's been good to you, hasn't it? You're respected, even among humans. Do you remember us, where you came from, and what some of us still face every day? Her voice grew accusing. He shook his head. Using guilt on me? No, of course not. She tilted her head, and her voice grew hurt again. When the Guardian asked, you wouldn't answer. Why? Some things are learned only when you find them for yourself. Still, you have come far. She held something out. After a moment, he took it from her. Seeing you now. Her face became warm. Gives me hope. She smiled. For all of us. Jarath tucked whatever she'd given him into his belt pouch and walked away while her form was still fading. Brujin exchanged a look with Leliana. She shook her head. For a moment, Brujin found himself wishing he had stepped into the room first. It would have been nice, perhaps, to talk to Tamlin once more. He and Leliana stepped into the next room to find Jarath stepping over corpses that looked remarkably like the four of them. Morrigan watched Jarath walk towards the next door, a curious expression on her face. Then she followed. Brujin and Leliana exchanged another look, then followed as well. Brujin glanced at the corpse that looked like Jarath as it began to fade, then back at the living version. Sometimes, it was easy to forget Jarath was just a kid. Setida felt like punching Zevran as they all stripped to cross the fire. The elf wasn't even bothering to hide his leer. She was about to say something, when Wynne accidentally dropped her staff onto his head. Zevran winced and grumbled. The Guardian reminded her that they were permitted only a pinch as they redressed. She carefully put the ashes into a small paper envelope, and tucked that into a small silk pouch Wynne provided. She saw the expression on the woman's face, and suggested Wynne be the one to carry them. Wynne's smile nearly split her face in two. They exited the temple to wait for the others. Cathiel was not going to look down. Looking down would be foolish. She could trust her companions. Lenore was smart, she'd figure out the puzzle. Looking down would serve no purpose at all. She heard Lenore direct Alistair to stand on a different spot, and then the stone in front of her became solid. She stepped out onto it, and looked down. Maker's breath. Don't look down, Alistair called to her. Focus. Cathiel yelled back. Okay, Braska, move to that one. It should get her all the way across. Should. Cathiel shot the mage a glare. What do you mean should? Could you be a little more certain? No, Lenore called back. Though since I don't see splattered cunnery anywhere, I have to assume the others made it across. She stopped, then frowned. Unless it really is a bottomless pit. You are not helping. Braska stepped onto the tile, and sure enough, the next stone became solid. Cathiel ran across. As soon as her feet touched the other side, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked back. All the stones were solid now, and the others quickly joined her. Alistair threw his arms around her. Braska and Lenore made cheering sounds, and Cathiel held out her hand in a rude gesture. Alistair blushed and let her go. Jarath walked around the side, stepping on each of the tiles as he went. So, Brihon watched as the stones faded in and out. Who wants to walk across the bottomless chasm while the rest of us try to make a path? Brihon asked. Morrigan started to repeat Jarath's actions on the other side of the pit, and then suddenly cried out a protest. Brihon swung his head around to see Jarath leaping from the side to the platform. He landed in a crouch, then looked at the path. It was glowing now, solid. Brihon tested the path gingerly, and then walked across, followed by the two ladies. Leliana glanced at him. "I'll hold him, you hit him," she said. Jarath just raised an eyebrow that dared them to try. "I hate puzzles," he said as he opened the door. Morrigan shook her head and laughed fondly. Brihon shook his head. They walked into the next room to see a wall of fire. "Going to jump that too?" Brihon asked. "Little high." Jarath twitched a shoulder. "Might need you to give me a leg up." Leliana was examining an altar. "Cast off the trappings of worldly life and cloak yourself in the goodness of spirit. King and slave, lord and beggar, be born anew in the Maker's sight. So. I believe we need to undress. Can't we just throw Jarath over the fire?" Morrigan sighed, and began unfastening her skirt. Jarath began undoing the buckles on his armor. Brihon sighed and looked across at Leliana. She shrugged, and they began taking off their own gear. "Anyone makes a remark about it being cold in here, I am going to shoot them," Leliana said. Brihon chuckled. He gave Leliana a wink, and she blushed. He turned to glance at the others, and blinked. Long, thin silver scars were visible on Jarath's back. He narrowed his eyes when he caught Brihon looking, and Brihon tore his gaze away. They stepped through the fire. Chapter 20, Restoring Redcliffe. The path back was easier. Wynne and Leliana appeared almost lost in reverence as they discussed the temple. Brihon had insisted on skinning both the dragon and the drakes they'd encountered, and their packs were heavy with their findings. They found Genitivy still looking around the entry chamber. He'd managed somehow to cajole Shale into brushing aside snow and ice. He heard them approach, and his eyes widened. "Welcome back. You were gone for quite some time." "Well? Did you find it?" Setida smiled. "The urn?" "Yes." "What?" He took a hesitant step towards her. "What was it like?" "Coming to the urn, I mean." She smiled, and gestured for him to talk to Leliana and Wynne. The two immediately began to fill him in on every detail. Her eyes went to the rest of her companions. Except for Leliana and Wynne, the rest all looked a bit disturbed by the events on the mountaintop. She couldn't blame them. She'd almost managed to put all the grief aside. Seeing Trian again brought it back. Her fingers wrapped around the amulet. They needed to get back on the road soon. It was easier to push it away when they traveled. She took first watch, letting the others find their tents. She sighed, then blinked as Jarath sat down near her. "Are you all right?" "Just." Setida shook her head. "Tired, I guess. It's been a long day. The stories always seem to leave out the mud and uphill marching in the rain. I suppose that is one nice thing about the deep roads. No rain." They sat there in silence for a few minutes. "Want to talk about it?" She gave him a wan smile. "You don't have to." He held up a hand. "I promise not to let any of the others know our fearless leader has feelings just like they do." She shook her head, then leaned back and looked at him. "Trian could be a pain in the ass. There were days in which I couldn't stand him. But he was still my big brother. Trian did not die by your hand. No, he died by my silence. I knew something was going on." She folded her arms. "I could have warned him, done something." She sighed. "And instead I just let it happen. Maybe I deserve this exile. Had you spoken of your suspicions, what would he have done?" She considered the question. He'd have told me I was foolish, that Belen didn't have it in him, that I was imagining things. She looked down at her hands. But maybe he'd have been on guard. I don't know. I suppose it's foolish to play the only if game. She glanced back at him, and realized blood was dripping from the hand in which he held his copy of the amulet. Jarath. She moved towards him. Your hand. He glanced down, his expression startled. Carefully he opened his hand, revealing the crushed amulet inside. Shards of glass and metal penetrated his skin. Ow, he said ruefully. Setida began picking the pieces out. Perhaps I should ask if you want to talk about it. I don't like. He twitched a shoulder. Things. He frowned. Digging into my head. Burhan mentioned you didn't answer the Guardian. There was no answer to his question. I did not get there in time to prevent any harm to her. He narrowed his eyes. But I went. I brought them home. All it cost me was everything. And if I had the chance to do it over, I would change nothing. I don't need forgiveness or absolution from some cheap imitation of my cousin. She looked at him. For a moment, she considered hugging him. But he would only pull away, as he did whenever anyone reached to touch him. I don't think it was ever about getting forgiveness or absolution from them. She looked back down at his hand, making sure she'd removed all the pieces. But from ourselves. I need to forgive myself for Trian. Cathiel needed to remember her father was proud of her. And perhaps you needed to remember why you are in this fight in the first place. She smoothed the poultice over Jarath's hand, and on impulse, reached up to ruffle his hair. He pulled away. You are a good man, little brother. And I don't like how these spirits and demons seem so comfortable digging into my head, either. She thought back to the circle. It was bad enough in the Fade. I'm sorry about Duncan. His voice was gentle. Setida gave a wan smile. I know it wasn't him, but it just brought back Ostagar, and learning he was gone and there was nothing left. It's like Alistair said, nothing to remember him by. That's not entirely true. What do you mean? In Denerim, I needed a sword. He gave me one of his. He offered her the sword. Perhaps this would be better in your hands. She took it from him, and caressed the hilt. It was a twin of the one Duncan had carried to his death. She wondered how she'd not noticed that before. Thank you. You are wrong, you know. She blinked. I am. If Duncan had not passed by and seen something in us, all of us would be dead now. You say there is nothing to remember him by, yet you've already done the impossible because of him. He isn't gone, Setida. You are making him immortal. Him, and Trian. A tear ran down her cheek. Thank you. Jarath nodded. Sleep. I'll take the watch. She nodded, and went to her tent. She made it to the bedroll before the rest of the tears came. Jarath looked across the fire at the woman who'd joined him shortly after he'd sent Setida to her tent. You've started to ask me a question 3 times now. Well. Morrigan poked at the fire. Just ask. Who is Shiani? What did the Guardian mean, broken and brutalized? Did I tell you how I became a Grey Warden? Only that you were conscripted. Duncan conscripted me to save me from execution. I killed the Arl of Denerim's son for raping my cousin. Vaughn and his friends came to the alienage to make sport of our women. He kidnapped a few of them. Duncan loaned me a sword, and my friend Soreyes and I went to take them back. We got there. He shook his head. A bit too late for my cousin, Shiani. Duncan did not come with you. Better that he didn't. Though given the way Ostagar had ended, he doubted it would have made much difference by this point. Except that if Duncan had known what he was back then. She raised an eyebrow. Oh. He met her eyes. I killed them, Morrigan. When I left the Arl's estate, the only ones that still breathed were the few servants that did not try to raise an alarm at my approach. I killed the guards. I killed the other lordlings. I killed Vaughn. I see. There was a witness to Vaughn's actions in the alienage, a human priestess. When the events of the estate were uncovered, the guard knew where to come. They wanted revenge for the justice I took, and brought torches with them, to burn the alienage in retaliation. So I stepped forward and confessed to my actions. Duncan then conscripted me right out of the hands of the guard captain. As you expected. He shook his head. No. At the time, I didn't know about the right of conscription. You intended to die for your people. She curled her lip slightly. I could die, or I could live knowing I had done nothing, again, like all the others, so many times. Death or a fate far worse. Easy choice. He twitched his shoulder. Her nod was understanding. Dead lion, or live jackal. And yet here you are, a live lion. Though I hadn't ruled out a prison break. He added another stick to the fire. Being a Grey Warden is a slower death, I suppose, but it is still, ultimately, a death. Just an opportunity for one more meaningful. You do not expect to live through this. I never found what I expected from life to matter in the slightest. Why worry about the future, when the now holds so much possibility? His voice was wry. She gave a small laugh, then her voice became serious again. I take it you would prefer the others not know of this. They will expect me to be remorseful. He twitched a shoulder. It gets annoying. It does, doesn't it? Leliana clamped her teeth down tightly, trying to bite back a cry. Burhan's mouth and hands weren't just clever when it came to making music. Oh, Maker, if they'd been just a bit further from the camp, she might just start to sing. His fingers caressed her inner thighs, their touch almost feather-light and utterly maddening. His tongue teased her, eliciting another moan. She trembled, and then was swept away. It took her some time to catch her breath again. Oh, sweet Maker. She laughed softly, then moaned as his fingers brushed against her breasts, lightly caressing her nipples. He trailed kisses up her belly, then lightly flicked his tongue against a nipple. She ran her fingers through her hair, and then shifted until she was on top of him. Her teeth bit lightly into his shoulder when he entered her. They moved together in sensuous harmony. Some time later, the world came back into focus. She smiled dreamily up at him. The stars are out. Burhan smiled. I see them. It comforts me to know that the stars will remain untouched by the blight, that whatever happens down here, they will shine eternally, their light undimmed. She rolled off him and lay at his side. There is a story about that cluster of stars over there. Do you know it? Alindra and her soldier. She pointed. Tell me. His arm went around her. A long time ago, there lived a fair maiden called Alindra. She had many suitors, but spurned them all, for she did not love them. One day, Alindra was sitting by her window in her father's castle, singing and dreaming, when her lovely voice caught the attention of a young soldier. Entranced by her song, the soldier drew near to Alindra's window. As their eyes met, he fell in love with her, and she with him. When Alindra told her father about the man she had chosen, he was furious, for Alindra was highborn, but her love nothing more than a common soldier. To keep them apart, he had Alindra imprisoned in the highest tower of his castle and sent her soldier to the wars. Alas, not a month had passed before news of the soldier's death reached Alindra. Alone in her tower, Alindra wept for her love and beseeched the gods to deliver her from this cruel world. So earnest was her plea that the gods themselves were moved. They gathered Alindra into their arms and lifted her high into the heavens, where she became a star. The gods also raised up the soul of Alindra's soldier love, and there he dwells, across the horizon from her. The band of stars between them is a river of Alindra's tears, cried for her lost love. They say that when Alindra has cried enough, she will be able to cross the river to be reunited with her soldier. A beautiful story. He kissed her hair. Told by a beautiful woman. This story is one of my favorites, a tale of a love so great and so enduring that it defies death, and moves the gods to action. She rested her head on his shoulder. Sometimes I ask myself, does such a love exist? Can it exist? It is only when we lose hope in love that we are truly lost. She kissed him again, luxuriating in the feel of him next to her. I never expected you to say that. It is. She sighed contentedly. A pleasant surprise. He touched the tip of her nose. Don't tell anyone, but I'm secretly a hopeless romantic. Leliana laughed. It was supposed to be a secret. She shook her head. When we first met, I have said there was a certain severity to you. Finding a person behind that is wonderful. She kissed the side of his jaw. Maybe you should let your softer side show more often. Sometimes following your heart, not your head, leads you to remarkable places. It led me here. He pulled her to him again. So tell me, how did you become a Grey Warden? Wynne asked her. I mean, I know you were exiled, but how did you come to the Wardens? I was cast out to die in the Deep Roads, and found Duncan there. You survived the Deep Roads and the Darkspawn that dwell there. Wynne gave her a respectful look. Truly, you were born to be a Grey Warden. She touched the hilt of Duncan's sword. It was odd, how much more at peace she felt with it at her side. I prefer this life. I can sleep more soundly, it seems. Being exiled has given me a freedom I never had before. Orzammar has forgotten me, but I will protect her. Sometimes it gives me comfort to think that everything will end up the way it's supposed to, that it will be all right. You were chosen, you survived the joining when others did not. Perhaps it was meant to be. Burhan looked up at Leliana. You look smug. He smiled teasingly. What's going on? I was watching you sleep. She brushed his hair back from his face. Did you know your eyelids flutter when you dream? And you have such pretty eyelashes. Er. He raised an eyebrow. My eyelashes. They're like little butterflies. She smiled dreamily. I want to catch them and keep them in a jar. I knew last night was a bad idea. Burhan sighed as he sat up. You're all crazy now. Crazy now. She leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. Liar. You thought I was crazy the first time you met me. She laughed. I'm so happy. Blissful. I haven't slept so well since I was forced to flee from Orlais. She kissed him. Knowing you will be the first thing I see when I wake gives me no small amount of comfort. I feel safe in your arms. Safe, loved, and accepted. This is where I belong. Thank you. Eniemalath. He returned her kiss. Tell me. Lenore fell into step next to Morrigan. Are you really Flemeth's daughter? I assume you are actually asking whether Flemeth herself gave birth to me. Truly, I do not know. I once asked Flemeth that very question, and she merely laughed at me. 'Tis not inconceivable that she could capture a chastened man, or perhaps change to a more attractive form to attract him willingly. I find it more difficult to imagine her with child. Lenore considered a moment. Could she have stolen you as a child? It seems likely, does it not? In animal form a babe could easily be spirited away and raised as Flemeth's own. I do know the tales of Flemeth having many daughters, even though I have never met another. And Flemeth has always treated me as her blood. What if you have real family out there? Lenore asked. If Morrigan did, perhaps they could find them. It might give Morrigan a better foundation. The Swamp Witch was intelligent and skilled, and Lenore wanted to like her, but she lacked social skills altogether. She rarely exchanged anything other than barbs with anyone but Jarath. I would have nothing in common with them, nor any need for what they might provide. Flemeth taught me everything I needed to learn. How to survive. The meaning of power. The truth of men. If other mothers do not teach these things, then I believe them the lesser. I suppose that's true. Lenore could see how Flemeth would believe it, anyway. You suppose it's true? Morrigan looked at her in askance. 'Tis true. To indulge in love is to indulge in delusions. Surely a Grey Warden such as yourself does not believe otherwise. Lenore shrugged. I'm not sure what I believe. An honest answer, if a somewhat vapid one. You shall learn in time, if fortune smiles on you. Sedator rolled her eyes as Braska, Lenore, and Zevran apparently took turns flirting with everyone in the camp. Cathiel looked ready to shoot Braska by the time Alistair even figured out that Braska was flirting with him. The young knight spent the next mile of road a shade just shy of crimson. Zevran managed to get Morrigan to soften a little before she figured out the joke and threatened to do him grievous harm. The best part might have been when Morrigan decided to get in on the fun and flirt with Sten. You seem so deep in thought, my dear Sten. Thinking of me, perhaps? The two of us, together at last. Yes. Morrigan actually stumbled. What did you say? You will need armor, I think. And a helmet. And something to bite down on. How strong are human teeth? How strong are my teeth? Cunary teeth can bite through leather, wood, even metal given time. Which reminds me, I may try to nuzzle. Nuzzle? If that happens, you'll need an iron pry bar. Heat it in a fire, first, or it may not get my attention. Perhaps it would be better if we did not proceed. Are you certain? If it will satisfy your curiosity. Yes. Yes, I think it is best. Set it aside. At least morale was high. Oddly, Sten seemed to be one of the few that got along well with Shale. The golem seemed to take great delight in antagonizing the others. Jarath managed to avoid some of the scorn by presenting the golem with a gift of magically charged gemstones, which the golem used to decorate itself. And by avoiding it, she caught a snippet of conversation from Braska, and her eyes widened. Stone, are you three keeping score? Well, yes. That is how the game is played, no? Zevran asked. Sept now that you know, can't use you as a tiebreaker, Braska said. She buried her face in her palm. We could use Jarath. Lenore glanced over at where he was sitting. The last time he was involved the three of us ended up sleeping with a pirate, Braska said. True. Good times, Zevran said. Except there do not appear to be any pirates nearby. She shook her head. I am going to walk away now, and pretend I never heard this conversation. Set it aside. At least morale was high. Burhan blinked as Wynne walked over to where he was adding ingredients to the stew pot. So tell me, how did you become a Grey Warden? He shrugged. I was tainted and only the joining could save me. Then you became a Grey Warden out of necessity. But Duncan must have also seen something special in you. The Order does not take in recruits just to save their life. You must be proud to be able to represent your tribe and the Dalish as a Grey Warden. He shook his head. The Keeper forced me to go. I would rather have died. He sighed. You see, I used to be something of an ass. He heard several sounds of agreement from the others around the campfire, and Braska mutter something about past tense being inappropriate. Wynne laughed softly. Take heart, dear friend. You survived, even when you were not expected to. We do not know yet what lies in store for you, or the name you carry. He handed her a bowl of the stew. I just hope when Haran Pavel tells the story around the campfire, it will be a good one. And then he tripped over his sword and was skewered by a hurlock, the end. Morrigan quickened her pace to catch up to where Jarath was taking point while Burhan ranged to hunt. 'Tis a curious thing. I do not know how else to describe it. Jarath glanced at her. What? Is something wrong? She shook her head. No, nothing is wrong. She shifted her weight a little. Is a little embarrassing to admit, in fact. I am reminded of our first meeting in the wilds. I had been in animal form for some time, watching your progress. I knew immediately that you were far more formidable than the ones with whom you traveled. I found you intriguing. Yet I resented it when Flemeth assigned me to travel with you. I assumed that, at best, you would drive me from your company as soon as we left the wilds. Why would I do that? He raised an eyebrow at her. I am aware that I have. She sighed, and fidgeted a bit. Little talent for forming friendships. To put it lightly. 'Tis something I know nothing of, nor ever thought I needed. Yet when I discovered Flemeth's plans, you did not abandon me. Whatever your reasons, you fought what must have been a terrible battle without hope of real reward. It was not such a terrible battle, trust me. He still wasn't sure if he'd call it a battle. He'd won, yes, and the dragon had fallen. But it still felt more like a test. Even so, you went. No one has ever. She hesitated a moment. 'Twas unexpected, that is all. The extent of my usefulness does not explain the interest and kindness you have shown since the wilds. You could as easily have ignored me entirely, yet you did not. She sighed. You will need to forgive me for speaking so awkwardly. She rubbed her thumb against the palm of her other hand. But do you suppose we have become friends, you and I? I have nothing to compare it to. He nodded. I would certainly hope so. Indeed? Remarkable. I have been with men physically, those who lusted after me and even professed love. She smiled. But friendship with a man? I did not know 'twas even possible. Tell me, could there ever be anything more? She met his eyes. Between you and I? Have you ever considered it? His pace slowed for a moment. I have considered it, yes. She had to be 10 years older than he was, but he'd be lying if he said otherwise. And what about now? We could be together, you and I. As more than friends. If you wished it. He nodded. I do. He looked at her. I wish it. As do I. She hesitated a moment, then leaned forward and kissed him, holding him close. He did not pull away. This, too, was. Her lips curled into a smile. Unexpected. We are not in camp, so come. She touched his cheek. Let us continue what we are doing. For now. He nodded. Wynne sat down next to where Broska was shuffling a deck of cards. He glanced at her, then dealt her into the game. She picked up her cards as Zevran and Lenore picked up theirs. So tell me, how did you become a Grey Warden? Broska shrugged. It's better than being a casteless tunnel rat in Orzammar. I have learned a little of the strict caste system of the dwarves, and I apologize for saying this, but it seems terribly backwards. You seem to have taken to life as a warden. He laughed. It is nice to be seen as something other than a brand. I just hope I can show the strength Duncan saw in me. She gave him an approving look before turning towards Lenore. Irving told me about how you became a Grey Warden, and that unpleasant incident that occurred prior to your departure from the Circle. Lenore added her bet to the pot. I still can't believe Jowan was that stupid. Stupid or desperate or just curious. Wynne put in her own bet. He's not the first, he won't be the last. But that aside, you're a Grey Warden now, and perhaps I presume too much by saying this, but the Circle is proud of you. Lenore smiled broadly. I am grateful that I can use my gift for something good. Wynne gave her a proud look. You are a true child of the Circle, raw power tempered with learning, wisdom, and the desire to serve others. I'm glad you came along, Wynne. It's good to have another mage to talk to. Have you encountered many abominations apart from the ones in the Circle Tower? Well, there was Connor. Ah, yes, Connor. Of course. The first time I saw an abomination, my blood turned to ice. It was months before the nightmares stopped. It was the knowledge that I could easily become one of them that frightened me the most. Lenore gave a small shudder. Seeing the monster that you could be is unsettling, yes. One slip. Wynne shook her head. All it takes is one slip, and everything you are is simply gone. She gave a small shudder. Replaced by madness. And there is no turning back. Or at least that's what they say. You have doubts. Of late I have begun to wonder if... Wynne folded her hand. If there is any way an abomination can be... She shrugged. Cured. Or if a mage could be so possessed and still retain their sanity. Their humanity. Lenore watched Zevran put his bet into the pot, then folded down her hand. If one retains one's humanity, one is not an abomination. Yes. Wynne nodded as Broska collected his winnings. It is madness and cruelty that define abominations. If those are lacking, if the mage remembers the person they truly are, then... She picked up her new cards. They are not an abomination. I never saw that. Thank you for showing me another way of looking at it. 'Tis cold in my tent, all alone. Morrigan smiled at him playfully. Jarath raised an eyebrow. He lifted his hands in mock confusion. What do you want me to do about it? She chuckled. Why, it just so happens that I find you quite warm. He gave her a serious nod. Let's see this tent of yours, then. So you shall come to my tent. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. But whatever shall we do in that tiny little space together while we wait for it to warm? He smiled. I'll leave that up to you. She held open the tent flap. Good. Then let us waste no more time with foolish talk. She waited for him to enter, then caught him. She had to bend just slightly to kiss him. A moment later, he hooked a foot around her ankle and tumbled her gently to the pallet. She laughed delightedly, and ran her hand under his tunic. Then she hesitated. Have you? No. Jarath touched her chin. He smiled. That's why I'm leaving it up to you. Well now. Morrigan's smile was wicked. They were 4 days out from Red Cliff when they were ambushed. Brehon heard the twig snap underfoot and called out a warning. He wasn't quite fast enough. Sten caught an arrow in the shoulder. Morrigan caught one in the side. Lenore sent a fireball in the direction from which the arrows had come. Jarath was a pace behind the fireball. Brehon had just drawn his blade when a mulberry leapt down from some rocks and landed on him. It tried to get hold of his arm, and then Griffin tackled it, snarling and ripping with his teeth. Good boy, Brehon said as he rolled back to his feet and joined the fray. Jarath was raising his blade over the leader of their attackers when Leliana called out, Stop! Don't kill him! He frowned at her, then looked down at the man laying at his feet. You better have a good reason for this, he said as Leliana walked towards him. He is no common bandit. None of them were. Their weapons and armor are of fine make, and they are well trained. She looked at the man laying in front of Jarath. You know what I am talking about, don't you? Who are you? The man coughed up some blood. Someone who regrets taking you on. Was told it would be an easy job. Kill the little red-haired girl, deal with the others as we pleased. Brehon glanced at Setida, who narrowed her eyes and frowned. Jarath touched his blade to the man's throat. The man pointed at Leliana. Her. You. Leliana blinked. You came to kill me? Brehon immediately moved to her side protectively. Who is trying to kill Leliana? The man coughed again. It don't pay to ask why someone wants someone else dead. I just need to know what to do, and where to get my money. He looked up at Jarath. Ha, money. I'll be lucky to get away with my life, it seems. He gasped in pain. Maybe we could work something out? You'll like the idea. Speak quickly, Leliana said. I've no real quarrel with you. Wasn't me that wanted you dead, but I know how you can find the one who does. Brehon put a hand on Leliana's shoulder. Your life for information then. The man pulled a paper out of his belt pouch. I have some directions written down on how to get to the house. It's in Denerim. Here. He held out the parchment. It's the best I can do. Brehon bent and took the paper, offering it to Leliana. Thank you. She looked at the man. Now leave. I never want to see you again. Brehon narrowed his eyes. Get lost, before we change our minds. Don't worry. I'll not trouble you no more. He started to move, and then Jarath's sword pierced his throat. What? Leliana shook her head. We said we'd let him go. You said you never want to see him again. Jarath shrugged. You won't. He walked back down the hill to where Wynne was tending to Morrigan. Brehon cupped Leliana's chin, and lowered his voice. Does this have something to do with Orlais? Her eyes widened, and she looked at the paper. It could. You may be right. We'll deal with it, Ma Arlath. He kissed her. I promise. Wynne approached Cathiel after they made camp that night. So tell me, how did you become a Grey Warden? Cathiel sighed. Arl Howe massacred my family. Duncan helped me escape by conscripting me. Wynne looked taken aback. Arl Rendon Howe? The Arl of Amaranthin? Why would he do such a thing to you? She drew herself up proudly. I am the daughter of Bryce Cousland, Terran of Highever. You are. Wynne's eyes widened, and then her face became sympathetic. You are the last of the Couslands? I had no idea. She inclined her head respectfully. My lady. Cathiel sighed. I always took my family and our name for granted. She thought back to the temple. She knew it hadn't really been her father standing there, but still, there were so many things she wanted to say. There is nothing I can say to ease your pain. I am sorry. It is not so bad, is it, being a Grey Warden? She found herself shaking her head, and glanced over at where Alistair was training with Jaroth and Sten. No, it wasn't so bad. I will do my duty, but I won't forget what Howe did. Rendon Howe will get what he deserves, in time. Such deeds cannot go unpunished. Zevran blinked. That smell. He took the boot Braska offered him, and then the one Lenore offered. This is Antivan leather, isn't it? I would know that anywhere. He chuckled. I don't know how you found it, but thank you. Lenore grinned at him. What are you waiting for? Try them on. But I'm not finished admiring them, yet. Can you smell that? Like rotting flesh? Just like back in Antiva City. He laughed. Now if only you could find me a prostitute or two, a bowl of fish chowder and a corrupt politician, I'd really feel like I was home. Zevran slipped the boots on, and then his smile widened. And they fit, as well. Marvelous. Lenore had to waggle glowy fingers on them a bit. Braska put an arm around Lenore's waist. Ah, but our Lenore is a marvel. Zevran grinned. And she even bites. I do not. Lenore shook her head. Braska raised an eyebrow, then shrugged at Zevran. 10 gold says I can make her bite. You can. I will take that bet. Lenore blinked as they both tackled her onto the pallet. As they broke camp that morning, Wynne matched her pace to Jaroth's. So tell me, how did you become a Grey Warden? He gave her a wry look. Is it my turn now? The short story? I met Duncan. He conscripted me. Ah, you are keeping this tale to yourself, I see. Fair enough. Forgive me for prying. He watched her start to walk away. Then he sighed. Duncan took me from the alienage and saved me from prison. She looked back. Ah, I see. Do you mind if I ask what you did? He gestured for her to walk with him. I killed the Arl's son for hurting my friends and family. Oh, She sighed. I'm sorry. I should not have brought it up. It must be an unhappy memory. Don't feel sorry. I'm not. He watched her a moment. I'd kill him all over again if I could. It was a moment before she replied. You say that with such cold satisfaction that it frightens me. But I can see no fault in your actions. I would have done the same. It sickens and saddens me to hear what men in power inflict upon those they ought to serve and protect. I have heard stories that some Templars who hunt Maleficarum do not end the hunt with a clean death. That they subject the victim to countless. She wrinkled her nose. Abuses and indignities before they finish it. But this is just a rumor. Sadly, one I can confirm. When Varla fled the circle, she came straight home. They came to her home with torches, though her family was still inside. Did no one stop them? It is against the law, in Ferelden, to kill a human in defense of an elf. Wynne blinked. I did not realize that. It was a minute before he spoke again. Yes. They were stopped. She looked at his face. Perhaps I should not ask. It was probably best that she didn't. He still remembered the look on his father's face when he'd come out of the house to find his 10-year-old son standing over the bodies of 2 Templars, and the choking form of a third. Varla left that night. I do not know what became of her afterward. We rarely learn the fates of those who go to seek the Dalish. Regardless of what happened in your past, I am glad you found a place with the Wardens, as I'm sure you are too. It is a good fight. He shrugged. She hesitated, then glanced at him. Thank you, for coming to my assistance, in the Fade. How much do you know of the Fade? If you have questions, I will answer to the best of my ability. How much of the Fade is a reflection of reality? Wynne gave a small laugh. I rather hoped you'd ask me an easier question than that. Many philosophers have struggled with that question. The Fade. She gestured as she spoke. It is part of Thedas, but separate. Place and time are less important than concepts and symbols. It can be shaped by dreams, and demons can change the landscape of the Fade to match what they see in the minds of mortal dreamers. They can be cruel, however, in the way they copy people and concepts of the real world, and the copies are rarely consistent. Belief and willpower are paramount in the Fade. It is shaped by perception. I went into each of your dreams, and saw what the demons showed you. Your fears, your desires. You fear failing your students. Cathiel wants nothing more than her family to be whole again. It is. She nodded. Strange, in a way, knowing you have seen my dreams. My nightmares. Your dreams tried to kill me. The injuries I suffered in the Fade did not manifest as physical once we left the Fade. No, they were injuries to your spirit, though nearly as fatal as the physical wounds might have been. There were a few moments after waking where I was afraid we'd lost you. But physical changes short of death do not carry over. You are certain of this? Yes. One cannot be changed by the Fade. One can learn in the Fade, but physical changes, no. The only way for that to happen is... He nodded. Possession. Yes. She gave him a reassuring smile. But, I was there in the Fade with you, and clearly you are not possessed. When he spoke again, it was in a quiet voice. You are. She stumbled. You. She sighed. How did you know? I see it. Faith. How? He twitched a shoulder. I was hoping you might know. Perhaps something to do with your own escape. How did you escape? I stabbed things. He twitched his shoulder again. Let's just. He wasn't sure what to say about the rage, save that it was rage no longer. Leave it at that. Interesting. There are mages with a special affinity for spirits, called mediums. Many are healers, and can go beyond the more simple healing magics. The difference between what Lenore does, and what you did for me in the tower. You've read something of it. A few times, when you've healed someone more badly injured, it. He twitched a shoulder. Looks different. Perhaps you have some measure of that talent yourself. I've never heard of it in a non-mage, but... She nodded more to herself than to him. It would make sense. Being in the Fade caused the talent to manifest. He glanced over his shoulder. I have not said anything to the others. Why not? It is not a demon. You are not an abomination. She nodded, then met his eyes. If that. She hesitated. Changes. I will make it quick. Thank you. Alistair took her hand as they walked. So all this time we've spent together. He waved his other hand. You know, the tragedy, the brushes with death, the constant battles with the whole blight looming over us. He smiled at her. Will you miss it once it's over? She leaned into him affectionately. It makes me tear up just thinking about it. He laughed. There'll be no more running for our lives. No more darkspawn. He groaned. And no more camping in the middle of nowhere. He rubbed his thumb over the back of her hand. I know it. He couldn't quite meet her eyes. Might sound strange, considering we haven't known each other for very long, but I've come to. He took a deep breath. Care for you. A great deal. He sighed. I think maybe it's because we've gone through so much together, I don't know. Or maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe I'm fooling myself. Am I? Fooling myself? Or do you think you might ever feel the same way about me? I think I already do. They kissed. He grinned down at her. His voice was a bit breathless. That. He gave her a hopeful look. That wasn't too soon, was it? No, Lenore's voice called out from behind them. Braska and Zevran began registering their agreement with her. Cathiel shot them a glare before smiling at Alistair. She kissed him again. I don't know. I need more testing to be sure. He put his arm around her. Well, I'll have to arrange that, then, won't I? He almost immediately turned red as Lenore, Zevran, and Braska began to call out suggestions. He shook his head. Maker's breath, but you're beautiful. I am a lucky man. He laughed slightly as he looked back to see Win bonked Broska lightly on the head with her staff. Now let's get back to. He glanced around. What we were up to before. Lest I forget why we're here. 2 days out from Red Cliff, they were hit again. This time, they had somewhat better warning. Burhan alerted them to the darkspawn well before the creatures closed. Win healed a wound Sten had taken, and started to walk on. She was just about past where Jiroth was standing when suddenly she started to fall. He caught her, bearing her gently to the ground. Lenore immediately rushed over. Win put a hand to her head. She blinked up at them. Fell. You're very observant, Jiroth said, as he moved out of Lenore's way. Lenore gave her a worried look. Are you all right? Win shook her head. For a moment there I thought I was. I thought it was all over. Lenore looked up at Jiroth before looking back at Win. The others were starting to catch up to them. Everything, Win said. She managed to get to her feet. She sighed. I will explain everything, when we are back at camp. Now is not the time. Sedida gave her a worried look, but nodded. Shale, mind staying close to Win. I will keep the elderly mage from tripping again, Shale replied. Win looked up to see Sedida and Lenore coming towards her. She sighed. I think I owe you an explanation for what happened earlier. Sedida nodded. Yes. You had us quite worried. Win sighed, and gestured for them to sit. You should know that, something happened to me at the tower, before you came along. She rubbed the palm of her hand. You spoke to Petra, did you not? She told you I saved her from a demon. She inhaled. Did, but I did not survive that encounter. Sedida shook her head. This case of death is taking a while to kick in then. She glanced at Lenore, and all trace of mirth died. Lenore's eyes were wide, and frightened. Win looked down at her hand again. Let me explain fully. I engaged a very powerful demon to rescue Petra. It sapped me of all my energy and will, and left me drained. It took everything I had to defeat it, and when I was done I no longer had the strength to keep my heart beating. She closed her eyes. I remember my life ebbing away, everything receded from me, sound, light. I remember being enveloped in complete, impenetrable darkness. She reopened her eyes. And then I sense a presence, enfolding and cradling me, whispering quietly to me. The sensation is impossible to describe. I was being held back, firmly, but gently, as a mother would a child eager to slip from her grasp. I felt life and warmth flowing through my veins again. I began to be aware of small sounds, and the discomfort of my hip pressing into the cold stone of the tower floor. Sedida frowned. She looked from Lenore to Win in confusion. So you were never really completely dead then? Lenore shook her head slowly. Win sighed. The Fade contains spirits both benevolent and malicious. The benevolent spirits seldom make themselves known, because they want nothing from mortals, unlike the demons. It was one of these spirits that saved me. Without it, I would be dead. And it has not left me. It is with me, even now, bonded to me. She met Sedida's eyes. You see, I am supposed to be dead. It is the spirit that is keeping me in this world, and this is not the way of things. Perhaps the spirit did not expect this, but it is weakening, gradually. I am living on borrowed time. I can't believe you kept this from me, Lenore said. Win sighed. I didn't know if you were ready to hear it. But now you know. Sedida set her hand atop Win's. Then we will make the best of that time. She smiled. Yes, that we will. Lenore shook her head, then shook it again. I have so many questions. Win gave a small laugh and Sedida rolled her eyes. When don't you? So have you heard? Morrigan and him are. Alistair lowered his voice. You know. Leliana gave Alistair a disapproving look. Have you nothing better to do than to spread idle gossip? And besides, he can probably hear us both. You're not being very discreet. She shot a look over to where Jiroth was taking point again. No, look, he's not even paying attention. Maybe. You don't. Leliana raised an eyebrow. Think that he's serious about it, do you? The woman is a vile fiend. Well, look here, now who's an idle gossip? Meow. You're the one who started this, I might remind you. And I'm. She glared. Well, I'm ending it. Leliana stalked away from Alistair. Bruhan gave her an amused look as she matched her pace to his. She's not that vile. Maybe. Leliana glanced over at Morrigan, then sighed and went to match her pace to the other woman. She tried a smile. It's nice to see you two together. Love is such a wonderful thing, isn't it? Morrigan blinked at her. What are you talking about? Is this more of your insipidness? Leliana was taken aback. Was talking about you and Jarath. You don't think the rest of us haven't noticed, I hope. She began to wonder if Alistair had been mistaken. But then, he wasn't the only one to note that Jarath had spent the last few nights in Morrigan's tent. There is nothing to notice. What you call love is nothing more than a wishful fancy. Leliana shook her head. Oh, you don't fool me. Deep down inside you must be glad of it. Let me tell you one thing, and then let us speak of it no more. Love is a weakness. Love is a cancer that grows inside and makes one do foolish things. Love is death. The love you dream of is something that would be more important to one than anything, even life. I know no such love. Oh. Leliana just stared at the woman. Morrigan gave a slow, satisfied smile. What I know is passion. The respect of equals. Things far more valuable that I'll not speak to you any further. Now be gone. Leliana dropped her pace back to match Bruhan. I hate her. Bruhan frowned. Heard most of that. Maybe you should talk to him. Right. It's been a few hours since the last time someone stabbed me. He frowned. Maybe we should let Win or Setida do it. Are you afraid of him or her? Yes. Ban Tegan was waiting for them atop the castle steps. You return. Might you have news? Setida nodded. What is Arleeman's condition? Unchanged, I'm afraid. He gestured for her to walk with him as they entered the castle. We've tried more magical healing, but nothing works. As time passes, I become more and more convinced the urn might be our only hope. She gestured for Win to accompany them. We found the urn. Tegan stumbled. Hope lit his face. You have. Wonderful. Let us go at once to Eamon's side and see if the urn's healing powers live up to their reputation. He led them to Eamon's room. The man was pale on the bed, his breathing slow. Tegan and Setida stood back as Win bent over him, the pouch of ashes in her hand. Win's fingers glowed white as she anointed Eamon's face with the ashes. A gasp came from Isolde as Eamon stirred on the bed a few moments later. The woman almost immediately dissolved into tears. Eamon blinked up at the ceiling. Where am I? Tegan moved to stand next to him. Be calm, brother. You have been deathly ill for a very long time. Do you remember nothing? Tegan? What are you doing here? Where is Isolde? I am here, my husband. She sat next to him, taking his hand in hers and kissing it. And Connor? Where is my boy? Where is our son? He lives, though many others are dead. There is much to tell you, husband. Eamon's eyes widened with sudden realization. Dead? Then. He stared. It was not a dream. Tegan looked down at him. Much has happened since you fell ill, brother. Some of it will not be easy for you to hear. Then tell me. I wish to hear all of it. Tegan glanced at Setida, and began to tell the story. Cathiel found Alistair lingering in the hall. He brightened when he saw her, then shifted nervously. Everything all right? She asked him. He inhaled. All right. I guess I really don't know how to ask you this. She blinked at him. Are you sweating? No. I mean yes. I mean. He sighed. I'm a little nervous, sure. Not that this is anything bad or frightening or, well, yes. He paced. Oh, how do I say this? You'd think it would be easier, but every time I'm around you, I feel as if my head's about to explode. I can't think straight. That's very sweet. She held her hands out to him. Just being near him could warm her blood. He took her hands in his. Here's the thing, being near you makes me crazy, but I can't imagine being without you. Not ever. He kissed her hands. I don't know how to say this another way. I want to spend the night with you. Maybe this is too fast, I don't know, but... His smile trembled. I know what I feel. She kissed him. I thought you'd never ask. She drew him with her to her room. And look, we actually have a... She stopped short. Bed. Said bed was sprinkled with flower petals. A bottle of wine and a tray of fruit sat next to it, arranged rather suggestively. Did you do this? No. He blinked, then turned bright red. I'm going to kill those three. She caught his hand and pulled him towards her. Later. He kissed her, then kicked the door closed before picking her up and carrying her towards the bed. Much later. Eamon looked down at the gathered wardens and their companions. Exhaustion still showed on his face, and he had to sit in the chair. Isolde was practically hovering over him. This is most troubling. There is much to be done, that is true. But I should first be thankful to those who have done so much. He smiled. Grey Wardens, you have not only saved my life but kept my family safe as well. I am in your debt. Will you permit me to offer you a reward for your service? We need your help against the Blight, Senator replied, her voice strong and firm. That will do. Eamon looked confused for a moment, and then impressed. I understand, but regardless of your motivations I feel you are worthy of a reward. I would like to honor your efforts, nothing more. She crossed her fists over her chest and gave him the formal bow of Orzammar. As you wish, then. Then allow me to declare you and those traveling with you champions of Redcliffe. You will always be a welcome guest within these halls. Thank you, Your Grace. Tegan smiled, and then his voice grew concerned. We should speak of Loghain, brother. There is no telling what he will do once he learns of your recovery. Eamon nodded, his face troubled. Loghain instigated a civil war even though the Darkspawn are on our very doorstep. Long I have known him. He is a sensible man, one who never desired power. Tegan sighed. I was there when he announced he was taking control of the throne, Eamon. He is mad with ambition, I tell you. Mad indeed, Eamon said. Sadness entered his voice. Mad enough to kill Kaelin, to attempt to kill myself and destroy my lands. Whatever happened to him, Loghain must be stopped. What's more, we can scarce afford to fight this war to its bitter end. But you can unite the nobility against Loghain, can't you? Setida asked. I could unite those opposing Loghain, yes. He leaned back, considering. But not all oppose him. He has some very powerful allies. We have no time to wage a campaign against him. Someone must surrender if Ferelden is to have any chance at fighting the Darkspawn. Setida nodded. Loghain must capitulate, then. She saw most of her comrades nod. Morrigan looked as if she couldn't care one way or another, and Jarath was expressionless. Eamon set his hands on the sides of his chair. I agree. Loghain will pay for his heinous crimes. But our armies must be reserved for the Darkspawn, not for each other. He sighed. I will spread word of Loghain's treachery, both here and against the king. But it will be but a claim made without proof. Those claims will give Loghain's allies pause, but we must combine it with a challenge Loghain cannot ignore. We need someone with a stronger claim to the throne than Loghain's daughter, the queen. Setida nodded. She knew what he was getting at. Alistair was the son of Merrick. Cathiel was a Cousland. Alone, either had a strong claim. And if she was any judge, neither would be presenting their claim alone. Tegan's face, however, showed concern. Are you referring to Alistair, brother? Are you certain? I would not propose such a thing if we had an alternative. But the unthinkable has occurred. I think it's a great idea, Setida said. Tegan and I have a claim through marriage, but we would seem opportunists, no better than Loghain. Alistair's claim is by blood. Alistair shook his head. And what about me? Does anyone care what I want? Eamon's voice was firm. You have a responsibility, Alistair. Without you, Loghain wins. I would have to support him, for the sake of Ferelden. Is that what you want? Alistair shook his head in frustration. But He sighed. No, my lord. I see only one way to proceed. I will call for a landsmeet, a gathering of all of Ferelden's nobility in the city of Denerim. There, Ferelden can decide who shall rule, one way or another. His face became uncertain, and he looked back to Setida. Then the business of fighting our true foe can begin. What say you to that, my friend? I do not wish to proceed without your blessing. I say we proceed with your plan. Very well, I will send out the word. It will take some time to recall my forces and organize our allies. I would prefer to wait until that is done before calling the landsmeet. Setida nodded. We will be heading to Orzammar soon. I think it best if I keep Alistair with me for now. If he is the man who brings an alliance to the landsmeet, it will look better for him. Eamon gave her a surprised look. I agree. Check the description for the links to the author.